Yo, it's your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics, back at you in a video. Today is Tuesday, July 26th, 2022, with your boy Ryan and the Northwest Sports Fanatics. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. Smash that like button either now or on your way out. Donate to your boy if you can. Cash App, $ ORION NWSF, or the YouTube Super Chat right here. And as soon as the stream starts, look at this. Let's go, baby. Support your boy. Let's go. Thank you so much. And of course, I can. Your godson, Noah. A special shout out and birthday for you in Australia. Happy 15th, my man. And way to just drop the hammer down, my boy. Man, today has been a fantastic day. Okay, we have a lot of things to be able to go over. And wow. Thank you so much. Talk about hitting the goal within the first 30 seconds of the stream. Obviously, we usually try to hit the number, within, a couple hours. And then if we do that, maybe try to double that amount. But when you have amazing people, let's go Mariners. Yes. Okay. So this is an amazing day. Okay. So this is already amazing to start it off because we have a GOAT here. We're going to give a happy birthday shout out to Noah. All right, 15th birthday in Australia. Shout out. Okay. And obviously we got the Seahawks, 12th man, 12th woman in the building. Okay. And then we got my boy here. Obviously Dodgers all day, every day supporting your boy. Thank you so much. You are so generous. I'll probably be messaging you a billion times during the stream and after. Thank you for your generosity. He said, I'm first. I want mod status. Oh, baby. Let's go. That's what it is, man. Thank you so much. Hey, Bucs Skull Gang in the house. Hi, bro. How are you? Shrick in the building. Tom Brady picked up the phone and replaced AB with Julio. Well, I'm not really too surprised by this, and I'm not going to be some kind of homer. Like I said, I thought that the Colts and the Buccaneers were really the two names that were linked besides the Packers. After Devontae left, I didn't think he was going to go there. I really did think it was going to be Colts, just the relationship with Matt Ryan, and Buccaneers too. And I'm still going to be the same stance as I was if he signed with the Colts, the Packers, or the Bucs. Let's be honest. Julio is not Julio. Julio is our fourth string wide receiver. Count him: 1, Mike Evans; 2, Chris Godwin; 3, Gage. All right. From obviously the Falcons, Russell Gage, and then 4, Julio. And then we got, Darden and Tyler Johnson. We have other guys as well, but it's not like Julio's got to be the number 1 or number 2. His hamstrings are made of spaghetti strings, so I'm not going to take back what I said from before. He is very injury prone. He probably can only play 8 games, and I said that, even before he was with my Buccaneers. So I'm not going to be like, oh my God, we're going to the Super Bowl. Oh, we're going to win because we got Julio. We're just getting Julio for insurance. It's like you got car insurance just in case you get in a fucking wreck or someone, wrecks into you. It's just like kind of just in case. So if you remember last year, we lost Jensen, my center, who's one of the best centers in the league, and Tristan Wirfs at right tackle, who's arguably the best right tackle in the game. Okay. When you go against Aaron Donald and you have your 2 offensive linemen out, just like when the Chiefs had Mitchell Schwartz and Eric Fisher out in the Super Bowl, what happened? The Bucs took advantage. The Rams took advantage. Okay. I needed AB. He went crazy. Okay. And Godwin tore an ACL. So this is just going to be extra insurance just in case if Godwin goes down, Evans goes down, Gage goes down, that we have another guy. Do I like the signing? Yes, I do. I like it for depth. Do I think that he's going to be, Julio Jones from 2019? No, I do not. I don't expect anywhere near, the numbers that he used to get with the Falcons. Like, I'm not one of those homers, and I'm going to be like, there might be other Buccaneer fans on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube that are going to be ignorant and thinking that, oh my God, another signing. But like I said, I've been through the good times, the great times, and the miserable days with Jameis Winston, and even before that, where we were winning like 4 games a year. So I know what it takes to be able to get to an NFC championship game or a Super Bowl. I do have the stats that I'm going to bring up for you guys so we can kind of compare Julio's, great years in obviously Atlanta, obviously the injured year that he had last year with the Titans. And like I said, we're going to hope that we can get to about 8 games. So I'm not thinking he can even complete a season. I just don't think it's going to happen. Now, if he does, that's going to be great insurance for us. And that's pretty much it. And I know a lot of you will probably think that. And it's not like I'm going to ever change my stance. I'm always not biased. I call it how I see it, regardless if something happens to my team or someone else. This is really what it is. So, and also another big thing. So obviously it might have been a sign because we got obviously Julio. I like this picture more than he was on the Titans. So that's why I use this one for the thumbnail. It's very, kind of in your face with the graphic. So we obviously know him on his heyday. And then we had a little bit of action from him. So I'll still show you a little bit of Titan love, Jamison Mesa. Okay. But this is a different quality Julio Jones. Okay. The Buccaneers offense, Brady, Evans, Godwin, Julio, Leonard Fournette. Leonard got skinny. He was about 15 pounds too fat. He's already lost the weight, so it's looking good. And obviously, when this is the breaking news, your boy's excited because, like I said, I think it would have been better off for him going with Matt Ryan, Matty Ice with the Colts. But, if he wants to try to ring chase, do you really blame him? You know what I mean? Like, he had one chance. And then Tom Brady pretty much was like, okay, I'm ending that opportunity for you. You had a chance, 28-3. Now he's pairing up and trying to play with, the guy that might be able to get him over the hump. Just kind of like OBJ, but OBJ ended up getting his ring with Matthew Stafford last year. Man, OBJ has always wanted to play with Tom. But if he didn't get the ring last year, then maybe he would be on the Buccaneers this year, even with the injury. But I do expect him to come back. But from one Julio to another, Julio has been injured, obviously, for a couple days with some wrist soreness. Okay. So the game just started about, I would say, 15 minutes ago. And at Julio's first at bat, obviously being out for 2 or 3 games, what do you think happened? Fucking going back, gone. So it shows you the impact. We're already up 2-0, and we started a little Uncle momentum. It shows you the difference between the hat, the shades, the bat, the hoodie, the swag. When we have Julio, we're going to be in every single game, okay? When we don't have Julio, we're probably going to lose, or we're going to be pushed to the limit to try to do whatever it takes to be able to win. Like yesterday. So from one Julio to another, my life is good. I got 2 Julios now that I'm going to be rooting for, and I'm definitely very, very excited about that. And like I said, it doesn't matter if it happens to me or another team. I'm always going to keep it 100. But am I excited about the signing? Like excited. Like if I got somebody, right after, the free agency open, and if this was Julio from 2019, then yes, I would be fucking ecstatic, going crazy, right? But you have to have the proper expectations that you can't overreact. And you have to make sure that you understand that this is only for depth, just in case Godwin or Gage gets hurt, or Mike Evans, that we can have at least 2 solid options for Tom once we make our deep playoff run, instead of really coming down to 1. Because we had Mike Evans, we had Godwin, we had AB. AB went crazy against the Jets. He was gone, took off his jersey, said, fuck you, left. Godwin got an ACL. So, and Gronk is not there either, but he might come back in November. So you don't want to be left with just Mike Evans and Gronk. So at least this way we have Gage, and Gage is actually one of the more underrated wide receivers from Atlanta. I think he's going to have a huge year. And on top of that, Julio, which is going to be our number 4 receiver, and it's going to be for depth. And I like the opportunity for him to be able to play, with Tom and the rest of the GOATs, and maybe we can end up overachieving. And like I said, we are one of the Super Bowl contenders. Let's not kid around it or peek around it or shy away from, the facts or the truth. It's the Rams and the Buccaneers at the very, very top, and then the Bills and whoever you want to have as that second place team. Is it the Bengals? Right? Is it the Broncos? Is it the Chargers? Is it the Chiefs? Is it the Raiders? Colts? We don't really know. But if you want to be just for, shits and gigs, if you want to put Bills and Bengals, but then Burrow just had a little operation today, so we'll see where it goes. But I do think Broncos, Chargers, Chiefs have a great chance to be that number 2 team. So we'll see where it goes. And there you go. You know what I mean? It shows you what kind of support that you get on this fucking channel. And like I said, I got a Julio home run already in the first inning. It's 2-0 Mariners. Dodgers are on as well. You get a $100 dono in the first 30 seconds. And a happy birthday to Noah out there for his 15th. And then you get something amazing like this, a Julio Jones signing. And like I said, look at what point of the year it is. I mean, there's still JPP and a lot of these other guys that haven't signed yet. So they're just kind of waiting for the right money and the right opportunity. It's not like we signed Julio right after free agency started. Literally, it's one day before training camp starts for everyone. So it's literally the last minute for you to be able to get your playbook right. But am I excited? Yeah. I mean, if you were the Colts and you're Sarah, whether you want to admit it or not, if you would have got Julio there, it would have been exciting to see, okay, he probably can only play like 8 games, the whole year, half a season, but hopefully that'll be towards the end of the season, because I do think the Bucs and the Colts are going to make the playoffs this year. And then if you get anything beyond 8 games, a lot of upside. You know what I mean? And if you get anything like the Julio Jones from 2019, this might be a lock for an NFC championship game. Okay, but we still have to be able to win the division against the Saints, Panthers, and Falcons. We got to be able to win a game in the playoffs and see who we match up against. If we match up against the Rams early, that could be the end of us. Let's be honest. But then if it's going to be not the Rams and it's going to be Packers, Eagles, Niners, Vikings, one of those, other teams, Saints, I like my chances, even though the Saints usually own us during the regular season. So, and with the Colts, they have Alec, Jelani Woods, you're still looking to see if T.Y. is going to come back, and they really need wide receivers more than anyone, right? But obviously, if you're ring chasing and you can play with Matt Ryan, who you've already played with, right, and lost the Super Bowl with, or you can go to Tom Brady, gives you the best shot besides the Rams, the Bills, or possibly like the Bengals or Chiefs, Packers, to be able to make the deep run. And obviously, even maybe the Packers would have been a better opportunity than the Colts. And I think the Colts are going to be a sleeper team in the NFL, just like the Vikings are going to be sleeper. But I think that more than likely, the Colts will get bumped in the wild card round. I think they're good enough to get there. They could surprise, but I just need to see a little bit more depth from the tight end position and the wide receiver position. So once you build that up, and if Matt Ryan is still there, then you might be able to overachieve and get to an AFC championship game in maybe the first 3 years of this new regime. But I'm not sure if Matt Ryan's got 3 quality years. So we'll see where it goes. The Colts could overachieve. The Vikings could overachieve. But I think right now, most of America sees the Rams and the Bucs at the top, right? And then a lot of question marks for the Packers, the Eagles, the Niners, the Saints, the Vikings on the cusp with the Cardinals. And then on the AFC side, you got the Bills, right? And then I like the Broncos as number 2, but there's also Chiefs and then Chargers, Raiders, Colts, maybe a sleeper Miami Dolphins, team. We'll see what the Titans do. So we'll see kind of where it goes, but it's going to be very, very exciting. My boy, what can I do? $100 donation right out of the gates. That's what GOATs do. They support the brand, and I appreciate you very, very much. Way to be a fucking stud, dude. I appreciate you very, very much. You are the fucking man. $100 dono. That's obviously good for the mental health. Bang, bang. $100. My dude, I appreciate you. Let me give you a little bit of Dodger love, dude. Kershaw, Clayton, K's all day in LA. Gonsolin couldn't get it done yesterday, but it's all good. Then we got Mookie. Then we got Trey. Then we got Freddie. Then we got Will. Then we got Jake. Then we got Max. Then we got Gavin. Then we got Cody. And then we got Trace, baby. Appreciate you very, very much, my boy. Gang, gang, gang. Let's go. Thank you so much, bro. Way to get the stream off to a really fast pace, dude. Appreciate you very, very much. Sarah's in the building. How are you? Buck Skull Gang in the house. How are you? Said Brady picked up the phone and replaced AB with Julio. But obviously AB at this point, if he was still playing and he didn't quit on us, there's a chance that we might have been able to beat the Rams and maybe win the Super Bowl last year. And then if AB's still on the team this year, instead of making music with Kanye, who knows where things could go. Because, I mean, even though AB isn't the old AB from the Steelers, if you compare him with any other third option wide receiver, AB is still one of the top 5 third options if he was still playing. He's still one of those guys that can get you touchdowns in a Super Bowl, NFC championship game, 100 yards, a couple tutties. He's not the same player, but he could still be effective. But now, I mean, he's not coming back. I don't think anyone fucking wants to deal with his bullshit. But this was, surprising a little, but not really, because me and Sarah and a bunch of my buddies had talked about it. And obviously the Packers, they were like, with Grossi and a lot of the Packer, go Pack go. They were like, oh, Julio, DK Metcalf, this could be big. Someone to replace Devontae Adams. But it just wasn't meant to be. So we're gonna have to wait. But if you wait too long, Aaron might be gone after this year. But I'll take it. You know what I mean? I don't expect anything. So if we get anything from him, and if he plays more than 8 games, I'm going to be very, very excited with that. Brute Saint in the building. What to do? How are you? 100 in donos. Let's get to 200. We should be able to do that. Let's go, baby. Finley in the building. How are you? Let's go. And I know Packer fans are pissed. Colts fans are pissed. Everyone's mad at O-Dog and the Buccaneers. But just because you have a great team on paper doesn't mean that you're going to make it all the way to the NFC Championship game, let alone Super Bowl, and let alone win the Super Bowl. Injuries are going to derail a lot of teams, and you got to have a good O-line, because if you don't have Eric Fisher and Mitchell Schwartz, you lose to the Buccaneers, right? If you don't have Ryan Jensen at center and Tristan Wirfs, you lose to the Rams. So you can still be a Super Bowl champion, all right? But if something happens to, obviously Whitworth is retired, but if they have issues with their offensive line or D-line, there is a chance that the Rams don't repeat. But if there's a team that looks like they could, it is the Rams. You know what I mean? But it hasn't been done since 03-04 with the Patriots. But I'm glad this gives me a little firepower and a little extra, because I do want to win one more. And if I don't win any more Super Bowls for the rest of my life, and I can win this one this year, this one will be really special, because if Tom retires and he goes out, off into the sunset, and then he goes into broadcasting, I think I can kind of die a happy man knowing I got to see the best of the best. And obviously I still like my 2002 team better. That's obviously this is, who I am as a person. Sapp, Brooks, Lynch, Simeon Rice, Rondé Barber, Mike Allstott. It's never going to change. You know what I mean? But obviously I appreciate everything that Brady, Gronk, and obviously the rest of the coaching staff has done with Todd Bowles, and obviously Bruce Arians and everyone else that's involved in the team. But, I want my Oregon Ducks to win a natty. I want to get one more with the Buccaneers, but we've already got 2, so I can't be too selfish, okay? Blazers winning one would be great. I don't know if that'll ever happen in my lifetime. Same thing with the Mariners. I don't know. But just to get off the schneid and get to a playoff game and break this curse, this 21-year curse, and we have the longest drought in all 4 major league sports, MLB, NBA, NFL, NHL. The Mariners haven't been to the playoffs since Ichiro's rookie year. So I'm thinking with Julio, there is a great possibility to be able to end that streak. And he already homered in the fucking first inning after having wrist soreness and getting fucking 80-plus homers in the home run derby. And my boy Jake was mad. He's like, we put him in a position to be injured and this and that. And I get it, right? But you're not going to take away that experience, and putting him on the scene where everyone knows who Julio Rodriguez is, J-Rod is now. So yeah, he might have had a little bit of wrist soreness, and we lost to the Astros. We didn't break our streak record, but guess what? We weren't going to break it anyways, even if Julio was playing, with Marco pitching and obviously with Verlander. Come on. Realistically, I mean, we had a better chance with Julio, but it is what it is. So I'm very excited to see what opportunities that we're going to have moving forward. Finley in the building. What to do? Message from a Golden Eagle. What up, Ryan? And the NWSF. Bang, bang, bang. Hope you've been all good. A good pickup, Julio. Stay healthy. Good pickup. And like I said, it's not anything I'm going to get, super, juiced up for. It's simply for depth. So for all these people that are overreacting as Buccaneer fans, can you pump the brakes a little bit? It's like you got to be able to not get too overly emotional, but it's hard for NFL fans. But like I said, if this was Julio from 2019 and there's no injuries, all right, then we can jump up and down and be like, all right, man. I mean, the path to the Super Bowl is looking pretty good, and the only one that can stand in our way is the Rams. And if everything is looking like that, but this is not the same type of Julio, okay? But am I excited? Yeah, because if Godwin goes down, Evans goes down, if Gage goes down, at least it gives Tom more weapons. On top of Gronk not coming back, we got Kyle Rudolph also and Cameron Brate. But then if we get Gronk to come back, then we'll have 3 tight ends, 4 wide receivers, 3 running backs, and Tom. And then offensive line, that's amazing. We already got Ryan Jensen, who's one of the best top 5 centers, and we got Tristan Wirfs, who's the best right tackle in the league. You can look at the stats, you can look at PFF, you can look at the film, and that's fact. So I'm definitely excited. We have one of the best offensive lines. We got Devin White, we got Tristan Wirfs, and Antoine Winfield Jr. under 25 years old, and those are 3 of the top that are 25 and under in the entire league. So we got a lot of promise, and we even got Levante David coming back as well. So I'm definitely excited for that. Mr. Williams, you're the fucking man. I appreciate you, dude. Sports Freak said Julio came back to get locked up by Lattimore, AJ Terrell, and JC Horn. Obviously, you're always going to get someone that has to talk shit. Well, obviously, Lattimore can lock up Mike Evans. Why would Lattimore be guarding Julio? So your statement right there is bogus. All right, to begin with, you know what I mean. So Lattimore is not going to guard Julio. Julio's the number 4 receiver. All right, Mike Evans is number 1. So if you were going to make a shit talking statement, you should have said Lattimore on Mike Evans. And I love Lattimore. I do love AJ Terrell, and J.C. Horn was injured last year, but none of those guys are going to be guarding Julio. I really highly doubt it. I mean, he's going to be 4th in the depth chart. Okay. But nice try to shit talk on my stream, but it didn't work. Nice try, Sports Freak. Go back to the sports books and the dictionary and the Encyclopedia Britannica, baby. All right. Nice try, dude. So when I saw Julio's name, I thought you meant baseball Julio and was like, yeah, well, both. I mean, we got Julio Jones and Julio came back today. So it's pretty amazing. Let's go. Quality people. And we ended up doing a 7-hour stream last night. And obviously our boy Shep, he had some deaths with some people in his family and friends, and it was a tough time. And he came in real late. He's a hard worker, works at the airports, travels a lot, and he doesn't really get a lot of time home. And I was going to end the stream. I usually do 5-hour streams, but I felt, that he needed a little bit of a lift and a little bit of a boost. So I stayed online until like 2 a.m. We did a 7-hour stream last night, and then we started talking about ancient aliens and History Channel, Discovery, National Geographic, and just like programs that we enjoy and kind of conspiracy theories and all kinds of stuff based off like space exploration and stuff that they're finding, obviously, on History and Nat Geo. And it was a good feeling. It made me feel good. Posted some pictures of food. And sometimes you need to be able to be there for your friends, your family, and the Fanatic family obviously is number 1. So I hope things are going to get better. I told him to go get food that would make him better. And then he ended up getting a big seafood broil and sent me that. So always remember, when you have friends in need, always try to put yourself in their position. You know what I mean? I don't know what it's like to lose a cousin in a drive-by. I don't know what it's like to have my friend die also. 2 people very close to me in a short period of time. But what I did know is that I can have some empathy and sympathy. I can stick on the stream with some other goats like Chief Will Chief and A Guy. A few of us were on here super, super late. So when it was 2 a.m. my time, it was 5 a.m. on the East Coast and in Atlanta, and then maybe 4 a.m. in the Midwest. And shout out to everyone in St. Louis. I saw the flooding. Sarah lives there. 1 person died. I know there's a lot of cars underwater. So prayers up, obviously, for everyone there in the St. Louis area with all the rain. They had the heat wave, just like the East Coast. Oregon has got a heat wave. We got about 90 to 102 for the next week. So it's very, very hot here. And like I said, the complete opposite in St. Louis now. But I hope everyone is okay. I don't want anyone to drown or lose their home or their car. But sometimes things are inevitable. You don't know. You never know with weather and obviously Mother Nature. And that's a big fact. So hopefully that ends up working out. Eagles John, he wanted to get in on the party. Hey, yo. He said, how do you do? I know I saw your little comment on there. I said, hey, y'all, how do you respond when people talk to you? And he's like, hey, fuckers. My dude. Eagles John, one of the best supporters to the channel. Okay, so he saw a $100 dono, and he's normally dropping 20, 40, 60, 80, 100, 50, 100, 150, 200. He's like, let me get in on the action. $50 dono from my boy Eagles John. We're already at 150. Oh, baby. Let's go. Sports Freak YT. Hate is going to hate, and this is what happens. Let's go, baby. $50 dono on the Cash App, baby. Let's go. Thank you so much, bro. Let's go, baby. Let's go, and I promise I'll get caught up. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Appreciate you very, very much. Bang, bang. Cactus Jack likes that fucking number. Let's go. It's hot as fuck. I got to get some beers in me here. I got Coronas and lime, Mariners 2, Rangers 0. Everyone is supporting the cause. I appreciate you. Maybe some food for your boy a little bit later. Ooh, baby. I love food. So we might end up getting into some of that a little bit later. Let's go. Appreciate you, my brother. Let me pull up something special for you up here. We always got to make sure we do the same pieces and then a few of the others. So let me throw up a couple here for you. Fly, Eagles, fly in the building. So let's start it off with a nice little Jerome Brown. Appreciate you, bro, very much. And anyone that's going to donate to me, little $1 up to 500. I'm always going to make sure that, I'm going to support you supporting me. It's not going to be just your name shouted out and the dollar amount and see you later. Thanks a lot. It's going to be, I'm going to make sure that I show the most gratitude as I possibly can. And I usually message a lot of people after the stream to let them know how much that means to me. But also when you can throw up, some old school, photos, new school photos, and show some appreciation for the players and for the teams that, the people that donate support. Obviously, I have no problem doing that. It's just, showing gratitude and being able to say thank you and going the extra distance that most people on YouTube and Twitch do not do. That is facts. So appreciate you very, very much. A little Jerome Brown, a little Jalen Hurts, and then a little Wes Hopkins. I appreciate you, bro. $50 dono. That's great for the mental health, baby. Appreciate you, bro. Thank you so much. Let me go back up and I make sure I can get all the comments lifted here, and we'll go to everybody. Obviously, starting off the stream in the first 30 seconds is a great start to be there. Appreciate you guys very, very much. Let's see here. Let's scroll down. Obviously, quality people always in the room. Hey, yo, how you do's you do? I'm doing good for you, bro. Appreciate you. True. Julio's good for insurance, and that's it. Exactly. So you're never going to hear me overreact and, get all crazy. Do I feel good about the signing? Yeah. It wasn't, I assume, a lot of money. It was only 1 year, and it's purely for insurance. But if we can get shades of, 2018, 2019 Julio, there is a good chance that could be like that special piece that gets us over the top if there is injuries. And then imagine if there's not. I mean, imagine if he's got Rachaad White from Arizona State, you got Leonard Fournette at running back, you got Tom Brady, and then you get Gronk to come back, Cameron Brate, and Kyle Rudolph, and then you got Mike Evans, Godwin, Russell Gage, and Julio on top of that of Darden and Tyler Johnson. I mean, that's going to be one of the best offenses in the league. And if anyone thinks that Brady is washed, if you go back and look at his stats from last year, first in yards, first in touchdowns, I mean, looking at, whatever, stats and, being able to do a breakdown. If you thought that he was washed up and he wasn't going to be able to throw for the yards or throw for the touchdowns, he obviously still can. And he might not be number one this year in yards or touchdowns or completion percentage, but there is a good chance for him to be in the top 10, possibly the top 5. And you never know, maybe even in the top 3, number 2 or number 1. I don't know if a lot of people thought his stats were going to be number 1 on some of the categories because, people were hating, especially on that last year on the Patriots. But I want to go over some of the stats for Julio so we can kind of break it down. He is injury prone. His hamstrings are made of spaghetti strings. I totally believe that because I said that before and I'm not taking it back. He's injury prone, but he's on my team, so that doesn't change. I can't be like, oh, we got him, everything's great. He's not going to get injured. He probably will. He probably won't make it through a full, 16, 17, 18, 19 games, throughout the playoff push. But if we can get 8 games, that's kind of what we're thinking. Anything above 8 is just absolutely gravy. And if we can get some good stats with him too, that would be good. But Brute Saint is a Saints fan, and right there, good for insurance, and that's it with upside, and that's true. If there's anyone that can get Julio back to being Julio, it's Tom Brady, and that kills me. That's very true. How you doing, Brute Saint? Says I'm doing great. Good to hear. Good to hear. Yes, I know you guys broke all kinds of records, and I saw a lot of videos and photos. Prayers up for everyone living in St. Louis. Obviously, a lot of flooding there, and it doesn't look like it's going to stop anytime soon. Let me see here. Thoughts on Kobe Smith, please? I haven't heard anything regarding this particular comment here. Let me know. Like I said, I've been doing a lot of reading and film study and then obviously taking care of Paisley and whatnot. But let me know based off this statement on the screen, elaborate a little bit, and then I can go on. But I'm not familiar with what you're talking about here, to be very honest. Appreciate you, Mr. Williams. Always doing big, big things. Bye-bye. Finley, hey, Ryan, just out of curiosity, how do you feel about that tweet Chauncey Gardner-Johnson made about Rudolph? Obviously, CJ, obviously, Gardner Johnson is an elite competitor. He's a great shit talker. He's a good player. I would take him on my team on the Buccaneers, just like Lattimore. You can buy in, to all the bullshit because obviously, Kyle Rudolph posted, when he ended up making that game-winning touchdown against the Saints, and then he had like a little meme where it shifted the jersey from him and the Vikings on him to the Buccaneers. And obviously, there's going to be people that are going to hate, you know what I mean? But If we need depth and Gronk isn't there and people are available, everyone else had a shot to pick him up. I mean, he's not the same player that he was, but if anyone can bring out a little bit of greatness in somebody, it's Tom Brady. Just like you did with AB, and obviously with these other guys that are going to be coming in that are a little older. If anyone can find ways of, getting yourself to be that athlete that you were a couple years ago, because when you're playing with Tom, you're not going to be able to slack off. You're not going to be able to take plays off. You're going to have to be able to, go to the balls to the wall. Otherwise, you're not playing. Because obviously Brady's coaching out there too, and he'll let you know it. So I don't really have a problem with the comment. I mean, the Saints are a good football team. Obviously they're salty because they never won a Super Bowl. Obviously in the last 5 years when they ended up having like the best regular season record out of any NFL team, they had a couple opportunities. They did get robbed against the Rams. That's facts. They might have, won that Super Bowl against the Patriots that year that the Rams went instead. But sometimes you just got to move on. You know what I mean? But it seems like sometimes the Saints can't, and they can beat us all they want during the regular season. They own us in the regular season. But last time I checked, you don't get any Lombardis for having the best record in the NFC South or in the regular season. It's what you do in the playoffs. So we find a way when it's playoff time. We rise to the occasion. We don't fumble the balls away. We make sure we find a way to win the games and get there. And, we got 2 Super Bowls. Saints have 1, and we're trying to go for number 3. So, but I do think the Saints are going to be a good football team, even though a lot of people think they're going to be 8-9 or 9-8. I don't think so. I think they can be better. But the media loves to hate on the Saints, and I don't need to. I can just call it how I see it. I think the Saints, it could be Rams, Buccaneers, Saints, Eagles, or Packers, and then you'll have Cardinals and Vikings kind of as the sleepers. But I think third place team could be Packers, Eagles, Saints. It could be any a number of those 3 teams with the Vikings and Cardinals kind of on the back end, on the outside looking in. So Ryan Schrick, he'll definitely be better than he was on the Titans, but nowhere near prime Julio. Right. That's what we assume. But if Julio ends up having, let's say 60 grabs, 1,000 yards, and like 7 to 9 touchdowns, that could really help us out. That could help Brady get, to 5,000 yards. If we were going to have that extra, production that no one thinks that we're going to get. And if you could get over 5 touchdowns for Julio and 1,000 yards, that could be huge. Realistically, probably 500 to 800 yards is a little bit more realistic. But I mean, if we go to him in the red zone, he could be a red zone threat and maybe end up with 5 to 9 touchdowns with, the most I could see Julio getting in the season if he plays all the games, all, 17 is, I think, maybe 50 to 65 grabs, 1,000 to 1,200 yards, and that's pushing it, and then, maybe 10 touchdowns. But that would, mean that if he's getting those numbers, what the hell is Mike Evans getting? What's Gage getting? What's Godwin getting? Or if there's an injury, then he has to take over for someone. But I'm not expecting a whole lot. You know what I mean? But if we get more than I expect, then we might be a lock for the NFC Championship game and possibly the Super Bowl. But we got to earn it. First, it's the NFC South. Then it's the playoffs, step by step, baby steps, and not looking ahead. So that's big facts. Let's see here. Eagles John, it said Julio's still a big body, good moving chains in anticipation of no Gronk, and he could be a good guy just for the red zone. So if we want to go to Gage and Mike Evans and Godwin from the 20 to 20s, and then if we have a fade route and we're on the 12-yard line, instead of going to Mike Evans, maybe we do a fade to Julio. I mean, that's a pretty tough combo. Julio for, height on one side, maybe with Gage, and then you got Godwin and Mike Evans on the other side. I mean, someone's going to be open, let alone if we get Gronk to come back in November. And then we have Cameron Brate and Kyle Rudolph. I mean, how do you really guard that? Brady's going to have enough time. It's not like our offensive line is bad. We have a top 10 offensive line. So it'll be interesting to see. And Julio could, have a couple games of 2 fade routes for touchdowns. And if you get 2 games like that, that's already 4 touchdowns right there in 2 games. So it is possible, for him to get looks specifically in the red zone. So big body Julio, I'll take that. And that's facts. Let's see here. Well, we had the Cash App through Eagles John, and I appreciate you. So we're already at 150. It's a great fucking start. Appreciate you guys very, very much. Let me see here. Nobody's scared of the fucking Saints and the Panthers and the Falcons. See, anytime you get people like this commenting, you're 20 years old and younger, you're 10 or 15. Just like to talk shit. Come on, bro. Be better. Be better, bro. Be better. Happy birthday, Noah. Absolutely. Let's go. Let's go. Toby's in the building. Said ETN going to get that chemistry with T. Law, Trevor Lawrence. I hope so. I'm really looking forward to seeing what Trevor does, and I hope the Lions and the Jags and the Jets win as many games as possible. I am really rooting for them. Heavy, going into the next 3-4 years from now. Like I said, the Lions might have to wait for Arch Manning. The Jets, obviously, Zach Wilson, and you got Trevor Lawrence. It's just about coaching and being able to be comfortable with the supporting cast. And I hope Trevor Lawrence ends up being better than we anticipate. That's big facts. Duval, Jags in the building. Toby in the building. What to do? I wouldn't mind Cole Beasley or T.Y. Well, obviously getting T.Y. to come back. Cole Beasley, you got to make sure that he gets vaxxed because there's still a lot of players like Arenado and was it Arenado and Goldschmidt that still aren't vaxxed. And Cole Beasley, I don't think he got vaxxed either. So, I mean, if they're going to be in there, practicing with the team, there's going to be certain restrictions that they're still going to have. So we got Julio. No. What do we got here? Is this what do we got here? What's the score? Oh, 2-0 with a runner on first. Come on, baby. Julio already has a homer in the first inning. What a good start. It shows you that Uncle Mo that we have right there. He is. Julio, you're the fucking man. Love you. But yeah, Cole Beasley is a good route runner. I like him a lot. And T.Y.'s old like Julio, but he can still bring leadership and presence, obviously, there in the locker room. So here's another comment from a 15-year-old. I think CD Deuce, Needy Deuce, CJ Gardner-Johnson is going to hit Kyle Rudolph. The most cheesy is going to try to hit his head off. I can't wait. Do you think anyone gives two fucks about Kyle Rudolph? Even I don't. Be better, bro. Is that all you got? When you're 10 to 15 years old, use that brain capacity. You got to come up with better comments than that. This is like the worst thing ever. This is like YouTube GM or some of those other people coming up with comments like this. Do you think anyone gives two fucks about Kyle Rudolph? Even we Buck fans don't. Come on, bro. Be better, dude. Oh, my God. Hilarious. Toby in the building. Doug Peterson said Trevor can make a big step forward this year. Well, I think everyone thinks that he can. I mean, it's Trevor Lawrence. He was a winner, in junior high. He was a winner in high school. He was a winner in college at Clemson. This is the first time that he's ever experienced losing. So once you actually get a good coach, and I'm not sure that's going to be Doug Peterson, he might be the bridge guy where they fire him, and then the next guy might be a little bit better. You just have to have patience, and you might have to wait 5 years before you end up having a nice break with the team, but hopefully there's steady progression year in and year out. And then hopefully they can, hopefully contend for a wild card spot in that division in the next 5 years. So Eagles, John, no problem with Julio on load management. Really perfect situation. Very true. Very true. Toby Duval, what to do? Let's go. Mr. Williams, Brady plus new receivers, me likey. I mean, it's going to be tough. And like I said, yeah, no one is giving any cares. I mean, Julio, Kyle Rudolph. Do you think if the Saints fans are so worried and they have to talk shit about those guys, I mean, you don't even got your priorities straight. Instead of winning games, they just want us to lose. Instead of worrying about their own team. That's the problem. That's why you guys haven't moved on from all your losses, in the last 4 or 5 years. You guys can't get over it. We're living in your head. We're living in your head rent free. Okay. All right, the Bucs are in your head rent-free, and I'm hoping we get Ryan Tannehill or maybe Gardner Minshew, and we can continue the dominance in the NFC South. But even if we don't, all I know is when it comes to playoff time, we'll be ready. You can beat us in the regular season twice, as many years in a row as you want. I could give two fucks, but when it comes to the playoffs, that's really when it matters. That's facts. Finley in the building. So now that Triple H runs the show, Raw and SmackDown might be enjoyable again. I can't wait after SummerSlam. Me too. I'm anti-NBA and anti-WWE, but I have a feeling that I'm going to be coming back to the WWE because if Triple H is running it, I do believe in him more than Vince, and hopefully it'll be much better than it was, and Vince McMahon's fingerprints all over Raw, SmackDown, and NXT. And that is big facts. Let me see here. Michael is in the building. What to do? Let's see here. Yeah, I saw that Darius Leonard wants to be going by Shaquille, his middle name. Kind of, 4 years too late if you were going to go by that, but it's okay. It's like Mike Stanton going by Giancarlo Stanton. It's just a little weird at first, but after a while, people will adjust. if he goes by Shaq Leonard or Shaquille Leonard. I think Shaq Leonard kind of sounds more catchy than Shaquille Leonard. But hey, whatever he wants to go by, he's still a beast. And he's arguably the best linebacker in football. You got Devin White there. You got Bobby Wagner, Fred Warner, Micah Parsons. Obviously, my three right now, I would go Micah, right? Devin White and Darius Leonard, a.k.a. Shaquille Leonard. That's facts. Let me see. Samuel Rojas, a healthy Julio would really step things up. But even as Bucs fans, we don't think he will be healthy. So at least we know what it's going to be. Love to be here with the best fans on the planet. I appreciate you very, very much. Cole Beasley would be a good fit for the Colts. Cole Beasley would be a good fit for any team, let's be honest. He's a good slot receiver. He's got good hands, and he's been improving, obviously year in and year out. He's a good player. He just needs to get back so that way he can work out with the rest of the guys. That's facts. Let's scroll here. Here we go. We got another hater. Falcon Productions. Tampa cheating and money laundering as usual. Another crybaby fan that's probably 20 years or younger. You guys will be fine. You got Mariota. You got Desmond Ridder. All right. You got Kyle Pitts. You got some pieces there. AJ Terrell. Your time is coming. You just have to wait for Tom Brady to retire. Stop being so sour. You're not going to be contenders this year. Neither are the Panthers. It's going to be the Saints and the Bucs. You guys will have your day. Another crying fan in the NFC South. And we could give two shits, honestly, about Kyle Rudolph or Julio. Like, we're happy that we got him, but we don't expect anything from either one. So I don't know why everyone's getting all worked up. You know what I mean? Like, we're going to find a way to create depth, and that's pretty much what we did. That's facts. Hilarious. Oh, man, I love it. Eagles John with a 50, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Let's go. Already at $150 in donos. Let's do it. Let me see here. Let's scroll down, see if there's any more haters in the building. You saw a guy deliver Chipotle in the Hey, you got to be able to eat, though. You got to be able to eat. Hybrids in the building. What to do? Ravens flock in the building. How are you doing? Philly signed Kobe Smith, who last played for your Bucs. By response, not many reps. Yeah, I think there was some rumors about guys that we were either letting go, but I haven't heard really a whole lot from him. Obviously, if that was something that broke today, I mean, that's not really on our radar too much. I don't really have any new news for you. Like I said, I can go into it later in the stream or later tonight, but don't really have too much to say about that particular situation, but hopefully it adds a little depth for you guys. So let me see here. Let's go. Eagles John, I appreciate you. All right, let's go over some stats. All right. Let's go over some stats with Julio. All right. And obviously we know with Julio, this isn't the same Julio. So he came in the league in 2011. All right. And I'll go over the stats. And now it's 2022. So, I mean, he's an old vet. He doesn't have a whole lot left in the tank. All right, but he is a Hall of Famer. My one gripe about Julio, and it's always been my gripe about Julio, is that he never got into the end zone enough. For a guy that was this size, he was always getting stuff from the 20 to the 20s. But when it came into the red zone, he wasn't really a big threat. And he didn't really get a lot of touchdowns in the seasons. Like, I expect, if you're Julio, 10 touchdowns every season if you're playing 16 or 17 games. But if you think about it, Julio only got double-digit touchdowns once in his career. Can you believe that? A guy that has talent like Megatron, has talent like Terrell Owens, has talent like Randy Moss, but he's nowhere near Randy Moss. He's nowhere near T.O., and he's nowhere near Megatron or Jerry Rice. He is good, but he can get you receptions and he can get you yards, but he doesn't get you in the end zone enough. And that was really my one gripe about him. So let's go over the stats with him real quick here. All right, so with receptions in his rookie year, 54 receptions. Here, we'll go over here so we can actually look at Julio. We'll go right here so we can look at that. Look at a few pictures of Julio doing Julio things, and obviously didn't really have a very good year with the Titans, but I still have those up as well. All right, let's go with Julio. And let's see what we got here. Okay. Where are we with Julio? There it is. All right. So in 2011, in his rookie year, 54 receptions, 959 yards, 8 tutties. That's not bad for the amount of receptions there. That's actually very, very good. 2012 started to break out, right? 79 receptions, 1,198 yards, 10 touchdowns. and that was in his second year. That's the only year he hit double-digit touchdowns. So, I mean, you could say that Julio, to a certain degree, is a little overrated, at least getting into the end zone, okay? But he did get 10 in his second year. Third year, 41 receptions, 580 yards, 2 touchdowns, and then he got hurt that year. 2014, stepped up after being injured, 104 receptions, so it's the first time he broke 100, right, in 2014, 1,593 yards, 6 tutties. I mean, for 104 receptions and almost 1,600 yards, only 6 tutties, that's a little low. You know what I mean? I get it. You got the yards and the receptions, but only 6? You know, that's a little alarming, okay? 2015, this is one of the biggest years, obviously, in NFL history. 136 receptions in 2015, which was a record, I believe, at the time. 1,871 yards, almost 1,900 yards, 8 touchdowns. Only 8? Only 8. And you had 136 receptions. You had 54 receptions and 959 yards and 8 tutties in your rookie year. And you're telling me in your 5th year, you had 136, almost 100 more, and the same amount of touchdowns with 1,000 more yards receiving. A little odd, okay? Then in 2016, 83 receptions, 1,409 yards, 6 tutties. 2017, 88 receptions, 1,444 yards, 3 tutties. Interesting. 2018, 113 receptions, 1,677 yards, 8 tutties. 2019, his last good year, 99 receptions, 1,394 yards, 6 tutties. 2020, 51 receptions, 771 yards, 3 tutties in an injured season for the Falcons. And then last year, 31 receptions, 434 yards, 1 tutty, and he was out almost the whole year. So obviously we're not going to get Julio with 99 receptions, 1,394 yards, and 6 tutties. But with Tom Brady, I think there is a chance, you know, to get 5 to 10 tutties with Julio, especially if he is going to be a fade route guy, a guy that they throw into the end zone from, you know, the 20, the 15, and the 10-yard line, and they're looking to do a fade route either to Julio on the right or a fade route to Mike Evans on the left. There could be 2 games with 2 touchdowns each, and that might almost be what he got in a full season on some of these teams. So there is a chance, you know, to get 500 to 1,000 yards with Brady, and there's a chance to get, you know, somewhere between 40 and 60 receptions and somewhere between, you know, maybe 5 to 10 tutties. I don't think that's asking too much. We're not asking him to get 15 tutties. You know what I mean? But if he ends up getting 11 tutties and breaking the record based off touchdowns with Tampa, would I be surprised? No. If he played the whole season, I wouldn't be, because Tom will be looking for him. We know he's got hands and he's got a big body. You know, we just got to see if those hamstrings can hold up. But very alarming stats for a first ballot Hall of Famer. Yards through the roof. 879 receptions. 13,330 for his career. All right. And career touchdowns, only 61. You would think that Julio would be at like 100, right? I mean, based off all those seasons and all those years. But when you have 2 really down years and you're injured in 2020 and 2021, and then he had that year in 2013 that he was banged up as well. You know, it's a little crazy, but he's still first ballot Hall of Famer. But we just want a little bit more out of Julio Jones. So I wanted to break down those stats because that's what I do. But yeah, you definitely want a little bit more, you know? Hey, appreciate you, Eagles John, and appreciate you, my dude, Mr. Williams. Let all the haters in the NFC South from the Falcons and the Saints and the Panthers come in the room. They hate it when O-Dog gets $100 donos. They hate it when O-Dog gets $50 donos. And they hate it seeing the Buccaneers get better and their team not necessarily getting worse, but you're just going to have to wait for your time. You got to wait in line, you know, and after Tom leaves and Gronk already left, and obviously we'll see what happens, you know, with the rest of the crew. We might end up being the second place team to the Saints, and we'll see what the Falcons and the Panthers do. And for all those haters for the Falcons and the Saints and the Panthers, I'm rooting for you. You know what I mean? I don't want to see those teams be bad. The Saints are going to be very competitive. Shit, if we have some injuries, the Saints can win the division. I don't care what anyone says. NFL Network thinking they're going to win 8 or 9 games. They could end up being the 3rd best team in the NFC South. Not the NFC South, but the NFC. They could be the 2nd best team in the NFC South, first best team in the NFC South, or they could end up being the third best team overall in the NFC behind the Rams and the Buccaneers. I mean, you got to compete with the Packers, and so you're going to have to win 10 to 13 games. Saints, 10 to 13, you're going to have to be there because you already got the Packers, the Saints, the Eagles. They're going to all be in that 10 to 12, 13 win category. And then you're going to also have the Niners and the Vikings and the Cardinals chasing. So we'll see where it goes, but definitely excited to see where things go. That is facts. Hybrid is in the building. What to do? Eagles, John, always supporting your boy. Appreciate you. Let me see here. Let's see what this 10-year-old has to say. Bucs ain't in our head. We already are. Because instead of talking about your own team and instead of actually having pictures of your players as your picture on YouTube usually, like this one, at least you have a Saints player. But a lot of times it's Tom Brady bleeding, something about the Buccaneers. You guys need to be able to root for your own team instead of rooting for the Buccaneers' demise. All right? Bucs ain't in our heads besides Kyle talk trash first. We were worried about our team, but when Kyle had to say something, by the way, Saints picked up Malcolm Brown from the Rams. He was a stud in 2018 Rams team. I love it when we get someone that's like 10 or 15 trying to teach me something new. And we are living in your head rent-free because you guys are getting upset over Kyle Rudolph, a guy that's not even good anymore, that made a Twitter or Instagram post. That's how triggered you guys are as a fan base, that you guys get worked up over old-ass Julio that no one even cares about, including me and Bucs fans, and you're getting worked up over old-ass Kyle Rudolph. We are living in your head rent-free. Nice try, bud. Nice try, bud. And sometimes karma is real. You know what I mean? Always having that negative, energy. There's a reason why the Saints didn't end up winning a Super Bowl when you guys had the best record in the NFL for 4 or 5 straight years. Karma is real. And with all that negativity, you know what I mean? It's like you guys got to be able to get over the referees, Roger Goodell, instead of pointing the blame at everyone else, point the blame at yourself. Point the blame at your organization. Point the blame at Sean Payton. But instead of doing that, you guys like taking the easy way out and blaming everyone else for your guys' problems instead of being, maybe it was your guys' fault. Maybe you guys just weren't as good as you thought you were. Maybe you guys choked. Maybe Jared Cook has a fumbling problem. Maybe we just punch the football out and we step up when it matters, okay? I still like the Saints, okay? You know what I mean? But you got to be better than that, bro, all right? We are living in your head rent-free, and we will as long as Tom Brady is there. That is facts. Yeah, absolutely. C-Yard in the building. Damn, I haven't seen you in a grip. $2 holla. Julio got 6 or 7 tutties a year in him for 2 years. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, these are his touchdown totals: 8, 10, 2, 6, 8, 6, 3, 8, 6, 3, 1. And in the last 2 years, he's been hurt. So, but if anyone can get him to 6 to 10 or 6 or 7, it's definitely Tom Brady. You could get 2 in the red zone in 2 games and already be at 4. So it is what it is. And don't be backpedaling now and acting like you love it when I get donos. Get out of here with that. And you don't think and hope that the Bucs succeed. Stop backpedaling. All right. Stop backpedaling like Lattimore when Mike Evans goes over the top and scores on him this year. All right. If you're gonna have a take, all right, stick with it. Don't backpedal and totally flip the script. If you're going to be negative and you're going to be a hater, be a negative and be a hater all the way through. Don't be backpedaling and trying to act like you really appreciate the Buccaneers. Get out of here with that. Come on, man. I love it when people are under 20. They are the comedy of YouTube and Twitch. That is facts. Yeah, the Gage is much better than Julio. Gage has a chance to really ball out. Gage could get 60 to 80 receptions. Gage could end up getting double-digit touchdowns. He is that good, and he's way more valuable than Julio. I totally agree. $152 in donos. C-Yard in the building. Damn, bro, I haven't seen you in a grip. Like the photo. Is that you in the photo? Where is that? Is that SeaWorld? That's fire, bro. What it do? $2 holla. Let's get it, baby. Chief. Hey, thank you so much for being in the room. And I got Shep to go get a seafood broil. Remember, I kept pressuring him to go get food. It's going to make you better. We were going to end the stream last night after 5 hours. And then, when he came in, obviously he's had a couple people pass away, a cousin in a drive-by, as well as another friend of his. I can't imagine what that felt like and how, much crying and emotion that he's been in. And one thing for me, I always have a lot of empathy and sympathy, and I always like to try to be there for my homies that are real ones for me. And so we stayed in the room for another 2 hours. I had a 7-hour stream last night. There's not a lot of people that have that kind of dedication, but I thought that it would be a good thing to have me, fucking a few others, A Guy, Chief will Chief. We had a few of us in there, Mr. Williams towards the end. Sarah was in there for a little bit. And, we talked about ancient aliens, discovery, history, National Geographic, food, and just other things pretty much beyond sports, just to be able to lift the mood. And I know that it's not going to be something he's going to be able to be okay, today, tomorrow. It's going to take time, but it felt good, for me and my mental health. And I know it was a really big thing for him. So shout out to all the people that were in the room late last night when it was 2 a.m. my time, 4 or 5 a.m. your time. And it definitely makes me feel good when I can make a difference for someone in their mental health. And not like Sports Freak, because you're not my boy. Okay, we will never be boys. But with someone like Chief will Chief and obviously Shepard Williams, you guys will be my boys for life. And obviously, if you support me, I'm going to support you to the fullest, and I'm going to take care of you. And sometimes just being able to talk it out in a tough situation definitely goes a long ways for mental health. And I told them, go get food. Food always makes things better. I mean, you can end up having a horrible day. You come in this room and you start staring at tacos, cheesy bacon fries, ribs, baby back, any type, and then you start feeling better. That's why I show food and I show water, and backgrounds, and, making sure that you feel good in those tropical paradises, because it definitely does make you feel better. And after we, do this stream for a little bit, I'll probably go off this Julio picture and do something with water. We got Julio up. So let me take a quick peek here. We'll get to the comments. And make sure that you guys recognize mental health is so, so important in our lives. And I always go over this in every stream, okay? Mental health is not something to kid around about. And if you're a guy and you have a hard time opening up to be able to really explain how you're feeling, remember, it's not easy being able to speak up and let people know how you feel, especially if you're a guy. And remember this, I say this on every stream in the beginning, middle, and end. And this really hit home because I've had depression. I've been in the gutter. I've never been suicidal, you know what I mean? But I've definitely been in a very, very dark place where I lost my job. I was in the bedroom for 3 weeks. All I did was, shower maybe every second or third day when I normally shower every day. And I ate food and I slept. And that's all I did. It was a miserable time for me. And that was just about 6 months ago. So I believe depression is legitimate. Jim Carrey said this. He said, I believe depression is legitimate, but I also believe if you don't exercise, eat nutritious food, get sunlight, get enough sleep, consume positive material, listen to music, surround yourself with great support, you're not giving yourself a fighting chance. So remember that, okay? If you want to be able to give depression and anxiety the big boot, all right, you got to be able to do those things to be able to come out on the other side like NWO. Because when you're NWO, you're NWO for life, brother. Oh, yeah. All right, we got Julio always bringing the heat. I love it. Already hit a homer in the first inning. We're up 2-0. Obviously, we didn't get anything there at that at-bat, but I think there's one more at-bat before the game is over for Julio, and maybe we can get another, another solo shot, or maybe a single, double, or a triple. I'm waiting. 2-0 Mariners. All right, let me take a quick peek to see if I can get this Dodgers feed to open up. Let's see. This Dodger feed is not working, but I will probably peek back and forth to see what is going on. Shout out to my boy Julio, looking fresh and clean. And now I got two Julios to root for. J-Rod, the best Julio, and I also got an aging Julio that, if we get anything out of him, that could be the difference between winning the NFC Championship game and not. You know what I mean? And for all the haters that thought AB was going to be horrible, look what he did for our team when we won the Super Bowl. You know what I mean? He's a guy that could really be an impact guy. And obviously, if he didn't go crazy, last year, we might have been able to beat the Rams, and we might have been able to go to the Super Bowl and win, because obviously we didn't have Godwin, and we needed that other piece besides Mike Evans on the one side, and we didn't have it. So, I don't expect a whole lot out of Julio, but you know what? I am excited to see if he can break that threshold of over 6 touchdowns, and I'm hoping that he can get 40 to 60 grabs, 500 to 1,000 yards, and I'm hoping somewhere between 5 and 10 tutties, but even 5 to 7 could be epic for us. Because if he gets 5 to 7, Gage gets 5 to 7, Godwin gets 10 to 12, Evans gets 10 to 15. I mean, we're sitting pretty. Let alone if we get Gronk to come back, a couple with Rudolph, a couple with Cameron Braid, maybe Gronk gets like 5, in limited play. And the thing is, if November comes around, Gronk could come in November 1st, and Gronk could end up getting in 2 months of games. Like you could come in November and in like, let's say 6 games, he could end up getting 5 touchdowns in 6 games, go to the playoffs and get 5 touchdowns in the playoffs. He's that one guy that, he needs to be in shape, but they can always go to him in the red zone. And we already know that's Brady's go-to guy in Gronk. So I'm still hoping that Gronk comes back. I want JPP to come back, but it doesn't sound like he's coming back, or Sue, but I like the signings. And like I said, it was rumored Julio to the Colts, the Packers, or the Bucs. I didn't think the Packers had a really a shot, you know what I mean? But they will end up getting somebody, but maybe Aaron Rodgers can make Christian Watson the new Devontae Adams. But once they start developing him, Aaron will probably be gone. I don't know how many more years Aaron Rodgers has got left, and that is big facts. Let's see here. I'm hoping so. C-Yard in the building with a $2 dono. Let's go. So you can't talk shit about the Buccaneers being 10 to 15 years old and saying how horrible we're going to be and how crappy we're going to be. And we are living in your head rent free. And then now you're going to be, I hope the Bucs succeed. Get out of here, bro. Get out of here, bro. Because you don't actually think that. You know what I mean? Don't try to backpedal. All right. Don't try to backpedal like Lattimore. Come on, bro. Be better. You know, right? If you're going to stick to the stance, you got to stick with it the whole way. Not when I call you out and then you start backpedaling and falling down. And then Mike Evans gets a touchdown on you in the end zone. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. Be better. $152 in donos. Let's get it. $2 dono. Thank you, C-Yard. Appreciate you. Chief. And this is an OG. I mean, I think that me, Chief, and Shep have so much in common, just because of the things that we like outside of sports and football. And that was a really fun last 2 hours last night. And I think you really did make a difference. A guy, Raiders fan made a difference. Chiefs Kingdom made a difference. Your boy made a difference. And everyone that was in the room, it definitely was a lot of fun. I appreciate you guys very, very much. Let me see here. You know what percentage of the fan base blames Sean Payton? 0. Because you never hear anybody blaming Sean Payton. Come on. No one blames Sean Payton. You never saw people on Saints Instagram fan pages or Twitter saying, oh, Sean Payton needs to be fired. He needs to be replaced. Or maybe he fucked up in play calling. They always rode his ass all the way to the end. And remember, Saints fans, you are the same fans that told me Jameis Winston is trash. Jameis Winston is horrible. Jameis Winston is a laughing stock in the NFL. He's garbage. He's shit. He's horrible, right? And then what happened when you guys ended up signing Jameis Winston, right? What happened then? Remind me again. What happened then? Jameis is the worst quarterback in the league. He's dog shit. He's trash. Now he's on the Saints. Oh, man, I'm going to defend his life like he's my fucking brother. I'm going to defend him to the very end. Yeah, he's great. He's way better than what he had with the Buccaneers. He's awesome. He got LASIK. He's going to lead us to a Super Bowl. Really funny how you guys like to flip the script. It's the same player, but he did get LASIK. So obviously I knew he was going to be better with you guys since I had a blind Jameis Winston. But you guys love to flip-flop like a motherfucker, talking about how horrible the guy is. And then now he's the savior. He's Joe Montana. He's Patrick Mahomes. There's a little news brief. Guess what? Breaking news. He's not. All right. But I do like him on your team. Okay. And he can lead you guys to a playoff berth. You guys can win a playoff game. Shit, you guys could even make an NFC championship game, but you guys are the most flip-floppy, fucking fan base on planet Earth. That's facts. I keep the receipts, all right? And I'm very, in with the Saints fans. And that's why I have more Saints fans on this channel, because I give them the love and the respect, and I'll be able to call it how I see it. You know what I mean? But the one thing about certain Saints fans is they can't admit when they're wrong. They can't admit we're living in their head rent-free. They always have to make excuses on why they lost. It was always Roger Goodell. It's always conspiracy theories, referees, and you do have a point against the Rams, but what about those 2 games against the Vikings? The Minneapolis Miracle shouldn't have ever been that close. You should have won that game, and Diggs torched you. And then you had the Kyle Rudolph push-off, which he illegally pushed off, right? But you should have never been that close. That's facts. And I do like the Saints. AK-41 is my favorite running back in the league. I would take Michael Thomas on my team. All right. I would take Jarvis Landry. I would take Chris Olave. I would take Ryan Ramczyk. I would take Demario Davis, a.k.a. the Glue, Cameron Jordan, Lattimore. You got Honey Badger now, okay? You guys have a good football team, but it's like maybe not the most mature fan base, okay? We have a lot of immature fan bases across, the globe. Obviously, fans everywhere. Some fans are great. Some fans are douche canoes. All right. That's just how it goes. A lot of people like to hate on the Cowboys and the Patriots. All right. But you're going to have horrible fans of every fan base that are just immature as hell. You know what I mean? But, you guys are definitely flip-floppy a lot. But with all that being said and all the Saints fans, Panthers fans, and Falcons fans talking shit to me, I do hope that you guys do well. And I always will back the Saints because I don't need to be a hater like them towards me. I can admit when they have good players. I can admit that they are a good football team. I can admit that I think that they are going to be a little bit better than what the media is projecting them to be, which is like 8 or 9 wins. So pretty much they improved the team 1,000-fold like the Eagles, but you're going to win one less game or have the same record as last year. I don't know what the media is looking at, but obviously the media might be a hater to the Saints, but I'm not. And that's why I have more Saints fans on this channel than a lot of people have on their own channels. And that's big facts. Let's scroll down and see what we got here. Chief will Chief in the building, always representing. Appreciate you. You got to look up Julio red zone and third down stats at the end of the year. He makes big catches. True. But obviously, isn't it kind of surprising that Julio only had double-digit touchdowns once in his career? You know what I mean? 8, 10, 2, 6, 8, 6, 3, 8, 6, 3, and 1. And then the year he had 2 in 2013, he was hurt. And then the last 2 years, he was hurt with 3 and 1. So he's played 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 season. This is going to be his 12th season. All right. In 11 season, he had 3 injured seasons and then 8 decent ones. But my gripe about Julio always was not enough touchdowns and not enough, big plays. You know what I'm saying? Like he could have long of 80, 81, 79, 70, 75. But then after 2016, he wasn't able to do that anymore. Then it went from a 75 is as long in 2016, right? Then 53, 58, 54, 44, and 51. So he can still score a 40 or 50-yard bomb, but he doesn't really have that breakaway speed anymore to run for a 70, 80, or 90-yard catch for, obviously the distance. But we'll see where it goes. Like I said, I don't have any expectations for Kyle Rudolph and Julio. It's just about getting older guys for depth, and we'll see what happens. But do I like the signing? Yes, because it's cheap. It's for 1 year. And then if, Gage gets hurt, Godwin gets hurt, Evans gets hurt, then at least we have more guys to be able to throw into the lineup. But I don't really expect a whole lot. And I still think he's got spaghetti strings for hamstrings. He's going to get hurt. He'll probably only play 8 games. And if that's the case, I hope he plays the last 8 games. You know what I mean? Instead of playing the first 8 and getting injured. So hopefully they, limit his snaps and he doesn't have to be out there all the time. But at this point, he's wide receiver number 4, not wide receiver number 1. Okay. He's the 4th, in the depth chart. You got Mike Evans 1, Godwin 2, Russell Gage 3, Julio 4. And then you got Tyler Johnson 5 and Darden. And you still got guys like Scotty Miller that we're not even talking about. So little scoot. True. Holly Hundo in the building. How are you? Yeah, stream ended up going extra long after you left and a few of the other people left. After, we heard that Shep lost his cousin to a drive-by as well as one of his friends. I ended up streaming 7 hours last night. I was going to end it at 5 hours. He came in the room. He was not in a good place mentally, and I knew he needed to talk. So we had a few of us in the room, under 10 people in the room, and we ended up just talking about life, Discovery, history, National Geographic, other things other than sports that we enjoy and we like. And it was actually one of the best 2 hours that I've had in the stream in a while. It's always nice when you can, have that empathy and sympathy. And I could just tell that he needed it. You know what I mean? He was at a park, drinking by himself in Atlanta at night at like 3, 4, 5 in the morning. And I didn't feel that he was going to hurt himself or do anything bad. But, sometimes when you're really emotional like that, it's good to have friends that aren't just fans. They turn from fans to friends, and we turn into family, and that's why we are Fanatic Fam. And Chief was in there, and I think we really did some good last night. It made me feel really, really happy on what we did, and I encouraged him to go get food because, as you guys know, food makes things better, okay? And I said, you know what? You need to make sure you get food. And I was like, you got to send me a picture. I'm going to hold you accountable. And I talked to him this afternoon. He still didn't get the food. And then about, 2 hours ago, he sent me a picture, and I'm going to bring it up on the screen. And I'm really happy that he did this. because sometimes you just need food, to make things a little bit better in your life. He loves seafood as much as I do. Okay. There's certain people out there, that live in the Midwest or the East Coast or the West Coast. All right. And I love seafood to the fullest. Like I can eat burgers, I can eat tacos, I can eat, I can eat the fries. We can go here, I can eat this all day, every day. I can eat this. I can have ribs. I can do all that, right? But sometimes, being able to, have some seafood is good for the soul. It's good for the soul. And this is what Shep ended up having today. And I know that he's in a much better mood than he was. Obviously, things aren't going to be okay for a while. All right. It's not going to be okay for a while, but, day by day. And if I can be that difference, in his life to bring a little smile instead of him being sad or depressed, I mean, I take a lot of pride in that. And that's why we have the best fans here. And this is a seafood broil that he ended up having today. Dude, shout out, bro. Look at that. You got the little crab legs. All right. You got all kinds of seafood in there. Usually you'll have lobster tail, crab legs, shrimp. That looks delicious. I know it's not going to be for everyone. Some people don't like sushi. Some people don't like seafood. Some people don't like pizza or burgers. I get it. But, he kept true to his promise. And I knew that if I, because I told him, if you end up having good views, with the water makes me happy. Lakes, rivers, the ocean here in Oregon, Pacific Ocean makes me happy. Food makes me happy. And I know that he's in a better mind state than he was last night. Shout out to my boy. I love you. I will always appreciate you. And like I said, I'm going to do whatever it takes to be able to get him back mentally, hopefully to back where he was prior to the things that happened. So definitely a tough time. Let me see here. Let's go. Holly Hundo in the building. What to do? Chief, what to do? Yeah, we all like Holly. Absolutely. And then Holly, you obviously saw the flooding that Sarah had in St. Louis. That's pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. Everyone likes Holly. Chief in the building. How are you? Absolutely. It's okay, man. You know what I mean? You already proved that, you want to, stir things up. And then I called you out, and now you're backpedaling like Lattimore. You tripped and fell down. Your cleats fell off. Mike Evans over the top, touchdown, Buccaneers. So it's all good, man. I wouldn't need your donations anyway. I would rather have you keep your donations and spread them around to maybe some of the Saints, Instagram fan pages, because we know that those aren't toxic at all. You know what I mean? So don't even worry about it. If you ended up sending me a donation, guess what? I would send it right back to you. I don't need your donations, brother. All right. If you're going to have a take, stick with it. Either be a hater or you're not, but you can't be a hater and then flip the script after you get called out. All right. So I don't need your donations. You can keep your donations to yourself, and, you can donate to yourself, donate to some Saints, Instagram fan page, but I wouldn't need it here. Okay. that's just the truth, boy. Chief in the building. What to do? All right. Yes, absolutely. It was fun. It was a fun stream last night, besides just the craziness that happened. Anyone that has something serious like that happens, if they lose family members or friends, it's got to be the toughest thing in the world. I've had a few that have passed to suicide in the last 6 years, which has been a little tough, but you just have to be able to appreciate every single day. And that's why I check up on my friends as often as I do, because I don't expect anyone to check up on me. It's not their role. But if I can check up and say, how are you? And that can be the difference between someone hurting themselves, ending their life, or doing something stupid. I definitely am going to be able to be that guy. And I don't have a problem of being that mental health advocate and, being that friend that sometimes people need to lean on. That's facts. Chief, Julio needs to be healthy for the playoffs, and Bucs might be in the Super Bowl, right? Because if you think about it, if the Rams and the Bengals, right, are the two teams that made the Super Bowl last year, and for whatever reason, injuries hit them, just like the Chiefs and the Buccaneers in the previous 2 years, who's up next? Buccaneers in the NFC, and it's debatable on who's up next in the AFC. Broncos, Chiefs, Chargers, right? Those would probably be the most logical three to say that they are next man up as the second best team beyond the Buffalo Bills. Is it the Chiefs? Could be. Is it the Bengals? Could be. But obviously, if Burrow, he had the little surgery today. But if the Bengals are out of the equation and the Rams are out of the equation, next up has to be Buccaneers in the NFC And then obviously AFC, if it's not the Bills, I think it's going to be the Broncos. If it's not the Broncos, then maybe the Chargers. And if not the Chargers, maybe the Chiefs. But I would assume it's an AFC West team that has the best chance to make the Super Bowl besides the Buffalo Bills or the Cincinnati Bengals. But like I said, if you go to the Super Bowl one year, it says that you're not going the next year. I mean, you could still be a top 6 team in the NFL, Rams and Bengals, but that doesn't mean that injuries won't hit you at the worst possible time like it did with Mitchell Schwartz and Eric Fisher and with AB, idiot, right, for me last year. But what hurt even worse between Godwin and AB is Tristan Wirfs and Ryan Jensen. So if we would have had our right tackle and center, I think we would have won, even with Aaron Donald and everything that they had going on. I mean, shit, we were down 27-3. Cam Akers fumbled. We had Uncle Mo, and we got it to 27-27. How many teams down 27-3 or even 28-3 in the Super Bowl could come back? Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, and maybe like Joe Montana. I mean, there's not a lot of guys that probably could come back from a score like that. And in all reality, probably only Peyton Manning and Tom Brady. You know what I mean? I'm not even sure if Joe Montana could come back from that. And he won 4 Super Bowls in the 80s. I mean, I definitely think Joe could. But, I mean, if we're talking more recent quarterbacks, Peyton Manning and obviously Tom Brady can do it. And Peyton did it against my Buccaneers year after the Super Bowl. You know, when we were up like 35-0 and they came back and got to overtime and won. So anything's possible with Peyton Manning and Tom Brady. That's facts. Yeah, I don't know if it's going to happen, but we'll see. Big $100 donation at the very, very beginning of the stream. So you got to be able to shout out 30 seconds into the stream. We get this. That's GOAT level right there. And I appreciate you very, very much. And then after that happened, all right, someone else wanted to get into the party as well. And then we ended up getting another $50 donation from my boy Eagles John, which is huge. So thank you so much for being generous and grinding it out for your boy. I appreciate you very, very much. $100 dono to get it started. Then a little bit later into the stream, Eagles John doing Eagles John things. Thank you so much, brother. $100 donation, $50 donation. And then we even got C-Yard in the building, which we haven't seen in a while, with a nice $2 donation. Shout out to you 3 representing the brand very, very much. Okay, let's go. Appreciate you. Yes, and I do think third down stats and obviously big catches in the red zone will be very critical. And like I said, think about that. One-on-one, right, with no doubles. If you have Godwin in the slot and Gage in the slot, right? And then you have on the outside, Gage on the right-hand side with Julio, and then you have Godwin on the left side with Evans, and they run 2 fade routes and 2 slant routes in the inside. How are you going to stop that? And on top of having Gronk, Cameron Brate, and maybe Kyle Rudolph. Like, honestly, like, there's just too many weapons. So, I mean, not all of them are going to stay healthy the whole year, but I definitely like what I see. Holly Hundo is in the building. Yeah, we definitely know it's a fanboy. Yeah, for sure. Anytime someone's 10-15 trying to talk shit to me, yeah, we already know how that goes. That's facts. And then they, say they want to donate, and I don't want your money. Okay, I would send it right back to you if you donated to me, and I'm being 100% serious. Okay, I don't need donos from the haters. Okay, don't need them. You need the money more than I do. Okay, that's facts. Yeah, how is it down there, Sarah? I saw the flooding. Cars were underwater or halfway underwater. Is it still raining there? How are things going down there? I know they probably have a few things that to donate to some of the victims and whatnot. Depending on what's happening there, maybe we can even do something here on the channel. I'm not sure if they have a .org or something that they have with the Blue Cross. They have something medical-wise down there. But if you know there's any type of donation stuff, maybe maybe in the next couple days, we can try to have some of the donation money go towards some of the families that lost their home, lost their car. Obviously, I'm one of those people that if we have a good cause, saving my friend's dog, and obviously we can do something with pets and the Humane Society, saving animals, adoption. And then you told me also there was a pound or some type of pet facility that had like 10 puppies drown, obviously with the flooding. That's like the most horrible news. That shit makes me cry. Like I hate hearing about animals dying and not being able to get those animals out. And obviously some people watched the news last night, some did not. And when the rain hit, I mean it came heavy. And we're talking about some of the most rain that they've ever seen in their history. Like I saw some of the information that Sarah hit me with, and let me see if I can see it on here as we got Julio in the background, but it's kind of crazy. We're getting a heat wave here in Oregon and Washington, but prayers up for everyone out there. And I know Sarah sent it to me. Let me pull it up here because we obviously share a lot of football information here. Let's see. All right, here we go. So this is in St. Louis news. So historic St. Louis rainfall on July 25th and 26th, July 2022, 9.04 inches. Beat 24-hour rainfall on record. The record was 7.02 in August 19 and 20th. 1915. Jesus. 7.68 inches in just 6 hours. This is less than 1 in 1,000 chance of occurring in a given year. 25%. We received about 25% of our normal yearly rainfall in 12 hours. So they literally got a quarter of their yearly rainfall in 12 hours. No wonder there's flooding. 7.31 inches. This is the normal amount of rain for July, August combined, and they got that in 6 hours. So there is a lot of families in need. So maybe at some point, with some of the donations we get today, tomorrow, throughout this week, maybe I can kick some of that donations. I mean, obviously, if I get super chat, that's not going to come to me until next month, and then YouTube takes a percentage. But with the Cash App donations that we get, maybe there's a portion of those donations that I get after I get my bills paid. Maybe I can end up shooting some money to some families, or if Sarah needs some help, or if she, has a, maybe that pet facility, maybe we can donate money there to get them back on their feet. Obviously, with them losing some animals and having some probably issues there, I would love to be able to help, maybe that pet facility. I mean, I know that building is probably ruined now, but after this flooding, obviously seeds down a little bit and we can, see what happens. Maybe we can help, some of those, businesses out there get back on their feet, or some of those families. I'm definitely willing to do that. So that's facts. Let's see here. Scroll down and see what else we got going on. Hope everyone is doing great. 2-0 Mariners. Julio Jones to the Buccaneers and Julio Rodriguez back for the Mariners. So we're up 2-0, and Julio hit a home run in the first inning on his first game back after 3 games being out with a sore wrist. So definitely a good thing. Yeah, if there is any charities to support, please, feel free to share. Me and Holly are definitely 2 of those type of people that don't have any problem if we do have the extra funds that we can definitely help people in need. Obviously, some people will never do anything like this, but, we're not selfish in this room. We definitely are selfless, and we can make a little bit of a dent and help, maybe like a pound or a veterinary clinic out there. Obviously, like the one that lost the 10 puppies or the 10 dogs, that breaks my heart. So, Sarah, if you can do, some of those, put those in the Discord and let me know. And then maybe we can send off a percentage of the donos that we get between now and maybe the weekend. And like I said, I'm getting closer and closer with some of my tax stuff. I made another $100 payment today. So I still think I owe 4 now. It was at like 7. So I'm just slowly, every week I'm doing like 100, based off like stuff I get on Cash App, and just trying to get that out of the way so that they don't harass me. And then once I get that done, then I really don't have anything else that I need to really focus on. And then we can, obviously help these people in need. But if there's any charities that anyone knows about, post those in the Discord, please. And then, like I said, maybe we can figure out and put our heads together between me, Holly, and Sarah, and we can figure out which one we want to maybe donate to. And then we can do a portion of the donations that get sent to me in Cash App. We can send that, or Sarah and Holly can do it on their own. Or if they do donate, I can do some of mine as their obviously as a donation as well. So let me know, because I definitely like helping people in need if I can. And it's not like I'm rich like Grossi. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not getting, support like Grossi. I'm not getting donos like Grossi. But even if it's just a little bit that, I can help, I'm willing to do that. You know what I mean? It's like some people are out there right now without a house, without clothes, without a car. You know what I mean? So you got to be grateful for your blessings and what you have. So I'm definitely always willing to help. Oh, wow. Had to use the shovel. So so with your dad and your mom and the house there and everything that's got going on, did it flood at all at the house or no? Were you guys prepared? Did you guys have sandbags? Did you? I mean, I don't know what your elevation is, but it wasn't too far from you. What did you say, like 10 blocks away? Because on one side of the highway there was nothing, and then the other side there was nowhere for the water to go. I watched a couple videos today. JT in the building. What to do? How are you, bro? Thank you, dude. And like I said, I'm not expecting a whole lot, but to be able to get someone on the cheap, it's exciting. Depth. We don't have AB. You know what I mean? So we just need to make sure that we got Mike Evans and we got Godwin. And if they get hurt, now we got two Falcons, that formerly played for Atlanta, Russell Gage and Julio. And we already know Julio has been injury prone the last 2 years. His hamstrings are spaghetti strings. And I said that before, and I'll say it again. It's not going to change. But if anyone can get, Julio back to being Julio from 2019, it is Tom Brady. So I am thinking he is going to have a better year than he had in the last 2 years, but it's all about being on the field. That's going to help. But now if you look at the lineup, Brady, Evans, Godwin, Julio, Fournette. But Julio's our fourth string. He's actually behind Russell Gage. Gage will be the slot, but when we run four wide, we'll run Julio. And we still got Tyler Johnson, who was one of the best Big Ten receivers for Minnesota a couple years ago, and Darden on special teams. So, and Scotty Miller. So, I mean, we still got, some pieces, but, I'm not going to overreact and think, oh my God, we're automatically going to the Super Bowl. It looks good for us. I know Grossi's mad. Every time the Packers want someone, the Buccaneers get them. I know he's salty. A lot of, Packer fans are salty. Falcons fans are salty. Panthers fans are salty. Saints fans are salty. A lot of, but it's like, come on. It's Julio and Kyle Rudolph. I mean, don't have these guys live rent-free in your head, like some of the Saints fan base. Like, no one gives a shit about Julio or Kyle Rudolph. I mean, we hope that they can be productive, but chances are they're not going to probably have that great of seasons, and they'll probably get hurt. Now, if they don't, that could be the difference between us making the NFC Championship game or not, or winning the Super Bowl and having that depth, especially – if Kyle Rudolph can stay healthy with Brate and Gronk doesn't come back, then it gives us a solid 2 because O.J. Howard is no longer with us, right? And obviously, if Julio's there with Russell Gage, if something happens to Godwin or Mike Evans, that's going to hurt us tremendously. But if you have 4 wide receivers rather than 1, like, obviously last year when we went all the way down to just Mike Evans and then they were doubling Gronk. And when we tried throwing to Darden and Tyler Johnson, it was just too big of a moment for them and they couldn't step up. Sometimes you need that other guy. We needed AB to replace Godwin, and we needed Tristan Wirfs and Ryan Jensen healthy. We didn't have those 3, and we lost the game. Bottom line. The Rams were the better team, and they won. So it is what it is. And that's facts. But I appreciate you very, very much. Yeah, did you hear the news, JT? So the St. Louis got record flooding. Obviously, last night, there was a couple people that died, a lot of animals that died, a lot of cars underwater. I mean, it was just crazy. So, I just got this here from Sarah in the morning. Historic St. Louis rainfall, 9.04 inches in 24 hours. That's a record. And previous record was 7 in 1915. And they got 7.68 inches in 6 hours. That's crazy. 25% of the rainfall of what they got. Obviously, they got, 9, right? So that's about 25% of their yearly, and they got it in 12 hours. So a lot of businesses and a lot of people are struggling right now. So definitely want to see if I can do something to be able to help out with some of these people. That's facts. And like I said, if I can do something for animal rescue, I want to be able to do that because if I can do it for mental health and animal rescue, obviously like when we do like St. Jude's and cancer stuff, we'll do that during the NFL season. But primarily I want to focus on animals being abandoned, animal shelter stuff, pet adoption, being able to take care of pets in a positive way, help neglected animals. I definitely want to do that. For abused dogs and cats in Missouri. She sent a link there. So that sounds like something that I definitely could do. Or mental health and dogs and cats and pets. Those are going to be my priority on this channel, and they will be forever. That's facts. But prayers up to everyone in St. Louis. Yeah, crazy. That must have been, and especially if you weren't prepared for it. Seeing your car, float away. And imagine if you don't have insurance. I mean, most people do. But imagine having like no insurance. And then, okay, bye, there goes your car. Even if it's a used car, that's your lifeline, So that's crazy. Davi, 84. Are the Bucs winning week 1? Who knows? Who knows if we're going to win week 1 or not, honestly. With the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, you can win in the regular season, when we played teams like the Saints. You can end up losing both times in the regular season. They own us. I mean, how many Tampa Bay Buccaneer fans, are going to actually admit to something like that? I will, because it's facts. They definitely own us, right? But the difference is when it comes to the playoffs, right? We are very confident in what we're going to be able to do, obviously in the playoffs. So, preseason is one thing, but I mean, if we're going to be going against the Cowboys week 1, yeah, we're definitely going to win that game. Week 2 against the Saints on the road, we'll probably lose. Packers at home, we're going to win. Chiefs at home could go either way. You know what I mean? So, I mean, I don't really know where things are going to go with the Buccaneers, but as far as week 1 against the Cowboys, I'm very confident that we're going to win that game. But if I had to put money on if we're going to beat the Saints in New Orleans in the Dome, there's a chance that we lose. They play very good, regardless of who their quarterback is. I hope we win, but it wouldn't surprise me if we split or if we lose both games to the Saints in the regular season. If we win both games, I would be shocked because the Saints are very good. I mean, some of the fans might be questionable. A lot of them can't get over the past, but I will give them the credit that they deserve. I think they could be the third best team in the NFC. I think it's going to be Rams, Buccaneers, and then it could either be Saints, Packers, Eagles, right? And then after them, you'll have the Niners and the Vikings and the Cardinals, but it's really going to be a 3-team race for third place, and they're going to be at 10 to 13 wins. Who is it going to be? Saints, Eagles, Packers. The only team that's not going to win the division more than likely will be the Saints, but they could still get into the wild card. But we already know, for me, the Eagles are going to win the division. The Packers more than likely will win, but the Vikings are coming. The Saints are coming. So I'm interested to see where things go. The weakest team out of all the teams is probably the Cardinals, because I think the Vikings will even be better than them. So the Cardinals will be like that last team coming in, even though most people will think the Vikings will be the worst one. But who's to say that the Vikings don't win the division within the first 3 years? Like I said, they got a brand new coach and Kevin O'Connell. He was a Rams OC, and he's like the next Kyle Shanahan, Sean McVay type of coach. So you don't have Zimmer there anymore. So don't be surprised if the Vikings take a big leap, as well as the Broncos with Nathaniel Hackett going from the Packers going to the Broncos and Russ. So, Derek in the building. I think it's disrespectful they have us going 9-8 when we did that last year. 100%. See, that's one thing I can agree with the Saints fans. The media doesn't like you guys. Okay. Saints fans can come in here and talk shit to me. Okay. So can the Falcons fans or the Panther fans. But I do wish that those teams do good, because I do cover all 32 teams, and I do hope for success. I want the NFC South to be a good division, not a garbage division with like one good team or two. Right. And I do 100% agree. I think that, if you went 9-8 last year and Jameis got hurt, you would have went to the playoffs last year. If you would have played the Bucs, you could have beat us. You know what I mean? That's just facts. You know what I mean? We have problems with the Rams and Saints. It's just, that's bottom line facts. Okay. You got Chris Olave from Ohio State, a healthy Michael Thomas, hopefully. Okay. Jarvis Landry. We already know that should be pretty good, for us as well. Right. So, you got these pieces there, let alone Ryan Ramczyk, but AK-41, Alvin Kamara might be suspended for 6 games. So that might be the reason why people think you're going to win 8 or 9 games, because those extra couple wins would have been there if AK was playing. But if he's out 6 games and you guys go 3-3 or 2-4, you know what I mean? Then obviously it's going to be an uphill battle. I don't know how good of a record you guys could have without AK-41, Alvin Kamara. Maybe best record in 6 games is 4-2, but it all depends on your schedule and if you can get off to a fast start, which I think you guys can. But to have those improvements and to get Honey Badger, right? And obviously you got Marcus May from the Jets at safety also. Still got Demario Davis, a.k.a. the Glue. I gave him that nickname because what? Demario Davis holds everything together, okay? You still got Cameron Jordan, Hall of Famer. You still got Lattimore, top 10 corner. They're a great team, but the Saints fans can't give me credit, but I'll give you guys credit, because no one else will. And I do think you guys can win 10 to 13 games this year. And, for them to be hating on you guys is kind of ridiculous. They just hate you guys, the media. You know what I mean? But that's why, Saints fans love me, because even though we're rivals, I keep it real. And there's not a lot of people out there on YouTube or Twitch or TV or podcasts that honestly, genuinely keep it real, that don't have bias and just like they look at the team and then I approach that team if it was my own. And then I give you the evaluation. I don't do it just based on, the Saints, they're my rival. Fuck them. They're going to win 4 games and they're idiots. It's like a lot of people just love to talk shit and say shit that's not true and be disrespectful. And I 100% agree. I do think that the Saints are going to, do better than 9-8 for sure. Davi, obviously Cowboys fan. Bucs are winning week 1. You guys deserve to beat us week 1 last year. That's 100% true. But you guys don't have Amari Cooper. Our team is better. And like I said, you guys will still be in the hunt with Washington and the Philly for the NFC East crown. But I think you guys might take a step back. Eagles should win the division, and you will be probably battling for second place with Washington. I do love Dak, though. I mean, I've always been a big Dak guy, and I do like Micah Parsons. Those are my 2 favorite players on your team, besides obviously the coordinator and Dan Quinn. Don't like McCarthy, and I don't like Kellen Moore anymore. So, of course they do. And a lot of the times the haters are 10 to 15 years old. You know what I mean? Then I'll call them out, and then they flip the script. So, it's fine. It happens all the time. Jameson Meza. Okay. Have fun dealing with Julio Jones and his noodle hamstrings. I will. He didn't do anything for you guys last year. And like I said, I'll keep it the same way. You know what? He's got noodle hamstrings, spaghetti strings for hamstrings. The chances of him completing a season is probably 0%. Like, I really don't think he'll be able to complete a full season. I'm shooting for 8 games. Anything above 8 is as a bonus. You know what I mean? I don't really know what we're going to get. Hopefully somewhere between 30 and 60 receptions, 500 to 1,000 yards, and 5 to 10 touchdowns. But, if we get anything above 8 games, that could be the difference between us making the NFC Championship game and not, and maybe winning the NFC Championship game and not, and even being a decoy with just that big body. So I'll take that. And I know you're a little disgruntled, with some of the things that have happened with A.J. Brown and now Julio not panning out. But Ryan Tannehill and Tom Brady are 2 different beasts, and I think we're in a better position to go to the Super Bowl and win than the Titans this year. Can the Titans win the division? Yes. Will they win the division? We'll see. I think the Colts are the better team, but we'll find out since you guys are going to have a little drama in the locker room with Malik Willis and Tannehill and who ends up, being the starter. And when they bench Tannehill, is there going to be some drama in the locker room? And then you also don't have A.J. Brown anymore, and you have Treylon Burks. So it's going to be a new era. So it might take a year to kind of get settled in, and you might end up winning 8 or 9 games and miss the playoffs, or maybe you end up overachieving and winning 10. Maybe Malik stays on the bench the whole year. Tannehill gets him to 10 wins or 11. You never know, because every time we discredit the Titans, they get like first place in the AFC. You know what I mean? But losing A.J. Brown is going to be a loss, but you do have a guy that's almost a mirror clone based off what we see on film and paper and Treylon Burks, and Malik is the future. So we'll see what happens there. And I hope Ryan Tannehill is a Buck next year, unless Tom Brady comes back. I mean, if we win the Super Bowl and he retires, fine, and we can go out on top, number 1. But if we don't win the Super Bowl and Tom retires or goes to the Niners or the Dolphins or goes to the booth, I'm really hoping for Ryan Tannehill on my Buccaneers. That is my number 1 choice to replace Tom Brady. That and Gardner Minshew. I like those guys a lot. And I think that they could definitely not be a Super Bowl contender if we have Ryan Tannehill or Gardner Minshew, but we could at least be a playoff-worthy team. Back. Gone! Cal Raleigh, 3-1 Mariners. Let's go. I got Julio back. I got the other Julio to sign. And we got Cal with a fucking dinger. Let's go. Julio makes such a difference for our team. And I'm not talking Julio Jones. I'm talking Julio Rodriguez, J-Rod, and Cal Raleigh. Let's go, baby. 3-1 Mariners. Let's go. Yeah. So he had his cousin die in a drive-by, and then he had another friend die. I don't know if it was OD or drugs or what happened. And like I said, I was about to end the stream, and I was like, you know what? He needs this. You know what I mean? I could just tell he was at the park drinking by himself. And, it's like whenever I hear someone that's doing something like that, I don't want to think the worst, that they're going to hurt themselves or hurt someone else. And I could just kind of tell that, hey, maybe, I'll stay online for a couple more hours. And me and Chief and A Guy were in the building. Mr. Williams came in a little late, but we had about 5 to 10 people in the room at like, it was like 1, 2 in the morning here. So it was like 4 or 5 a.m. everywhere else, but I felt good doing it, and sometimes you need someone to be self-aware that, I could have just ended the stream, but that wouldn't have been good for him mentally. He's already been crying and not in a good mood, and he hasn't been in the streams for a little bit. He was in Oregon and he didn't even hit me up. He was going to be in Oregon for like 2 weeks, but he's just been so, built up with emotion that, he didn't even hit me up because he wasn't in the right mind state. And I totally get it. He went home, and he should have went home and, been with family members and whatnot. So sometimes people, think about themselves only. And it's really nice when you can get people that think of others. And a lot of us in this room think about others. And it felt good. It made me feel so happy to be in here. And we talked about History Channel, Discovery, National Geographic, Ancient Aliens, spy technology with bees and birds and stuff that they're using now. Well, just using a lot of those crazy shows that we watch on History, Discovery, and National Geographic. And we ended up finding out that me, Shepard Williams and Chief actually have like a lot in common besides football. All right, now we got Julio up. Come on, Julio. 3-1. Oh, he went for the heater right there. Julio was going for the heater right there. Awesome to have you back, my boy. J-Rod. 275 average. Let's get it up to 300. 17 home runs, only 13 more for 30. 53 ribbies, RBIs, runs batted in. And I know he can get to 30 and 30 because he's already over 20 stolen bases for the year. Ooh, a big swing and a miss again. Come on, Julio. 1 for 3, solo home run in the first. And his impact in the outfield, in the dugout, and in the batter's box is unmatched. I have never seen the vibe that he has besides this guy right here. You know what I mean? Like, you have certain people when they're on the team, you have that belief, that anything is possible. And he went around and he struck out. Damn it. Boo. He checked swing, but I think he went too far. Damn it. It's all right, but at least he hit a homer for us. The Phenom has arrived, baby. So happy to have him back. And I was telling Jake, besides the Julio news, if the Mariners were on, I would cover the Mariner game. If not, I would do the Dodgers. So let me take a quick peek at the Dodgers score. I haven't actually looked at it in a little bit. So 3-1 Mariners, bottom of the 7th. Runner on first, Dylan Moore in the batter's box. It's 101 degrees here today in Oregon. So it's a very, very hot here. Let me take a quick peek. (3-1 Mariners. Come on. Oh, it's Ty France. Sorry, not Dylan. What's the score? Dodgers 3, Nationals 2. Let me see what happened with the Dodger game. Let's take a quick peek to see what's going on with the Dodgers. Betts homered, Bellinger homered, and I put up Bellinger because I had an ESP right there. Okay, there we go. And Freeman hit a sacrifice fly. There we go. The 2 best players besides Freddie getting dingers. I love it. The little Freddie action. Let's go. And give me a second here. I want to show some proper love. This was one of my favorite flex running backs. Every time I played fantasy football, I would always try to get this guy late in my drafts. You know what I mean? Just to have that awesome flex running back. You could be RB1, RB2, but you want to make sure you have a solid running back in the flex or having a backup to your RB1, RB2. And I always would pick this guy. And he announced his retirement today. And obviously Megan from Australia is very familiar with them. I always enjoyed his game. He's the best running back that they've had since beast mode. Obviously with the injury to his neck, is forcing him to retire. He wasn't able to pass, obviously, the medical exams to have him come back. Very sad about that, but he did have a fun career. Let's show a little bit of love for my boy, Chris Carson. All right. That was weird. Like every once in a while, there's some weird stuff. I'm hardwired into this system, but then sometimes the screen will go black. Like I don't know why it does that. It might be something with the streaming platform. But shout out to obviously Chris Carson. And even though that we're not going to be able to see him play football anymore, he had a good career, and hopefully he can find something to be able to focus on after football. So obviously we know about the Julio Jones news. And Joe Burrow having an appendectomy. Obviously, that was the other big news as well. But I wanted to show, a nice Chris Carson photo there. And then I got another one for Joe Burrow. So let me pull that up as well. And it's crazy, too, because the ticker will still move, but sometimes the screen will go black. It's done it twice now this week. I don't know why it's doing that, but I'll have to maybe reach out to them and see why it's doing that. But one sec, let me get a nice Joe Burrow photo as well, because he's been in the news today.
Joe Scotland, both those guys played in the Negro Leagues. Turkey Stearns, also a Negro League player. Greg Holland was on the Rangers.
That's some really cool LSU ones, but I want to do a Bengal one.
Jonathan India and Ty France, by the way, both had 3 hits yesterday. Guys, I think we can keep this going.
All right, here we go.
Next up, the all-capital teams.
Chris Carson, I always loved using him in the flex. It'd always give me that third running back, and I could always count on him to get 15 to 20 carries, over 10 points almost every game. And obviously, they had DK and they had obviously Tyler get to the door and lock it. But the injuries, tough, That's why they ended up drafting, Michigan State Kenneth Walker. So I'm hoping, and I don't know what we're going to get out of Penny this year. That was kind of like a scratch the head kind of pick, but you never know. If a guy gets 20 carries a game, they might end up, having a little bit better of a running game than we think. But I need to see that O-line, step up. And obviously with no Russ there, it's going to be a kind of a work in progress. But shout out to Chris Carson and everything that obviously he brought to the 12th man and the 12th woman, Carson. And let's get a little Burrow action up here. He's having the appendectomy. So he'll be okay. And he'll be ready for the regular season. But that's another type of thing that, you didn't really think about, of any of these guys, Rams players getting hurt, Bengals players getting hurt. And, this isn't going to be season ending, thank God. But, sometimes things will pop up or they've been lingering and they just haven't, known about it. So Joe Burrow, appendectomy, he'll be okay. And Carson is going to have to retire, obviously, due to the neck injury and not being able to pass the physicals. And obviously the big news, today, Julio Jones. My boy joining the Buccaneers. It was between the Colts, the Buccaneers, and the Packers. I never thought the Packers had a shot. I really thought it was going to be either Colts or Bucs, and he wants to try to chase the ring, and I don't blame him. So I'm happy that he decided to choose us, and hopefully he can stay healthy longer than 8 games. That's facts. I love Joe very, very much. Joe Burrow and Joe Montana. I mean, if I was an offensive guy, I would be a Niner fan because, like I said, that was a team that I watched as a little kid. Joe Montana, Jerry Rice, John Taylor, Tom Rathman, Brent Jones, Dion in '94, Ken Norton. You know what I mean? Like having all those guys there, and then Steve Young. And then I just like in 94 when I was 12, I was very close, but I didn't want to hop on the bandwagon of a team that won 5 Super Bowls and then like, oh, that's my team now. Because I had a feeling that they weren't going to win after that ever again. And they haven't. And I really loved that team, but they didn't have defensive players. Now, if Dion would have stayed on the Niners in 95 and didn't jump ship from the Niners, winning the Super Bowl and then going to the Cowboys and winning the Super Bowl, I might be a Niner today. Because, I mean, Dion's one of my favorites of all time. But I decided to, defense was really what I loved. And obviously, John Lynch was already there. And when you have a draft like this, arguably the best first-round draft ever for 2 defensive players. I mean, the only other draft in the first round that's comparable to this is Ray Lewis and Jonathan Ogden. And that was 1 linebacker and an offensive guard. You know what I mean? Those are only the drafts that I think that are comparable to this. Hall of Fame, Ray Lewis, Ogden, Hall of Fame. So these are guys that match my personality rather than maybe Joe Montana and Jerry Rice. I admired them. I loved them. But yeah, obviously I have a lot of love for Joe Burrow and Joe Montana. That's facts. All right, let me scroll in here. Yeah, look into some of that for me if you can. Same thing with Sarah, but something that can help, pets. People obviously need the support as well, but maybe a business like a veterinary clinic or something that'll kind of hit home for you since you're a vet and I love animals as well. So Eagles John, greatest quarterback performance in my opinion was Montana, throwing 4 TDs in the 4th quarter in Philly after being sacked 11 times. I mean, he had epic games at Notre Dame. He had epic games in San Francisco, and he was actually even pretty good for Kansas City. You know what I mean? Got him to the playoffs as an old man. So what is going on with this platform? I'm hardwired in, and there's something going on. Hopefully it doesn't go black again, but that's weird. It's like almost bringing up like a, how your phone goes through 1 bar, 2 bars, 3 bars, 4 bars. Like there was that thing that was coming up. I was like, that should not be coming up there. I'm hardwired. I'm not, using Wi-Fi or whatever. So yes, please do. Yes, Michael, we are NWO. We are NWO for life. Okay. Appreciate you as well. Davi, he's like, bro, wait, you listed a shit ton of teams to be good in the NFC and didn't list the Cowboys because I don't think they're going to be that good. And so that's so surprising to hear. You lost Randy Gregory, right? You lost him to the Broncos. You don't have Amari Cooper. We'll see if CeeDee Lamb can be the number 1 receiver, which I think he can. Michael Gallup galloped his ass to an injury last year. I like those guys, right? And obviously I like Dalton Schultz, but Mark McCarthy sucks as a head coach, right? Kellen Moore is not a good OC. When you guys are, at home and you run a draw with 15 seconds left with no timeouts, you lose a lot of faith with a lot of Cowboy fans and fans in general. You have Diggs, you have Micah Parsons, you have obviously Dan Quinn. I like them, but I don't think that you guys are going to make the playoffs this year. Like I said, if you're talking about a team that could be a bubble wild card team, you could say, Saints, Cowboys, Cardinals, right? Vikings. But I think the Cardinals and Vikings are going to be better than you. And I think the Saints are going to be better than you. So there's a chance that the Cowboys win the division, right? But I think that the Eagles are going to win. And I honestly think that the Cowboys and Washington will be battling for second. You could get close to, 8, 9, 10 wins. But honestly, I think you're going to take a step back without Amari Cooper. And I think Zeke is overrated. Tony Pollard is better. That's too political there in Dallas with Jerry Jones. So I still think that you guys will have a competitive team. I love Dak. I love Micah Parsons. I love those, guys. I like Dan Quinn. But honestly, if you're talking about a bubble team, I think the Vikings will be better. I think that the Saints will be better. And I think the Vikings will be better. So for me not to list the Cowboys, I don't want to say that you think maybe you're delusional, thinking that the Cowboys are going to go to the Super Bowl and win, but the team isn't better than it was last year. They're worse. So you don't go in and lose Amari Cooper and thinking you're going to win 3 more games or get further along in the playoffs without a top 10 wide receiver or top 12 wide receiver. CeeDee Lamb is amazing. You know what I mean? We know he's good, but just the fact you went from 3 awesome wide receivers to now 2, and Michael Gallup is kind of has a, I don't want to say he's injury prone. Hopefully he can stay healthy. You know what I mean? You got Dalton Schultz, but the offensive line is nowhere near what it is, and it's all about coaching. You got Dan Quinn, but McCarthy's garbage. And every Cowboy fan that knows football will agree. He's not good. You need to get rid of him, okay? You need to get rid of Kellen Moore. Now, if you bring in Sean Payton, then I'm on board. And I'm like, all right, the Cowboys can go to the playoffs and they can actually win a game. And I think with Sean Payton and Dan Quinn together, you could probably make an NFC championship game if you had those two together for a few years. But when you lose Randy Gregory and Amari Cooper and you have, dumbasses calling plays, what do you expect? I mean, you really expect the Cowboys are going to go to the Super Bowl or win? No, they're not. They're not a Super Bowl contender this year. They could be in the running to win the division, but if the Cowboys get to the playoffs by 10-7 and they tie with the Eagles, or the Eagles get injuries and the Washington Commandos don't do well, if you guys get in with 10 wins or 11 wins, you guys are immediately getting bumped in the first round, 100%. That's just not me being an asshole. It's just facts, and I don't think that the Cowboys are going to be that good. You could still be a 8, 9, 10-win team. But if I had to pick between them, the Saints, the Vikings, or the Cardinals, I'm taking those other 3 teams this year. It's facts. Nobody thinks the Cowboys are going to be good unless you're a delusional Cowboy fan. Like I said, Cowboys, they always are going to be in the media, but you have to not be biased and, listen to Skip Bayless and all the bullshit that the media likes to present. You don't lose 2 quality players and then okay, and then you also have a garbage head coach and a garbage OC thinking that you're going to end up making it all the way to the Super Bowl. Once you get Sean Payton, I'm in. But as for right now, I'm not on board. So that's just facts. But I do like players on the Cowboys. I love Dak. I think Dak's better than Kyler and Lamar. And I love Micah Parsons. Those are the 2 guys that I love on your team. And I do love CeeDee Lamb. That's facts. Yes, Joe Montana is a GOAT. Yeah, he was my first favorite quarterback of all time. As a little kid, Montana to Rice, in the backyard. So Dan Sorensen's potential. Yeah, true. Well, like you said on the Chiefs, he's one of those guys that was a liability, but when he makes a big play, it's like a pick 6. So there is kind of a catch-22. Yeah, you get burnt a lot, but when you do jump the route, sometimes you make a big play. Facts. There we go. Any homers today? What happened today for the Braves? Anything good? 3-1 Mariners. Top of the 8. They got runners on first and second, 2 outs. We need to make sure we finish this off. Holly Hundo with a tenor. Bang, 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 bang. And like I said, it's not like I want to be so critical of the Cowboys, but after last season, that was the best season for them to win a playoff game. Diggs had more than 10 picks, 11 picks. Micah Parsons played like a top 3 linebacker. Dan Quinn turned that defense around. God damn it. It just went down first base. Get him. Damn. Almost. 3-2 Mariners. I need to see a replay. We almost got him right there. I don't know if we did, though. Now it's 3-3. Oh, I thought it was 3-2. I need to see a replay to see if we actually got him at home. We were just up 3-1. They had a little squibber down first base, and they had to chase after it, and they got 2 runs right there. That sucked. Let me look at the replay one more time. He hits it. My God, it hit just fair, I think. Let's see. Oh, that's foul. That's foul. Or it bounced foul, and then it went fair before it passed first base. Get the fuck out of here. Oh, he's safe. Damn it. Let me watch the replay again. Let me see Cal Raleigh. He's safe. Damn it. Just like this much. All right, good job, Rangers. That was a good play. Holly Hundo with a tenor. Thank you so much. I love you, and I appreciate you very, very much. Bang, bang. He's out. Nope, he's safe. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. I see the goats. I see you. Appreciate you. Tommy, 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 Tommy. Plenty of Tommy representation on the channel for you. Yeah, I can't believe that was fair. That was a great play by the Rangers, though. You got to give credit where credit's due. A lot of sports fans can't do that. They just have too much hate in their heart. I can't believe that went foul and then bounced fair when it went over the bag. That's crazy. That's going to be on SportsCenter for sure. Oh, so close, too. Damn. Tommy, Tommy, Tommy. Tommy Winch. I see you. Thank you. Holly Winch. Appreciate you very, very much. $10 holla. Thank you. Yeah, they're still not letting those guys play, right? So we need to go at Kyrie to get vaxxed, and we need Arenado and Goldie, and also Cole Beasley. So, I mean, obviously you got like the monkeypox shit that's out, but thank God that hasn't broken out. I don't want to go back to wearing a mask for fucking 2 years again. That was hell. You know what I mean? But we had to do the proper precautions and whatnot. So, Sarah, 162. Let's get to 2. Thank you so much. Mr. Williams says, bang, bang, bang. Thank you, Holly. Appreciate you. Yeah, and especially with Mr. Williams with a $100 dono within the first 30 seconds and Eagles John with a 50 within the first 5 minutes. That really set the tone. Yeah, and I remember you were in there as well. I appreciate you. Right, but we kind of knew that it was going to happen. I don't know if anyone in Seattle really thought that Carson was going to be able to make it, because just based off the reports, the beat writers, everything that I read in the film that I watched last year and up to this year, I don't think anyone really thought that he was going to be able to make it. We were praying and hoping that he would make it, but I think a majority of the people, we kind of were like, okay, this might be a little bit too severe, to be able to, because you don't want to have a life-threatening injury, if you go back out there, if it's very sensitive with the spinal cord and the neck, 3-3, bottom of the 8th. Yeah, I thought you would like that. I did that one for you. Yeah, terrible. And I knew it was coming too. I knew they were going to announce it within the next 2 weeks. And it just so happens it was today. And you had Carson retired because of the injury, couldn't pass a physical, Burrow, lapidectomy, and then you had the Julio. So at least we got some football news. I just wish we would have got the opposite news that Chris Carson was coming back. Then you'd have him, Walker, and Penny, and that's a lot better for Seahawk fans, and obviously Megan as well. So, yeah, definitely rough. With me, so obviously I live here in Oregon. So for me, living in Oregon, Blazers, that's the only pro team we have. Ducks, Oregon Ducks for college football. Mariners, we don't have a team here in Oregon, and I met King Griffey Jr., so that makes sense, right? Sandy Koufax, I met him at 10, my dad's team. So Tampa Bay is the only team that is not close by. So really what it comes down to is that I was a Niner kid growing up, right? I love Joe Montana, Jerry Rice. That was, Joe Montana, Jerry Rice, Dion, Steve Young, John Taylor, Rathman, those were the guys, right? But that was like, around 94, I was 12, and I was getting close to claiming my team. 12, 13 years old, I told myself by 15, I was going to claim my team, and that was going to be my team forever. But I was always kind of a defensive-minded guy, and I always enjoyed defense a lot and more. But then when Joe Montana was playing with Rice, I mean, it was really hard to not like offense. It was the coolest thing ever to watch. And then seeing Steve Young take over. And then Dion was obviously my favorite defensive player. My guys were Joe Montana, Jerry Rice, Barry Sanders, Bo Jackson, Dion. And my favorite Dion is 94 Dion, right? So after they won the Super Bowl, I was like, I don't think they're going to get back or win ever again. They already have 5 Super Bowls, 4 with Joe Montana in the 80s, 2 in the early 80s, 2 in the late 80s, and then obviously 1 in 94 with Steve Young. Get the monkey off the back. So then I was like, okay, I'm going to evaluate to see if Dion comes back. He didn't. He went to the Cowboys. They won the Super Bowl in 95. So then John Lynch was on the Buccaneers, right? And I was like, I like this guy. He's hard hitting. He's a G. And they also drafted Sapp and Brooks in 95. And I was like, I watched Sapp at the U at Miami and Derek Brooks at Florida State. And I was like, these are the guys that I can buy jerseys of and get behind. And then the rest is pretty much history. And then also with the Florida Gator connection that Holly has with Tommy Townsend, Danny Werfel was the quarterback, in the mid 90s, 95, 96. And they had Ike Hilliard, Jaquez Green, and Rydell Anthony, 3 wide receivers. In 96, Jaquez Green and Rydell Anthony got drafted to Tampa from wide receivers. They never panned out, right? But I enjoyed them on Florida because I enjoyed watching Oregon Ducks and Florida Gator football, right? And then Ike Hilliard went to the Giants and eventually came to the Buccaneers. And I really enjoyed Danny Werfel at quarterback. Steve Spurrier was the coach. He was my first quarterback at Tampa Bay. So that was a big part of it as well. So in 95, 96, I got obviously this. Then got Jaquez Green and Rydell Anthony the next year, and that cemented it for me. All those receivers ended up not really panning out. Ike Hilliard ended up being the best one. But those Florida Gator receivers and enjoying Florida Gator football with my Oregon Ducks, and then obviously getting players like Sapp and Brooks, that's really what made me a Tampa Bay Buccaneer fan, because Seahawks didn't have defense for me. The Niners didn't have defense. Raiders didn't have the defense for me. Chargers didn't. I mean, they had Junior Seau, but they weren't Sapp and Brooks and Lynch and Rondé Barber and Mike Allstott. Those were my personality. Decleating, really hard-hitting guys that have a lot of swagger, that can pick six you, knock you out, and give you that physicality. That was what I loved, and Seattle didn't have it. Seattle had some players on offense. Niners had great players on offense. So same thing with the Raiders, same thing with the Chargers, but they didn't have enough for me. So if I wasn't going to be a Buccaneer fan, I would be a Niner fan today. That was like, the team. And that's why I like rooting for the Eagles and the Niners, as well as obviously the Chiefs and the Chargers because of my boy Herbert. But if I wasn't a Buck fan, I would be a Niner fan. But I just, they didn't have defensive guys for me to invest in. So I wasn't going to, piggyback off 5 championships and be, look at me. I'm a Niner fan, 5 championships. And I knew with my ESP, they never were going to win again. I knew that they could get to a Super Bowl again, like they did with Kaepernick, and then they had to rebuild with Navarro Bowman and Patrick Willis. Love them, right? I love Patrick Willis and Navarro Bowman, right? But I just had this feeling that they never were going to win again. So why am I going to hop on with 5 championships? They don't have defensive players. I don't want to be a bandwagon. I want to create my own legacy. And then, rep the Bucs. And from 95 to 02, we had an amazing team. And then we finally overcame. And then they went to the playoffs in 95. They went to the playoffs after they won the Super Bowl in 2002. In 2005, they went to the playoffs with Phil Simms' sons, Chris Simms. He sucks. We lost to Washington. Then in 07, we had Jeff Garcia. And then that was the last time we went to the playoffs until we got Brady. So from 2008 to 2019, my team was dog shit for like 12 years. And then we got Brady, and the rest is history. So, sometimes it's good to be able to stay loyal to your teams, even when things get bad. And, you have Jameis Winston and you're winning 4 games a year. And after you go 1-3 and October hits, you're like, when's the draft? And I shit you not, every year from 2008 to 2019, when October 1st hit, I would look at the schedule and I'd be like, when's the draft? Because I just knew that we weren't going to make it and our team sucked. That's a horrible feeling, knowing that you're not going to be able to make the playoffs. So, you know what I mean? That's kind of my thinking of it. This is a biased Cowboy statement, though. So you assume that the defense is going to be elite, but chances are Diggs won't have a season like he did last year. Micah Parsons is the truth. He might be the best linebacker in football with Darius Leonard, a.k.a. Shaquille Leonard, changed his name today, or Devin White on my Buccaneers, okay? But, you could say, the offense is number one, but you have horrible play calling, okay? So you have horrible coaching at head coach, and you have a horrible OC. Who the fuck runs a draw with 15 seconds left with no timeouts? You know what I mean? So you can be a Cowboys fan all you want, and that's fine. I actually like certain aspects of your team, but it really comes down to O-line, D-line, defense, and coaching, and you don't have all the pieces to be a champion. Bottom line. You don't have Amari Cooper. You got a horrible head coach. You got a horrible OC. You know what I mean? The O-line is not as good as it was when it had Frederick, and then when you ended up having three guys with Tyron Smith in Frederick, you know, and then you ended up having the three amigos. They're no longer there. One guy's retired. You know, obviously I like Tyron Smith and I like Frederick. I like the three guys that you had, but you don't have the same guys that you had when Zeke was a rookie. And obviously Zeke is not as good as people think either. I think Pollard's better, you know, but you know, if you're a Cowboy fan, you can ride Cowboys all the way, you know, to the end of the earth. But I know when the Cowboys will be good enough to make a deep run, and I don't think this team is going to do it. You know, I think they'll be decent, you know what I mean? And that's not me being a hater. It's just that, you know, the play calling is shit. Now, once you get Sean Payton, I will be a believer, especially if Dan Quinn is still there. You know what I mean? But you need more. You know what I mean? The play calling isn't good. So, you know, you can score points, but no one believes you can win a playoff game. And obviously the year that you guys should have won, you couldn't even beat the Niners. And you were at home. That was your best chance in 15 years to win a home playoff game, and you couldn't even do it. I mean, you tell me, you think that was a good play call? That's the worst play call in NFL history. 15 seconds left, no timeouts, and you're going to run a draw with Dak? That's the most stupid shit I've ever seen in my entire life. And that's not just me. Everyone in the room will tell you too. I would be embarrassed as a Cowboys fan running a play like that. And that's why Kellen Moore hasn't got a head coaching job. McCarthy's living in the past. He's like John Gruden. He can't do it anymore. Just because you were good in the past doesn't mean you're going to be good now. You know, they have old, like, you know, like they think like a grandpa. Like, you know, you got to be able to like be in the now. What worked for you 20 years ago or 10 years ago doesn't work now. The league is shifting. The league is changing. That's facts. Nobody wants McCarthy. After he gets fired, do you think anyone's going to want him? Maybe a bottom feeder team, but none of the good teams. And Kellen Moore may never be a head coach in this league based off that horrendous play call. It literally was the most bonehead call in NFL history. Not just last year. You know, but I do like Dak a lot. I do like Micah Parsons, and I do like Dan Quinn. A little bit of CD Lamb as well. Michael Gallup ain't bad. So it's just a typical Cowboy response. You ain't going to do shit. If you end up winning the division, you're going to lose in the wild card round, period. No one thinks that you guys, and especially this team is worse than they were last year. This is not a better team. You can't lose Randy Gregory and Amari Cooper and think that you're going to be better. Just saying. Jared Moreno, being a Cardinals fan is tough. Well, true. You know what I mean? Like I said, you know, you had to pay Kyler. The Super Bowl is in Arizona. You're going to go through some ups and downs. You don't have Chandler Jones. Who? Chandler Jones. There is some aspects to your team that we like. You guys might be the last team in with the Vikings. Probably will lose in the wild card round, but they have a team good enough to at least get to the playoffs. You know, if it's between the Vikings, Cardinals, you know, Saints, you know, Eagles, you know, a lot of teams that are right there. Cowboys, I obviously I'm going to lean a little bit more towards the Saints, the Eagles, and the Cardinals and the Vikings. And they're kind of in the same boat. You know, Cardinals, you know, they're not as good as the Niners or the Rams or who else? The Bucs, Packers, Eagles, Saints. I mean, they're probably going to be the sixth best team, you know, in the NFC. But as long as you get into the dance, anything can happen. What we want to see as fans, Jared, and you do too, we want to see MVP Kyler in September, October, be MVP Kyler in November, December. He disappears every November and December. And once he figures it out or gets another top tier wide receiver, better O-line, better defense, maybe fire Kingsbury, maybe get, you know, somebody better. I know it's tough, but, you know, I guess it could be better than being a Cowboy fan, I guess. I don't know. You know what I mean? The Cardinals should make the playoffs this year as like the sixth or seventh team, like one of the last teams. I think the Cardinals and the Vikings will probably be the two last teams in on the NFC side. Exactly. Nobody respects Kellen Moore anymore. And I liked him prior to that stupid call. Like, dude, there's 15 seconds left in the game. You're at home. Like, what in the world are you thinking that you can make a touch? Wait, what is he? He's going to run for a 60 yards like Lamar down the sideline and win the game? I mean, I don't know the logic behind running a draw with no timeouts. It literally was the stupidest thing I've ever seen ever. Questionable play call? Questionable? Davy. Being a Cowboy fan, bro. It's never going to get any better until you get Sean Payton. That's facts. What'd it do, bro? Ooh, Jimmy Williams did. Was that today? Prayers up for Jimmy. Air Whitey, fiver for the Brewers walk-off. Luis Urias clutched up again. Bang, bang, bang. Let's go. Appreciate you, bro. Safe. Let's go. Let's go, money bags. Let's go. Haggerty, baby. Bang, bang. Congratulations, Air Whitey. Hey, thank you so much for giving me your password to watch Ring of Honor. I appreciate that. Me, Sarah, and as well as Holly, so we could watch it. I had a lot of fun watching with the Briscoes and FTR. It was awesome. Thank you so much, my bro. Love you, and I appreciate you. Gang, gang. Let me throw up Aaron Rodgers for you. I saw him looking like Con Air today. I know we were talking about that. Let's give Aaron Whitey some love, being a Packer fan, Brewer fan, as well as a Milwaukee Buck fan. I'll give you Aaron Rodgers, and I'll even give you a Giannis because I love you that much. And you know what? I'll even give you a Brewer player as well. Zachary Zabala, my boy. How are you? I see him in the Discord. I assume he's in the room now. Giannis. When you ask a question during a live stream and the streamer answers it anytime, Northwest Sports Fanatics answers like, of course. I haven't seen you in a couple days, bro. So we're doing the trifecta. We're going Rodgers, Giannis, Yelich. I see you. Appreciate you, dude. $5. Bang, 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 bang. Appreciate you. $167. Let's get to 2. Appreciate you, bro. Holly Hundo, and I only missed it by 14 minutes this time. With a $20 dono on the Cash App. Appreciate you. Let's go, baby. $20 dono on the Cash App. Appreciate you very, very much. Gang, gang. And you got to understand, if I'm ripping on a team like the Cowboys, I would be doing it just like any other team if I felt that way. I don't hate the Cowboys, and I don't hate the Patriots like everyone else does. I actually like every team in the NFL. I enjoy watching every team, but I'm not going to give a fucking team a free pass when they made the biggest blunder in sports and, stand up for them. I mean, that shit was unexcusable. You know what I mean? There's certain aspects of the game that I like. I'm the only one on planet Earth that thinks that Dak is better than Lamar or Kyler. You know what I mean? And obviously Cowboys like that I stand up for him like that because I think he's a better player than those two. Not a popular hot take, but I think that, if I had a choice of having a quarterback that had to get 3rd and 9 and couldn't use his legs, who am I going to rely on? Lamar throwing the ball, Kyler throwing the ball, or Dak? And that's an easy answer. It's Dak. You know what I mean? But I like Dan Quinn. I like Micah. I like certain pieces of the team, but there's just certain aspects of the team I do not like. And coaching is a big part of the team's success. And if you don't have good coaches all the way around, you're not going to be able to win a playoff game. You might be able to get there, but you're not going to be able to win. So I could care less if you have a top 2 offense, number 1 offense, number 3 offense. It doesn't matter. What matters is being able to win games in the playoffs. Like, nobody says, oh, I can't wait to look forward to the team, and I hope we end up being the number 1 offense. No one says that. No one says, that they hope for those things. You know what I mean? It's all about winning the division and making the playoffs and winning a playoff game. Okay. Not all of us can be talented like this guy right here. All right. Tommy Townsend, Bachelor of Arts and faking punts. All right. I see you. I appreciate you. And like if the Cowboys are good, I'm gonna shout them out. But if the Cowboys are bad in certain areas, I'm gonna let you know. And like I said, I've watched football since 1985. I've watched for 35 years of my life. That was the worst play call I've seen in my life in any sport. I mean, you seen like Chris Webber, call timeouts when they didn't have timeouts when he was on Michigan. This was worse. This was the dumbest thing ever. A draw when the game's on the line with no timeouts. And it's not like you're 5 yards away. You're like 50. There's a reason why Kellen Moore didn't get a head coaching job. Okay? So don't mistake me for any typical Cowboy hater, because I'm not. I mean, if anything, I defend the teams like the Cowboys and Patriots more. But when they do dumb shit like that, I can't defend you. I can always just tell you what I like. Dan Quinn, Micah Parsons, CeeDee Lamb, Michael Gallup, and Dak Prescott. Okay? And obviously, some guys on the line. No problem. Oh, you didn't? If you find something, let me know. Yeah, and then he's got a chip on his shoulder. And like I said, I like guys that get better. And if you look at Kyler, he doesn't play good normally in November and December. Maybe that'll change, right? Lamar, he needs a number one receiver. You know what I mean? And there's a lot of criticism there, but he didn't really have a very good season. Like if you look at his numbers, here, I'll show real quick here. For all those people that want to argue with me, saying that Lamar Jackson is such a great, great player. All right, Lamar's stats last year. Let's see here. 2,882 yards, 16 TDs, 13 picks. Is that good? Is that top 10? Fuck no. So why are we arguing? You know what I mean? Like, why are we actually arguing about this? You know what I mean? That's not a good stat line. And you can have some, touchdowns on the ground, but even that being said, he didn't have that many of those either. Okay? $16 touchdowns, 13 picks. The year before, 26 touchdowns, 9 picks. That's top 10 stats. Or MVP year, 36 touchdowns, 6 picks. So don't come at me with this bullshit that Lamar is so much better than Dak and Kyler when you throw up numbers like that. But also that's a part due to the running backs getting hurt. J.K. Dobbins, Gus Edwards, everybody got hurt. Offensive line doesn't have Marshall Yanda anymore, and they don't even have a number one receiver. Hollywood Brown's a wide receiver too, and now he's on Kyler's team on the Cardinals. Even though they portrayed him as wide receiver 1 and he averaged 7 touchdowns a year, Hollywood Robinson, Hollywood is, he's a wide receiver 2, not a wide receiver 1. You know what I mean? Rangers 4, Mariners 3. Top of the 9th. This isn't good. So we just lost the lead. Damn it. See if we can make a comeback here. But most people on planet Earth think Dak is not as good as Kyler or Lamar. But I look at progression. Who's got better on third down? Who's got better from the 20 to the 20s? Who's got better in the red zone? Who's a leader? Who plays good? You know what I mean? A lot of times when Dak and the Cowboys lose, it's not his fault. It's the play calling. You know what I mean? It's the lack of a running game that's consistent. Instead of, going with Zeke, his best friend, Jerry Jones needs to realize Tony Pollard's a better running back. You know what I mean? He's just not popular. He puts his foot down. He gets better yards per carry. The offensive line blocks harder for him. Zeke is just too much of a knucklehead. He reminds me of Jameis Winston. He's always laughing on the sideline, not taking shit serious. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It just seems like Zeke and Jameis are always thinking about what's going on after the game instead of focusing on the game. And Zeke hasn't been the same since his rookie year when he had the 3 Pro Bowl linemen. He can still get 10 touchdowns a year, but it's just, I think you could get better production out of Tony Pollard, honestly. I mean, I've watched almost every Cowboy game throughout the year, so I'm not an idiot. I watch the games. I see, every time Tony Pollard comes in, there's a lift. There's a juice There's an energy when he's in there. With Zeke, it's like -3 yards, +2 yards, +5 yards, -1 yard. You don't see him running for 50, 60, 70-yard touchdowns anymore. You know what I mean? That only happened in his rookie year. Facts. May Jerry Jones live forever, and then the Cowboys will never win anything. So I know you're an Eagles fan and you love that. Dak is fourth round. Anyone that's fourth round that's going to have a chip on their shoulder, or third round, even like AK-41. He's great. He's a top 10 quarterback. Yeah. Well, expectations. I mean, if Cowboy fans think they're going to make the NFC Championship game or Super Bowl, I mean, you're probably like honest to God, you're probably like the 8th, 9th, or 10th best team going into this year. I mean, I can name a bunch of teams that are going to be better. Rams, Buccaneers, Saints, Packers, Eagles, Cardinals, Niners, Vikings. And that's just those teams. That's already 8 or 9 right there. So. Bang, bang, bang. Jameson Meza, $3.99. Appreciate you, brother. Let's see if we can get a Titans. Let's get a little Derrick Henry action on here. Appreciate you. I call it how I see it. When my team is good, you know it. After Brady leaves, and if my team sucks and we end up winning 5 to 8 games, you're never going to hear me say, oh, Tampa Bay is going to win the Super Bowl. We're going to be NFC Championship game. I mean, I'm not an idiot. I'm not like a lot of these other people that are out there on YouTube or Twitch. I'm not biased. When my team sucks, you'll know it. Shit, my team sucked for fucking 12 years. You know what I mean? But I've only been on the YouTube for 6, and I've been grinding for 10. So, I mean, go back and look at the receipts. When my team sucks, you'll know it. I mean, fuck. I've been a Mariner fan and a Blazer fan. There's enough misery there for me for a lifetime. Okay? And obviously the Ducks can't win a natty, but at least we can win a Rose Bowl. You know what I'm saying? And it's not all been peaches and cream for me. Most of the teams I root for suck. I just got lucky with the Ducks and the Buccaneers finally. All right, 9th inning. We're down a run. Let's go, baby. $3.99, my boy. Love this one. This one's fire. Straight fire, baby. That fucking Derrick Henry photo. Straight fire. Love it. Let's go, baby. That's straight fire. Let's go. Appreciate you. Let's get it. Derrick Henry, baby. Titans, baby, in the building. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. $170, baby. Or maybe 171. Sarah's doing the math. Hey, you just got to stick with your team no matter what, bro. You know what I mean? Like, you're going to go through the good times and the bad times. And for all those people that were hating on the money that they spent, you got to blame everyone else, with the salary cap for getting these big, big deals, because now you're going to have to pay Kyler. You're going to have to pay Lamar, even though maybe you don't want to, because if you don't, you're going to get someone worse at quarterback. So they might not be top 10, Lamar and Kyler, but if they can get, improvement, they will be top 10 quarterbacks, especially after, Stafford leaves, Brady leaves, Aaron Rodgers leaves. There's going to be, more wiggle room to move up. And imagine what now Herbert and Burrow are going to end up getting, obviously, with this type of contracts that are going to be coming out to guys like Kyler and Lamar. So, and like I said, Kyler's not bad and Lamar's not bad. Neither is Dak. It's just like a lot of time it's coaching. A lot of time it's, having weapons present for you. DeAndre Hopkins doing the PEDs, that didn't help the cause. Losing Chase Edmonds, that didn't help. You know what I mean? So we'll see what happens with you, and I hope you have a successful season with your Cardinals, Jared. You are obviously team is hosting the Super Bowl. I would assume that you'll make the playoffs and probably lose in the wild card round, but you never know. But I do hope you have a successful season and stay with your team no matter what. That's what it's about. Loyal to the soil. You're going to be talking about these linebacking corps and all this shit. The shit is irrelevant. You know, it's like you're too biased in looking at Cowboys only. You need to look at the rest of the league. And a lot of people are incredibly biased and only see their team. You got to look at your team compared to the Eagles and what they did in the offseason. Did you end up getting A.J. Brown? Did you draft Jordan Davis? Did you get Nakobe Dean? Did you end up improving the overall roster? You know what I mean? Like, you might not even finish in second place in your division. Washington might. You might actually only be ahead of the Giants. Be realistic. You could win the division. It's possible. But realistically, finishing in second and third is probably more plausible. Because then, you know, NFC East was nicknamed the NFC least for a long time. Okay. But no one believes, true Cowboys fans know that there is no Super Bowl this year. And they would be lucky to even get in as a wild card. And if you did, you're not going to win. And that's just not being a hater. It's just the facts. There's a lot of teams that have better depth. You know, it's all about depth and coaching. And you don't have the coaching, dude. McCarthy is bad. Ask anybody in the room. Ask anybody in any chat room if they think McCarthy's a good coach. He literally is the bottom 5 coach in the NFL. Seriously. Now, Kellen Moore could have been one of the top 10 coordinators, but after that, you know, bugaboo, and he ended up doing that draw. I mean, no one wants to fuck with him now. Yeah. There we go, JP. JP with a hit. Let's go. All right, 4-3, bottom of the ninth, no outs, and we already got a guy on base. Let's go. I'm always, you know, going to keep it real. Some people, you know, think it's an attack on their team or player, but listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth, okay? You know, if I say something, you know, that you disagree with, ask anybody else if they think that I'm lying. You think anyone thinks that fucking McCarthy's a good coach? No. If they think that that play with that draw was one of the worst plays in NFL history? Yes. Does everyone think Micah Parsons is a stud? Yes. Okay. Is Dan Quinn a great defensive coordinator? Yes. But you lost Amari Cooper and Randy Gregory, and you can't act like you're going to win, you know, 15 games and you're going to be the number 1 team in the NFC because you're going to be fucking highly disappointed. Okay. I've been watching football for 35 years. I'm not going to get every single answer right. Okay. But I'm not biased. Cal. That's going foul. Good job, JP. See, these are also stats that don't mean anything. You can have offenses, but isn't it about winning a playoff game instead of having a number 1 offense? No one cares. He's bad. Bro, you're in denial. You are in denial. I can name probably about 20 coaches that I would rather have than McCarthy. He is straight bootios. New day. When they talk about bootios as cereal, Mike McCarthy's face should be on it. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Go, 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 JP. Go, JP. Go. Go. Yeah. Woo. Let's go. 4-4. Fuck yeah. Fucking A. Are you kidding me? Go, Cal. Cal is nice. He's actually one of the best catchers in baseball, and we had no expectations for him. Let's go. 4-4. Let's win this game. We got a guy on second with no outs. We're winning this game. Bunt, 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 bunt. Yes. Yes. Now we got a guy on third. We're winning. Cal's on third. Let's go. Beautifully done. Davi, how old are you? Are you 20 or under? If it's Davi 84, were you born in 84? So if you're 38 years old, if 84 is your birth year, you should be smarter to know when your team is good and bad, bro. You know what I mean? If you've been a fan, if you're 20 and under, then maybe you didn't see the Cowboys when they were in their heyday in 92, 93, and 95. Okay. But the teams that you got now are nowhere near Jimmy Johnson era Cowboys. Okay. You don't have the same personnel. Okay. And this is, some fans are going to be haters toward the Cowboys, but also you get Cowboys fans that are delusional. And I'm not saying you're completely delusional, okay? Okay, but the thing is, you should have won the game based off your team last year. Okay, no excuses. You fumbled it away. You fumbled the bag away. Sometimes you have to be told. I can't sugarcoat shit and tell you what you want to hear, okay? You know what I mean? There's a lot of unfair negativity towards the Cowboys, but you have to understand I'm not everyone else. I'm actually someone that is going to be 100% real and not biased and give you the real truth. I'm not a Cowboy hater. I'm not a Patriot hater. I'm not like everyone else, but you can't be delusional as a Cowboy fan. Okay? You have to have realistic expectations. I know, I saw that. Yes. Looking like Con Air. But most people, when I said that before clarifying, they thought I was crazy. They're like, Lamar and Kyler are way better. But are they? They're not. Just because Dak is on the Cowboys, imagine if Lamar and Kyler were on the Cowboys, they would be getting crucified. They talk shit about Dak. What do you think they would be doing about Lamar and Kyler? They would be just, giving them the same type of treatment as well. And honestly, if Dak was on another team, they'd love him. If Dak was on the Ravens, he'd be getting the same kind of love. If Dak was on the Cardinals, they would be giving him love. But he's on the Cowboys, and that's what they like to do. Megan with the dono. Yeah, let me get you a unicorn. And then happy birthday to Noah, 15. Thank you so much, Megan. Seahawks, Unicorn Life. Appreciate you. Bases loaded. Come on now. And I got you. I got you. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Yep. Right. 2-1 count. We have bases loaded. No outs or 1 out. 1 out. Bases loaded. 2-1. We're winning this game. Let's go. Right. It makes the Cardinals look bad and it makes Kyler look bad. They should have never reported that and had that leaked to the media. Oh, Carlos. Popped up. Tag up. Go, 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 go. Go, Cal. Go, Cal. Safe. Yes, we win. Woo! Mariners win. Mariners win. Mariners win. Yes. Let's go. Oh, they're going to look at this. Get the fuck out of here. All right, now they're going to say that if he tagged up too early or late, they're going to try to say that we didn't win the game. What the hell's going on here? Yeah, but that was really silly with the Kyler. All right, so now they're going to review it to see if he left too early or not. Hopefully we just... He's safe. Come on. Yeah, he should already be doing that anyways. $192. Let's get to $250. Let's do it. Of course. I mean, if you got the Kobe Bryant, Michael Jordan, Tom Brady, Mamba mentality, there's a reason why these guys are the best. Because the work ethic, behind the scenes was a lot higher than any other athlete. You know what I mean? Obviously we know TB12 and plyometrics and everything, taking care of your body. But if you study, safe. There we go. We won. We won. But anyone that wants to hate on Brady, just ask yourself this question. Do you think your quarterback works as hard as Brady in the offseason? And the answer is no. You know what I mean? If you actually know Brady and what he does and how he works with his teammates, he's almost like a fourth coach out there, but he works really, really hard. Like I've seen him win a Super Bowl, right? And then the next day he's on the beach with shoulder pads on, fucking running in the sand. Who does that? Nobody except for Tom. And that's why you have the success. Kobe Bryant would do something similar like that, be right in the gym after the championship, as well as Jordan. You know what I mean? And there's a reason why Jordan, Kobe, and Brady are the GOATs, because of the work ethic behind the scenes. Mariners win. Mariners win. Mariners win. Yep, we won. I mean, how are you going to hate on someone that has amazing work ethic? I mean, it's like me. I mean, look at me. I'm putting in, probably 18 hours a day on this channel, reading, film study, preparing, fucking doing, 4, 5, 6, 7 hour live streams, 8-hour live streams. I mean, I have to be able to know everything about every team, the players, the backups. Do you really think other people on YouTube are doing that? Like, honestly, are they looking up stats for the fucking Jets or the Lions? No, they're probably just doing it for their own team. But that's really what separates me and my knowledge compared to everyone on TV, podcasting, and everyone that's on YouTube. I really feel that, if you want to, talk player for player, team for team, I mean, I can go one-on-one with anybody. That's facts, because I put in the work and I put in the time. No one is going to outwork me, period. And the only way you do get smart is based off reading and the film study and going to the team websites and, looking for the beat writers and, going deep, with the teams and the players. That's facts. Yep. What's up, Michael? Either one is going to be money for you. You can do Jamar Chase or Justin Jefferson. I honestly feel that those guys might be 1-2 this year. Like, if it's not this year, it'll be next year. But you already know you got Cooper Kupp and Devontae Adams. But we're like, just like Derrick Henry might have passed the torch to Jonathan Taylor. And I still think Derrick Henry's great. But maybe instead of being the number 1 running back, maybe he'll be number 2 now. And maybe Jonathan Taylor will be the number 1. Like, just like Devontae Adams and Cooper Kupp, instead of those guys being 1-2 and Tyreek being up there, maybe it's, Chase 1, Jefferson 2, Devontae Adams 3, Cooper Kupp 4, Tyreek 5. But it's going to be Jefferson or Chase 1-2 sooner than later. And either one that you pick is great. Burrow has got Chase, right? And even though Justin Jefferson has Kirk Cousins, they actually have a good coach and Kevin O'Connell. So, I mean, I don't really know where you'd want to go with the stat line here. I'll bring up the stats, but I probably would go Jamar Chase if Burrow could stay healthy. But I think that Justin Jefferson's upside might be, I don't know if I want to say it's higher, because I think both are equal. They're probably the most equal players to go after in NFL. Like, there's no wrong answer in this. You know what I'm saying? But I think I go Jamar Chase, just for the simple fact that he's got Burrow. I'll go over the stats and I'll tell you why. Okay. So Jamar Chase, 81 receptions, 1,455 yards, 13 tutties. They made the Super Bowl. Okay. And then Justin Jefferson, 88 receptions, 1,400 yards, 7 TDs. 2021, 108 receptions, 1,616 yards, 10 TDs. So what I see from that is that you're going to get probably more receptions and more yards with Justin Jefferson. But if you're looking at touchdowns and points in fantasy, you're going to want to go Jamar Chase. So I think the yards will add up, and that'll give you more points as well. But I think that if you're looking at touchdowns, Jamar Chase will be the guy. But receptions and yards, you'll go Jefferson. So there really is no wrong answer. And after Kirk Cousins, they should be able to get someone. Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, Justin Jefferson, Adam Thielen. And Jefferson, I think, is very good at yak yards. I mean, obviously his long was 71 in his rookie year, 56 in 2021. And Jamar Chase's long was 82. So, they're both fantastic. They're both Hall of Famers, I think, by the time their career is over. So I don't know if there's really a wrong pick here because you could say, oh, Burrow's with Chase. I want him, right? But then Justin Jefferson has Kirk Cousins. But Justin Jefferson, I feel, is going to get more. I mean, they're both – God, it's tough. I mean, because, one's got Thielen, and then Jefferson always gets looks. They're both good at yak yards. I mean, they're almost identical players of each other. You know what I mean? Maybe Justin Jefferson's a little bit more athletic. Barely. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I honestly, they're almost clones of each other. They both went to LSU. They both played with Burrow. One's got a little bit better of a quarterback. So the upside for touchdowns with Burrow and Chase is higher, but you're going to get more receptions and yards to catch up. So let's say you get 13 touchdowns, there with Jamar Chase, but you're probably going to get 10 or 20 more receptions and possibly 100 or 200 more yards and maybe 3 less touchdowns. But then it evens out based off the yards and the receptions, if that makes sense, if it's a PPR league or not. So I don't think there's really a wrong answer here. You could go either way. Chase or Jefferson. That's literally the closest 2 players in the NFL, and there is literally no wrong answer. They're both great. Facts. Shit, I haven't even watched it yet, bro. I'm slacking. I need to watch that. Dude, do you even watch football, bro? How old are you? Davey, how old are you? You obviously don't know anything about football. The Vikings got Kevin O'Connell. Do you even know who that is? All right. And even if you think the Cardinals aren't better, they'll be better than you. And the Eagles, yeah, they might not have a top 15, 20 quarterback yet from last year, but they got A.J. Brown. They got Devontae Smith. They got Dallas Goedert. All right. You got obviously Jordan Davis and Nakobe Dean from Georgia. I mean, you're incredibly biased, my bro. You need to learn about more than just the Cowboys, because then you have horrible takes like this. Okay. You know what I mean? If you think that the whole world is against you and everyone hates the Cowboys, this is a horrible take. And it shows that you obviously don't know as much about football than maybe you think, because those teams are going to be better than you. Okay. You want to take receipts? I mean, I predicted Warriors and Celtics and Warriors Celtics in 6, right? And Curry would get MVP. I watched 0 NBA this year. Okay. I ended up picking Colorado Avalanche over Tampa Bay Lightning. I said Colorado Avalanche is going to win in 6 games in the Stanley Cup. You know how much hockey I watched this year? 0, besides the playoffs. And I got that right too. So you can disagree with me all you want, but I think I have a better pulse on football than you. Saying the Vikings, Cards, and Eagles aren't better, that's an incredibly biased Dallas Cowboys statement, bro. Dallas Cowboys aren't going to be horrible, but there's a better chance for them to be at 8 or 9 wins than 13 or 14. No one on planet Earth, even real Cowboy fans, don't think that they're going to win 12, 13, 14, 15 games. Come on, man. You got to be realistic. You lost Amari Cooper. You're not going to be better than you were last year. Exactly. The Washington thing is, you got to understand, the NFC East is the NFC least. Anybody can come out on top besides probably the Giants. So even though Washington doesn't look like they could win the division, who's to say? You got Antonio Gibson. Carson Wentz isn't a really good quarterback, but under that system with Scary Terry McLaurin, the offensive line, with Payne, obviously with Chase Young, they have to get healthy. But I honestly think that the Eagles and Washington could, win first place. And even though the Cowboys, won, if you actually are a fan of the NFC East, it's usually a different team that wins the division every year. It's not the same team. Even me as a fucking NFC South guy knows that. And I'm 40. How old are you? 20 or under? And you haven't watched the same amount of football as me. So you can always assume that Washington is going to blow or not going to be good. But there is a legitimate shot that Washington, with a little bit of luck and injuries with the Cowboys and the Eagles, could finish in first place. No one ever wants to give Washington credit. You know what I mean? But they do have some talent, but their coaching is fucked. Their owner is fucked. Their stadium is fucked. It's bad. Okay. But it's not like your team got better in the offseason. So, I mean, it could be Eagles, Cowboys, Washington. It could be Eagles, Washington, Cowboys. But you got to stop thinking that you're going to be the best team in the division every year if you're not improving every year. The NFL is, what have you done for me lately? You guys got worse from last year. No one on planet Earth thinks the Cowboys are winning the Super Bowl, let alone going to the playoffs. And if they do, and they overachieve, and the Eagles and Washington and the Giants get hurt, you're getting bumped in the first round. 100%. That's just not being a hater. That's being truthful. Okay? Nobody on planet Earth wants McCarthy as head coach. You should know that. Man, you don't watch enough football, Davey. You don't watch enough football. A.J. Brown is a solid wide receiver. Devontae Smith is one of the top 6 number 2s in the league. Okay, Dallas Goedert's the number 6 tight end. Offensive line, and Jalen will get better. They started running the football in November with Sirianni, and they still made the playoffs. Okay, and if they would have played someone other than the Buccaneers, maybe they could have won. Okay, so you got to think they were 1 year early, and then they ended up getting the Kobe Dean. Do you even know who that is? Or Jordan Davis? I don't know if you've even done your research, my dude. It's like I'm having a conversation with a child or someone that's drunk. It's like anytime I say something, it goes in 1 year, out the other. And if you're so incredibly biased and you can't give credit to the other teams in the division, there's a reason why we know the Cowboys aren't going to do anything. Be better, bro. You got to be able to give credit to the other teams in the division. And just because you're a Cowboys fan doesn't mean that they're going to be good every year. You have to actually evaluate the roster. They got worse from last year. They're like, oh, we lost Amari Cooper. We're going to win 4 more games. You got to be able to do some research before you talk, bro. Yeah, exactly. Strange evaluation. And I don't think the Eagles are injury prone. Injuries happen. Okay. Sarah with the dollar. Appreciate you.
Swing back on the backs. Keep that grip in your hand, George Kirby. 95 with movement, hitting both sides. I like that so much more. The efficiency, the difficulty of the moving fastball, rather than trying to throw 4-seam and try to play Russian roulette at the top of the zone and eat your pitch.
Let's put up a Darius Shaquille Leonard, Shaq Leonard. He wants to go by that now, his middle name. Appreciate you very, very much. No, but with horrible takes like that, if you're a Cowboys fan and you got horrible takes, you wonder why people rip on the Cowboys so much with the Cowboy fan base and the Patriot fan base. It's like, if you can't be realistic and you got horrible takes and you think that your team's going to be Super Bowl like Skip Bayless, and if you think Skip Bayless is God and you think that what he says on TV is actually real, you're in for a lot of heartache, okay? You're in for a lot of heartache because no one thinks Mike McCarthy is a good coach, period. Kellen Moore made the worst play call in probably playoff history with a draw with no timeouts, and you're like on the 50-yard line, okay? You lost Amari Cooper and Randy Gregory, but now supposedly you're going to win the division and go all the way to the Super Bowl and win, and all the other teams in the division aren't going to be able to compete? Come on, man. You got to be able to do your research, okay? You got to be able to do your research, bro. You got to. You know what I mean? You wonder why Cowboys fans get a bad rep. Sometimes it's them being overpassionate, you know, and just getting back to the 92, 93, 95 era. But if you have horrible takes, you're going to get fucking roasted by everyone. Because bottom line, most people don't like the Cowboys. Okay. You know, you're either watching them or you're rooting for them to lose. Right. And so if you have horrible takes, you know what I mean? Then you're just going to, you know, you're just going to have what's coming to you. Okay. You know, when your team is great, you'll know it. But the team is nowhere near championship caliber. That's facts. And like I said, I like the Cowboys and I like the Patriots. I don't mind, but you have to be able to compare them to the other teams in the division. Look at your draft. Look at everyone else's draft in the NFC. And then if you really think that you're going to be one of the top 3 teams, you're crazy. It's not going to happen, bro. Bottom line. 193.50. Let's get to 200. We know we can do that. Let's get it. $50 dono Bahali Hundo. Let's get it, baby. Let's go. Bang, bang. Cactus Jack loves it. Let's get it. Beers for everyone. Maybe some tacos. Hey, maybe some bacon cheese fries. Hey, maybe a little bit of ribs. I feel you. I appreciate you. Big boot. NWO. New world order for life, brother. Oh, yeah. Holly Hundo bringing the heat. I appreciate you very, very much. The goats are in the building. I see you. I appreciate you. Tommy. Let's get it. I mean, everyone can have different opinions. But you have to be able to be realistic, and you have to be able to look at your team and not be biased, which is really hard to do. But, you know, if you're going to just hate on everyone else and just be like, oh, it's all about my players and my team, I don't give a shit about anybody else, then you're not going to be very smart. That's the bottom line. Because if you're not doing research about the competition in your division, let alone, you know, if you've actually gotten better in free agency or the draft, you know, you're going to get roasted. You know what I mean? When your team is good, you know, I'll let you know. But if the team isn't going to be as good as last year, you know, you can't just like act like it's not something that is a possibility, you know. I mean, I haven't seen, you lost Amari Cooper and you lost Randy Gregory. Obviously, I like Dak, but I mean, there's a lot of problems with the Cowboys, and it starts right there at the top. Jerry Jones, problem. Okay. Mike McCarthy, garbage. And Kellen Moore could have been a head coach, but now he probably never will be a head coach. All the people that wanted to interview Kellen Moore, boom, stunner. Now you're never getting a job. Let's run a draw, McCarthy. Hey, Mike. Oh, we're going against the Niners. We're at home. All right, we're only down by a few, but let's run a draw with 15 seconds left with no timeouts on the 50. Ready, break. Like, how is that going to work out? Come on. Holly. I appreciate you very, very much. The champ is here. Thank you so much, and I appreciate you. Let's get it. Mariners win, baby. Let's go. Appreciate you, Holly. $50 holla. Mariners win. And let's throw up another Tommy photo. Got plenty. And I don't think the Cowboys are going to be horrible. I do think that they'll be battling for first place with Eagles and Washington. Realistically, second place, you know, battling with Washington is kind of where I see them. Washington obviously is kind of cursed. Dallas, you know, they have some holes, you know what I mean? But they do have enough to get first place. But I don't think they're going to be better than the Eagles this year. The Eagles and Saints improved their teams dramatically. So you got to think that they are going to have a lift in their team. Same thing with Minnesota. So, but if you don't research other teams, other coaches, other draft picks, you know, you're not going to be very intelligent when it comes to predictions or hot takes, because you're not going to know anything besides the Cowboys. And if you only know Cowboys and you're not reading enough, maybe even your Cowboy takes are garbage. You know what I mean? Like, you really got to be able to do the research instead of just being a biased fan. You know, there is a chance that you guys do something this year, but 100% you're not winning a playoff game. You know what I mean? Because your team's worse than it was last year. Too much competition. Rams are better. Bucs are better. Packers are better. Eagles are better. Cardinals are better. Vikings are better. Saints are better. Niners are better. Do you want me to keep going? Okay. I don't think so. That's just facts. It's not me being a dick. It's just, no one thinks the Cowboys are going to the Super Bowl and winning this year. Like zero. But they could win, 8 or 9 games. They're probably shooting for 10. That's going to be the goal, 10-7. But will they get there? We'll have to wait and find out. But somewhere between 8 and 10 wins is kind of where you're thinking. 8-9, 9-8, or 10-7. 10-7 best case scenario. But I don't see that happening. I think 8 or 9 wins is more realistic. Unless Dak just goes off, which could happen with CD. Appreciate you. Yeah. Plus, you know what I mean? If you're 15 years old, 10 years old, 20 years old, I know you got the 84 in your name. So if you're 38 and if you think the way that you're thinking, man, you gotta evaluate the team and look at the rest of the division. Okay. That's just honest truth. Other people on other streams won't be honest with you. You know what I mean? But I always will keep it real on every team. Like we have a guy that's a Jags fan, right? Duval, and he was talking about how how good the Jags are going to be. It's like, bro, you've gotten the first pick in the draft 2 times in the last 2 years. You're not going to be good. You're going to be probably a bottom 5 team again. But sometimes, people love their teams and they get blinded and they think that their team is better than they are. But if you're not doing research on all the rest of the teams, then you're not going to be very intelligent on your sports knowledge. That's facts. 243. Let's get to 3. Okay, so now you're really confused because you said 9 and 12. So they don't play 21 games. All right. So I don't even know what to say about you, Davi. Okay. I don't know if you're 10 or 12 or 15 or 20. All right. But last time I checked, they went from 16 games to 17. Okay. So if you're going to be 9 and 12, that's not a number that you can even get to. So this conversation is over with you. You can keep talking to everyone else in the room, but your credibility went from like 40% to 0 after that comment. And then he said facts. Good stuff. Good stuff. Way to make your Cowboys fan base look smart. 9 and 12 this year. Okay. This is the Northwest Sports Fanatics, right? We're not average here. My goodness. Yep, we're doing it this year. Yep, we're doing it this year. Tight ball game. We had a lot of these with Texas, and we found a way to get it done tonight. It wasn't pretty, but we'll take it. Question. Got just something. To make that come to the strike zone and try to hit something deep enough to where Cal could do something. No question. No panic. When you've had as many at bats as he's had in his career, there shouldn't be a panic. Yeah, I'm moving on. It's a great reminder. Oh, it's all good. A lot of times I think it's just me with just, being able to get people to understand, if you're not reading and you're not watching film and you're only following your team only, it's really hard to have a gauge of knowledge as well as talking with other people that follow football. If you're not really following the league or following the other teams in your division, you know what I mean? You're not going to be able to have an intelligent conversation with other people, let alone fanatics. When you come across that way, not everyone's going to be 100% correct. Everyone's going to have different takes. Okay. And that's completely fine. But they also have to understand that, some people are going to be right. Some people are going to be wrong. Sometimes we have to wait and find out to see how things are going to play out. And that's facts. But hey, that's just how it goes. That's just how it goes. We're fine. It's all good. Do they have any new pictures at training camp? I know they probably released a few of them, but yeah, it's all good. Well, like I said, this is my life. You know what I mean? You know, and it's hard for me not to get worked up with the passion that I have, because this is not a fucking game to me. This is my legacy. You know what I mean? For predictions and the hard work that I put in. You know what I mean? I'm not just doing this shit for fun. You know what I mean? This shit is my life. So, you know, obviously I wish I didn't get too worked up, but that's just the passion in me. You know what I mean? And like I said, you can definitely tell with the people in the room that know football and the people that don't. You know, some people are smarter than others. That's just the bottom line. So I'm done talking to Davy though. So that's, you know, it's just really what it comes down to. But, you know, if you have the passion, but you have stuff, you know, substance to back it up, you know what I mean? Like, how was I able to predict Warriors Celtics and Warriors in 6 with 0 NBA watching? How was I able to predict Avalanche and Tampa Bay and Avalanche in 6? And I watched 0 hockey. You know what I mean? So it's not just ESP or luck. You know what I mean? A lot of it is research, film study, you know, and a little bit of ESP as well. So, you know, but a lot of times when I have conversations with people that are 10 or 12 or, you know, 15, it's not going to really go, you know, I mean, there's going to be people out there that are 10, 12, 15, 18, 20, incredibly intelligent. But a lot of the people that come onto this room, right, that are under 20, you know, you may not know as much as the people that are 30, 40, 50, 60, 70 that are in this room. So, you know, yeah, I got Holly. No more Davi. Sorry, Davi. Watch football for another 15 years and come talk to me. Okay, we're done. All right. Let me see what's going on here. Is the Dodger game still on? Probably not. Let's take a quick peek here. See if there's any other games still on. I don't think let's see, Dodgers. Let me take a look here. Good big win from the Mariners. Yeah. And like I said, I can't help it for, you know what I mean? It's just like when we talk football, you know, football is one of those things, you know, there's a lot of people out there that think they know football. You know what I mean? Like when you go in your friend group and you talk to friends about football, you can definitely tell the people that watch their team. You can tell people that are hardcore for their team. You can tell people that watch football outside of their team, people that follow teams in the division, people that follow the teams in the conference that their team is in, and people that watch all the teams. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, you can end up having an intelligent conversation with people. But, you know, like I said, if you have that like one guy in the group, you know what I mean? And you talk to someone about football in person, and within the first 30 seconds, you can already tell if that guy's a bullshitter or if he knows or if she knows or if she's bullshitting. You know what I mean? It's one of those things. And like if you're in the water cooler at work or, you know, you're having a conversation, having a cigarette on a cig break, you know what I mean? Or you're at a party and you're talking football. There's just certain people that know football and there's certain people that think they know football. And obviously I don't know everything, but I'll tell you what, I research and watch more film than anybody else. So, I mean, if I'm going after it, you know, 6, 7, 8 hours a day, I mean, my pulse on the league is probably going to be a little bit more than someone that's 10. Just saying. I mean, you can end up having a good point, you know, at 10, 12, 14, 15. But a lot of times people come in incredibly biased. They don't do the research. They don't really watch the film. They only watch their team and only know their players primarily. I mean, what do you expect? You know, it's not like I'm trying to have them change their opinion. You know, what they're going to think is what they're going to think until they're dead. You know, it's not like they're going to change because I told them that the Cowboys aren't going to be a 13, 14, 15 win team. You know, Cowboy fans are going to be Cowboy fans. You know, every fan base is going to have their fans. You know, that's just how it is. That's facts. You know, there's different levels of fandom. You know, this is Northwest Sports Fanatics. We're not average here. We're not fair weather fans. You know what I mean? We're not, I'll watch a couple games a year. You know, for a lot of the people that are on this channel, you know, we're watching like multiple games. I probably watch like 10 games a weekend. So, you know, it is what it is. You know, you can already tell with the people in the room based off what they say, you know, if they know football or if they don't know. So it is what it is. Well, I got fans of every, fan base, obviously in here, but I call it how I see it. If you're so overprotective, about your teams and your players, you know what I mean? Like, a lot of people will talk shit about the Patriots and Cowboys in general, right? That's just what it is. The media has shoved it down our throats that the Cowboys are garbage and suck, Jerry's the devil, and the Patriots and Belichick are cheaters, right? And then we're just like cheater, 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 and Cowboys fans are annoying. That's just kind of what the media has pushed. I don't mind the Cowboys or the Patriots, right? But if you're going to have a take, you have to have some research behind it. You have to have some substance behind your take. And if you don't have a good hot take, what do you want me to do? Just agree with you? I guess other channels could do that, but sometimes people need to hear the truth, whether they want to hear it or not. I could give two shits, regardless if the Cowboys are good or bad. I mean, obviously I want to have every team to have a good, successful season. I enjoy watching all 32 teams, but that's just kind of what happens. You know what I mean? The passion is there. I mean, this is, like I said, I've been in this game for a long, long time, and I definitely take it serious. And I don't expect everyone to listen to me or believe me, but my track record is proven. You know what I mean? Based off my predictions, the research, the film study. You know what I mean? I take a lot of pride in this. So, yeah, I'll let you know if we have some room there for you for sure. I need to go get a beer. All right, let me go get a beer. I got a Corona I need to go grab. All right. Hopefully Davi doesn't make everyone more dumb by the time I come back, okay? And Davi has some good points, but you'll see with your predictions and my predictions, and we'll see. Come back. I'll check the receipts, and we'll see who's right and who's wrong at the end of the season. All right, give me 1 minute. All right, I'm back. Yeah, and like I said, I take this shit very, very seriously too. And plus, you know what I mean? If you want to be able to be successful, you know what I mean? And try to be at 20,000, 25,000, 30,000 subs, be at 3.5 million views, you're never going to get there by having average takes. You know what I mean? Or having bad takes. You only get there based off passion, hard work. And if you actually are smart and you can have great editing, you can have great thumbnails, you know what I mean? But, it's either, people believe what you say and your predictions come true, or you're full of shit and you don't know anything. There's some people that know a little bit more than others. That's facts. But I mean, like I said, a lot of people out there only follow their team. It's really hard to be able to get a gauge on how good your team's going to be if you don't really do the extra research to compare your team to the other teams in the division, right? So NFC East, the rest of the teams in the NFC. And like I said, I doubt you've done research on Kevin O'Connell and other coaches and the GMs and O-line and draft picks and free agents. There's different levels of fandom, okay? And I'm at the very top. So some people aren't there. And that's just how it goes. But it is what it is. I'm living rent-free in your head, boy. Don't worry. I'm good. Chiefs Kingdom, baby. It is better. You know what I mean? When I have to go off, you know what I mean? So. And bottom line, it's like I'm not trying to do it to be a dickhead or mean. I'm just trying to make you smarter. So that way, if you're going to have conversations with your friends, you don't look like a fucking idiot. You know what I mean? Because if you say the shit that you're saying to other people that actually know football, you're going to look like a fucking idiot. I'm just saying, you know what I mean? I don't want you to look like an idiot. I want you to be able to have an open mind that you can love your team. You can love Jerry Jones. You can love Dak. You can love, Dan Quinn. You can love Micah. You can love Zeke. That's fine. You know what I mean? But you have to be able, if you want to be able to get in the ring with Ali and the greats, you got to know and do the proper preparation. And you have to actually know what you're talking about. Because if you're just throwing shit at the wall and see if it sticks, it's not. It's just, the football is one of those things. It's, what have you done for me lately? And just because you were good last year doesn't mean you're going to be good the following year. Facts. Hey, guy. Hey, I appreciate you hanging out late last night. Obviously, when we had our friend, Shep, and obviously he's, lost his cousin to a drive-by, lost another friend, and we were in here, talking ancient aliens, history, discovery, National Geographic, and I grinded and I ended up doing a 7-hour stream, even though I was going to do a 5-hour stream. I just felt that he needed to have friends and have people to talk to. And it obviously is one of those things that I'm going to have that empathy and sympathy, and I'm going to be there. And I think it really helped him. And I told him to go get food, and he ended up getting food. He got a crab seafood broil. So that made me feel really good. But like I said, you're going to have a lot of people on here come in here and try to argue with me. You're going to have people try to go one-on-one with me. But the bottom line is, are you willing to put in the time and the research and the film study? And you're not. So, if I have my opinion, fine. If you don't want to believe me, fine. All right. But my record speaks for itself. My predictions speak for itself. Okay. And like I said, if you end up putting in that hard work, and listening to beat writers, going to all 32 team websites, watching film, and going through, 8, 9, 10 games, during a weekend instead of just watching your game and Sunday night and Monday night. There's a difference. There is different levels of this shit. There's some people that are fair weather fans, occasional fans, average fans, and then you get the hardcore fans that not only watch their team, but they watch all the teams. There's a difference. Okay. That's just the reality of it. But if you want to keep having your takes, then, hey, you're not making your Cowboy franchise fan base look any better. So keep being you. Keep being you, Davi. Sammy's injured. Uh-oh. Well, I told you he's injury prone. Here in the studio. I said, I work nights. So during the day, I'm taking care of Paisley, and it's a research here in the studio at my house. I know you don't, because based off the stuff that you've already said. Yep. They didn't suck last year. Okay. They didn't suck last year. But they should have won that game. That was the year. That was the year for Scooter Magruder to be happy. And obviously for Davi to not be depressed dog for his whole life, where he could actually had a celebration in his life. Because I assume that you, if you're under 20, you didn't even see 92, 93, and 95. And if you were born in 84, if that's based off your year of birth, then you're 38. But I doubt you're 38. And you haven't responded to me on how old you are. So usually when people don't respond to me, then that means they're 20 and under. So. Yeah, and like I said, there's different levels. You know what I mean? And like I said, we have a very, very competitive outlook, going into next year, because obviously there's going to be reasonings why teams are going to be better. You know what I mean? Because you obviously got the Rams and what they did. Obviously, with Bobby Wagner added Von Miller to the Bills. Okay. Robert Woods to Tennessee. You bring in Allen Robinson. There's a reason the Rams are number one on paper in the NFC. Then you got the Buccaneers, and then third place is going to be Packers, Saints, Eagles, probably one of them. Niners are always going to be competitive, even if they got Trey Lance. And the sleeper team of the NFL this year is Minnesota. Okay. And, you obviously don't follow Minnesota. You have no idea who Kevin O'Connell is. And obviously with me, coaching is important. So I definitely deep dive on coaching, on assistants, on coordinators. And if you end up being on a Super Bowl team on the Rams, you are a Sean McVay, Kyle Shanahan clone. So don't be surprised in the first 3 years, Minnesota beats Green Bay in one of those years for King of the North. Don't be surprised if Minnesota makes the playoffs within the first 3 years, and it could even happen this year. So coaching is huge. You know what I mean? Even though they got Kirk Cousins, you got Justin Jefferson, Adam Thielen, Dalvin Cook. Offensive line needs a little bit of work. Defense needs a little bit of work. But when you have a head coach like Kevin O'Connell, that's going to be a lot better than Mike Zimmer. Okay. And then obviously you got the Cardinals kind of on the very, very end. It'll be like Minnesota, Cardinals, you know what I mean? But as far as like win improvement, Minnesota has a good opportunity to be one of those good teams now since they got rid of Zimmer. And even if they move on from Kirk Cousins, if they end up getting someone halfway solid, Gardner Minshew, Tannehill, who I'm kind of be looking at probably next year after Tom Brady, Minnesota has the right pieces in place to be, decently successful, not Super Bowl worthy, but going from a team that never makes the playoffs to maybe making the playoffs every couple years. You know what I mean? And obviously Dallas was good, obviously last year, but if you lose Amari Cooper, you lose Randy Gregory, okay, and you have the coaches and the offensive coordinator that you still have, no one has confidence in those two guys, period. So, I mean, once you replace those guys, and if let's say Sean Payton came in and called plays, then I'm like, boom, I'm on board with you. I'm like, all right, Cowboys are going to be good. Cowboys can make a playoff game appearance. They can win one with Sean Payton, okay? And then maybe if they have Sean Payton for a couple years, maybe they can overachieve and make the NFC Championship game. Then I'm on board, but not with Mike McCarthy, not with Kellen Moore, and not when you lose Amari Cooper. I mean, is that too hard to comprehend? You know what I mean? And if you're so into the Cowboys thinking that McCarthy is a good coach, he's not. He really isn't. He's not. He's Barry Switzer. He's not Jimmy Johnson. I mean, shit, he ain't even Bill Parcells. He's horrible. Bottom 5, bottom 10 coach. He's not good. I wouldn't want him. Nobody in the room would want him. But Minnesota is the sleeper. And then obviously the sleeper, because it's Kevin O'Connell. That's what makes the team a sleeper. Just like with the Broncos, you got Nathaniel Hackett. He got Rodgers an MVP 2 years, right? Russell Wilson had defensive head coach at NC State, defensive head coach at Wisconsin. Pete Carroll, defensive coach in Seattle. This is the first time he's going to be able to cook, okay? Mr. Unlimited. He's going to be able to open up the offense a little bit. So when you end up having new coaches, right, that's going to be able to improve things, and you might be able to improve a lot in year one, maybe be a year early or 2 years early. Like no one thought the Bengals were going to make the Super Bowl. I'm not sure if I think Zach Taylor is a top 10 coach. I don't think so. He's kind of outside the top 10 or right around maybe 10, based off that. But I'm not sure if it was really a lot of coaching. It was a lot of Evan McPherson, a lot of Burrow, a lot of Chase, a lot of Joe Mixon, a lot of T. Higgins. Nothing from the offensive line. And the defense, plucking guys like Von Bell from the Saints, that was really big, as well as T-Rex, Trey Hendrickson. You're getting guys like that to get to the football. That definitely helped. But like I said, it is what it is. Opinions can be opinions, but we will all wait and see when football comes. So, yeah. But I'm telling you, like I said, I with all the reading, because most people, this is my job. I'm doing this full time. I've been doing it full time since January. So I have plenty of time with my puppy to read. That's all I do. Everyone else has got jobs, 2 jobs, 3 jobs. I used to have 2, 3 jobs. Now my job is to research the NFL, college football, NBA, NHL, AEW, WWE, ROH, NJPW, World Cup, everything. So, it's just it's my job to be able to go through. And like I said, you're not going to be able to get every prediction right. But when you're investing this much time every day, and then if you go back and check the receipts, a lot of times my shit does come true. So, and that's with a lot of passion, hard work, and a lot of reading and film. And if you're not reading and you're not doing film study, you're not going to be able to have those type of predictions that do come true. That's facts. So my Vikings, for the NFC, that's going to be my sleeper pick. And then obviously on the AFC side, you got the Bills as the best team. And then appendectomy Burrow. Obviously, the Bengals will be pretty good. But then also you got the Chiefs, the Chargers. The Chargers could be the Bengals of last year if Herbert can keep being Herbert. The coaching's not very good in Staley, and they have an injury curse, and they can't stop the run. But hopefully they can do that this year. And then obviously Broncos with Russ, Raiders, right? And then you got teams like the Colts and the Titans, and then maybe a team like Miami. So if the Colts can end up getting TY or maybe, getting some good production there, the Colts could be kind of a sleeper team, even though they got Matt Ryan, and it's not going to be as surprising as the Vikings. Is anyone really talking about the Colts like making an AFC championship game or even winning a playoff game? No. It's like you got Jonathan Taylor, you got Quentin Nelson, you got Darius Leonard, a.k.a. Shaquille Leonard. He changed his name today, right? Kwity Paye, DeForest Buckner. You got a lot of guys there, but no one's talking about the Colts. Nobody. Just like when no one talks about the Titans. So the Colts with Matt Ryan, that could be the team that could be a little bit better than people think. Maybe they win the AFC South. Maybe they go 10-7, but I don't think they're going to be able to win a playoff game. They can get there. Maybe they can, but it all depends. The one spot, and Sarah will tell you, even though you got Jelani Woods and Alec, you got these guys from the draft, but you're really thin at tight end and wide receiver. So, you can't hand it off to Jonathan Taylor 50 times. And even if Jonathan Taylor might be the best running back in the league now, him and Derrick Henry, but, you're going to have to be able to find a way for Matt Ryan to be able to utilize his talent. And until you get some better names, then you'll be able to probably go a little bit further. But I think the Colts will be kind of the sleeper team. Yeah, we know they have Matt Ryan, but a lot of people aren't giving him a shot. Just like, Carson Wentz, Matt Ryan, Phillip Rivers. It's like you're getting these journeymen, right? And so if it's not Andrew Luck and it's not Peyton Manning, that's okay. You know what I mean? But not Jacoby Brissett. But with this particular guy, he's better than Carson, right? He's better than Phillip Rivers. Those guys can get you, Phillip got you to the playoffs and you lost. Carson didn't, but he could have. But he played like shit there at the end, losing to the Jags, right? And then now he's gone. Matt Ryan can get you to the playoffs. He can get you 10 wins, right? But I just don't know if you're going to be able to win when you get there just because the wide receivers and the tight ends are inexperienced and it's rookies. That's really a lot of pressure on Matt Ryan. He doesn't have Julio. It's not Calvin Ridley. He doesn't have Kyle Pitts. It's like you don't even have T.Y. or Marvin Harrison or Reggie Wayne. It's like you got a lot of these young guys, but at least you have a great O-line. You got a great coach in Frank Reich. You got Quentin Nelson. You got Jonathan Taylor, at running back. Got a great defense, which is top 5. So, that's really the weakness there is the tight ends and the wide receivers. So that would probably be my, I guess, sleeper team. But if you really think about it, if you look at the pecking order, it's like, okay, you got Bills, you got Bengals, you got Chiefs, Chargers, Broncos, Raiders, right? You got all those teams. And then after all of those top tier teams, right, 6 or 7, then you got the Colts, the Titans, and then maybe a team like Miami, depending on what we get there. Obviously, it's going to be a lot of it's going to be a learning process, obviously, for Tyreek. I still think he'll be a top 5 wide receiver, but that's kind of I don't want to say that the Miami's my sleeper team because I don't believe in Tua, honestly. He's injury prone. I don't think that he's going to be that good. You know what I mean? But they might have enough run game, O-line, defense, and coaching to get them close to 9 or 10 wins and maybe steal a wild card away from the Titans or Colts. One team in the South is getting in. You know what I mean? And so it's going to be a battle between the Titans and Colts. We know it's not Jags and it's not Houston. So, it's going to be very interesting on how things go. But a lot of people aren't willing to put in the research. But the reason that Minnesota is going to be better is because of Kevin O'Connell, period. And the reason why the Broncos are going to be better, not necessarily Russ, but Nathaniel Hackett. Those are really big additions that people are overlooking. And then with the Colts, you bring in Matty Ice, which is going to be good, but I just don't think it's going to be good to get a Super Bowl win. And so that's just kind of where I'm feeling it. So. Yeah. They're always used to losing to Aaron. You know what I mean? And the thing is, it's going to take a couple years, and I don't know if Aaron will still be there, but I guarantee within the first 3 years, the Vikings, whether Aaron's there still or not, they will more than likely, in 3 to 5 years, win the division and win King of the North. That maybe when Aaron's there, maybe they do it. If he's not there, then yeah, the Vikings can run that division because Justin Fields has got a long ways to go, but I still think he's got a lot of talent, right? But they just don't have a lot of talent surrounding him. Okay, it's like relying on Cole Kmet. You're in trouble. You know what I mean? You don't have Allen Robinson there anymore. So Darnell Mooney was pretty good, but you got to give it some time. Lions are always going to be hungry, but until they get Arch Manning, they might not be very good. So I'm hoping Arch Manning goes there in a couple years. But with the Packers after Aaron, it's not going to be Jordan Love more than likely. So there's going to be a time where Minnesota will be able to take advantage, whether they have Kirk Cousins or not. But as long as they have Dalvin Cook, maybe he'll come to my Buccaneers in a couple years. But you got Dalvin now. You got Justin Jefferson. You got Adam Thielen. You got Dalvin Cook. O-line needs work, right? Defense needs a little work. But with that being said, I can see Minnesota, being in that 9-10 win range and maybe even overachieving and getting to like 11, maybe 12. I mean, I don't know if it'll happen this year. You know what I mean? And I'm not going to be like Colin Cowherd thinking that they might win 13 or 14. That sounds a little ridiculous to me. But if there's injuries, maybe certain things can happen and you have to look at strength of schedule. But I am all in on Minnesota. And like I said, you have to look at a lot of different factors, the draft. But for me, it's always when you want to win big games, AFC, NFC championship games, Super Bowl, it comes down to 4 major factors: offensive line, defense, coaching, and and obviously play calling. And if you win the battle right there, everyone loved Joe Burrow. Everyone loved the Bengals. Oh, Joey Burr, the Tiger King. He's got 10 nicknames. And they tried to make you believe that the Bengals were going to win. The Bengals had one of the worst offensive lines, and you're playing against arguably the best defensive player ever, right, in Aaron Donald. So, as much as Joe Burrow is cool and he knows how to dress, last time I checked, popularity doesn't win Super Bowls. And the O-line was better for the Rams. The D-line was better for the Rams. The defense overall was better for the Rams. Coaching, Sean McVay, better for the Rams. Check. And that's how I've gotten 21 Super Bowl winners in a row. You know what I mean? It's like sometimes it's common sense, but the media likes to try to trick you, to make you lose bets and to make you think that maybe someone has a better chance to win. But with all that being said, the Bengals only lost by 3. And with the last play, right, if Aaron Donald didn't get there, right, the corner that was guarding Jamar Chase fell down. So if he had 2 more seconds, I think he would have thrown that bomb to Jamar. He would have caught it, and the Bengals probably would have won the Super Bowl. But he just didn't have enough time, and obviously they had to address that weak offensive line, and then they did. So that's big facts. Look at who it is. Bang, 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 bang. $100. Joe Burrow's appendectomy. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what he was eating there. Holly Hundo always supporting the cause. And that's what happens when you are a grinder. 4 hours, 5 hours, 6 hours, 7 hours, 8 hour streams. That's what we do here. I appreciate you very, very much. Chiefs. Tommy. Let's get it. But like I said, if you watch this stream, like I said, I am not going to be right all the time. But Peter Schrager from Good Morning Football watches me on the stream. He's stolen my catchphrases. He's had them on his own show. EA Sports and Madden watch this channel. So just because they might not comment, you'd be really surprised on actually who keeps tabs on you. And you also have to remember CBS, Pat McAfee Show, Fox, ESPN, and all the major networks, including NFL Network, they all have social media teams that specifically look for content, catchphrases, nicknames, and content that's hot in the streets, right, for their hosts. So you don't think Colin Cowherd and Joy Taylor have someone looking on YouTube for them or Twitch to find out, some extra information? I mean, all these companies have it. You know what I mean? It's just that I caught Schrager red-handed. You know what I mean? I called him out. So, a lot of these guys, they're portrayed as geniuses, just because they're famous. You know what I mean? They're already on TV. But that doesn't necessarily mean that they're as smart as they portray themselves as. Because obviously, if you're having to steal from me on YouTube just because I'm not famous yet, you know what I mean? Shame on you, Peter Schrager. You know what I mean? You were supposed to be the analytics guy and the nerd for football. And you are fugazi and you are a fraud, my guy. Fraud dog. That's you, Schrager. And it sucks because I used to love Good Morning Football. Now I can't even watch it. You got a brand new host. No more Kay Adams. No more Nate Burleson. The only thing good about the show now is Kyle Brandt and his angry runs. Okay? That's facts. High five to Holly Hundo. Let's go. Chiefs. Let's get it. Let's get it, baby. Let's go. Appreciate you very, very much. Holly Hundo is the champ. Let's go. Let me pull up another one. We got tacos. We got fucking bacon cheese fries. We got fucking ribs. All right. And we got some more. And we got a few more. Nothing better than looking at stuff like that. All right. Let's go through here. And we got the Julio. And we got some more Julio. And then a little bit of more Julio. Yeah, make sure I put him on the Titans there. But I actually like that Falcons. And then obviously you look at the Bucs offense. Brady, Mike Evans, Godwin, Julio, Fournette, even though he came in a little fat, but he lost the weight. Hey, this is a good day. This is a good day. See if we can find another Tommy or a couple. Shout out to the Mariners for that big emotional win. Oh, look who it is. It's Cowboys training camp, and it's our favorite owner, Jerry Jones. I mean, until that guy dies or gives up power, which he'll never give up power. This is not like Vince McMahon. I mean, I guess unless Jerry Jones gets himself into a sexual scandal and gets forced out. But this is different owning a football team than I guess maybe being, millionaire, billionaire on the WWE side. But I mean, that might be the only thing that really gets Jerry out of there, some kind of legal thing, or if he passes. But once he passes or decides to give up power, which he won't, that's when the Cowboys will be good. When Sean Payton gets hired as head coach, the Cowboys will be good and I'll be on board. But until that happens, I'm not going to be on board with the Cowboys if they have McCarthy and Kellen Moore. That's not good enough to win. You know what I mean? But I do love Dan Quinn. And I think that the Micah Parsons pick was excellent, but they didn't even want Micah Parsons. They were looking for Patrick Surtain or, J.C. Horn, and they got picked. So they just had to pick Micah because it fell into their lap. And they probably are thinking now, God bless Micah Parsons, because now you got a guy that arguably might be the best linebacker in football with Darius Leonard, a.k.a. Shaq Leonard. He changed his name today, as well as my guy, Devin White. And then you also got to throw in Fred Warner from the Niners. You also got to throw in Bobby Wagner, and then a few other GOATs. That's facts. And you also have to remember, I don't use any notes. So, when we're doing these shows that are 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 hours, everything is in my brain. There is nothing written down in these streams. Everything is one take, and it's off the top. That's facts. Yeah, Burrow. I don't know. We have to look that up to see what's going on. Let me throw up a new Burrow. I got another Burrow photo, fire one. And I feel bad for the Cowboys. Don't get me wrong. You know what I mean? Their fan base gets kind of a bad rap. Same thing with the Patriots. I know a lot of the older Cowboy fans, maybe not Davi, but guys that are my age, that are 40, 45, 50, 60, they grew up in the heyday, the Danny Whites, going back with the Aikmans and the Irvins and the Emmitt Smiths and the Leon Letts and the Dions. And, you're going through all the, Roger Staubach, I'm not a fucking idiot. Okay. Like, a lot of these guys have gone through a lot of greatness and, they haven't been good in a long fucking time. And last year they fooled us. We thought maybe that was the year, for them to be able to get past the Niners. But you got to have better play calling. You got to. And there's so many things that I like about the Cowboys team. But until you get Jerry out of there and obviously Mike McCarthy and Kellen Moore, things are not going to turn out the way the Cowboys fans want, let alone fans in general watching the Cowboys. I want the Cowboys to win a playoff game. I would love for Scooter Magruder to be happy for once. You know what I mean? And any Cowboy fan that is truly a Cowboy fan. But, you have to be able to be realistic with some of the expectations from year to year. That's facts. Holly Hundo, LSU Burrow, appendectomy. Yeah, anyone that has any other information, let me know. Appreciate you. I got another Tommy in here as well. Yeah, you're not going to the Super Bowl, Jerry. You're sounding like Davi in the chat now. Come on, Jerry. You're making my ears bleed, Jerry. Don't make me change the channel, Jerry. Talk about a cancer for the NFL. That's Jerry. You know what I mean? He doesn't even realize that he's the problem. He is such, just so rich, and his nose is so up in the sky. He's like Vince McMahon. It's like you can't even realize that you're hurting your brand. It's like you're not good at booking matches, Vince McMahon. You know what I mean? Like you lost a lot of people to AEW. Like sometimes people are delusional. You know what I mean? Like, and I think Jerry and Vince are very similar. Very powerful men. They're both businessmen, but they definitely are not in tune with what's going on today. You are living in the past. And I just hope that I mean, I know Triple H is going to take over and WWE will get better. I hope. I don't want Jerry to die. I don't want him to pass, but it would be awesome to be able to see him give up some power. But I don't know we're going to get that. I don't know if we're going to get that, but I'll tell you what, if Sean Payton goes there, you're going to see a whole new Cowboys team. And I would be extremely excited as a Cowboys fan once that happens, because that's the only thing that's going to be able to save you guys is an elite coach like Sean Payton. That could be a guy that the Cowboys fans would be more disciplined, because if you think about it, for years and years and years, who are the two most undisciplined teams in football? Raiders, right? And the Cowboys. I mean, we just want them to be a little bit more firm with the discipline. Stop going off sides. Stop fucking holding. Stop doing pass interference when it's not needed. You know what I mean? And if those teams and players did that, Randy Gregory, for example, you know what I mean? There's a lot of penalties that have lost games for those two franchises. So I'm really excited to see what Josh McDaniels does. And that's why I think the Raiders, they could finish anywhere between first and fourth. We don't really know. But you got Devontae. Right, you got Hunter Renfrow, who's the most underrated wide receiver in the league, the best slot, the most slept on receiver, right? You got Josh Jacobs, who's probably a top 12, 13, running back now, but he was a top 10 running back when healthy most of the time. But now there's some younger guys that are kind of past him. So we'll see what we get there. But you got Carr. He's a top 10 quarterback this year. You got Josh Jacobs. Let's say he's top 12. You got Devontae Adams. He's number 1 or number 2 or number 3. Maybe Justin Jefferson or Jamar Chase or Cooper Kupp maybe have higher stats, but maybe not. Okay. You got Hunter Renfrow, the best slot and the most underrated. And, right, you ended up getting who? No, you already have him. Darren Waller, right? He was a top 3 tight end. So there's a lot to look forward to with Josh McDaniels, but the O-line stinks, okay? And the defense stinks except for Max Crosby, who's a god, as well as Chandler Jones. Chandler Jones. Those guys are nice. Everyone else is injury prone, but if they can firm up the defense and get more Max Crosby's on the team and more Chandler Jones, right? And they can beef up that O-line. I already told everyone with the Raiders. I told you within the first 3 years of Vegas, what did I tell you? I told you they're going to make a wild card, and they did. So, everyone likes to sleep on certain teams just because, they're the Raiders. But that doesn't mean that they're not going to be a good football team. They've already proven with not a very good O-line or defense that they can still get to the playoffs and compete. Sometimes you just run into a team like the Bengals where you just can't keep up. But now getting Devontae Adams, having Renfrow, I imagine Josh Jacobs, they'll let him go after this year. I assume in the next couple years he'll be gone and they'll try to get somebody better. But other than that, Waller's great. Hunter Renfro's great. Carr's great. Devontae Adams is great. Josh McDaniels, I think, is going to be good. And that could be a coach that you guys have for 10 years. You can have some stability. And not have to worry about the John Gruden racism thing. And, and obviously John was good, for the Raiders and the Bucs before, but you can tell John Gruden and Mike McCarthy are living in the past. And even if John Gruden was still there today, he doesn't really understand that the league has changed and you still can't be running the same plays for Brad Johnson with Carr. It's not going to work. The league is a little bit different now. So, and I don't think he was really able to adapt as quick as he needed to. And they obviously made an example of him and pushed him out. But now you got a guy in Josh McDaniels that I think is going to be better. And he's not going to try to be Bill Belichick. He's going to be the best Josh McDaniels he can be. So, that's just bottom line facts. And the only way you know things like this is if you fucking read and you watch the film. Big facts. All right, let's go and scroll down here and get a couple more Tommies for our GOAT. Have you been watching me too? Holly Hundo, here's looking at you. I appreciate you very, very much. But like I said, you can tell when people talk football, if they know what they're talking about or not. But if I'm not using any notes, and you can have this type of knowledge for all the teams, plus college, plus NBA, plus baseball, plus hockey, plus everything else in between. At some point my track record has to stick. Okay. Appreciate you, Holly. Bang, bang, bang. $100 holla. Thank you so much. And I appreciate you very, very much. Bang, bang. Let's get it. $343.50. Let's get to 4. Huh? That'll make Davy happy. You love that, Davy, huh? Does that make you feel good? Yes, 5 stars. The best mod, most popular mod, all the mods, GOAT level for this channel. Appreciate you guys very, very much. Let's get it. 340, 350. Let's get to 4. Let's do it. Yeah, for real. Davy, you're not going to win the game of knowledge with me ever. You know what I mean? It's like you're picking a fight with Muhammad Ali or Mike Tyson and Mike Tyson's Punch Out, right? You're Glass Joe. I'm Mike Tyson. It's not going to happen, bud. Okay? Yeah, no one wants to hear you with horrible takes, bringing the vibe down in the room. Go to another room and do that with all your Cowboys banter and your Cowboys propaganda. You can go push that somewhere else because we're not drinking that here. Okay. You're making everyone dumber in the fucking room, Davy. Okay. I'm trying to make sure people are smart in here. They actually have good, visions of what the NFL is going to be. I don't want my fan base to be stupid. Okay. Oh, shit. Nice. What a big win too at the end. Mariners always find a way to, as if Julio is playing, then we're always in it. So you don't want Scooter to be happy. Well, you got to think. For me, I have more sympathy, and empathy for someone like Scooter Magruder rather than Davy, because Scooter's actually been a real fan. And regardless if he thinks the team's going to be good, you know what I mean, every single year and whatnot, and, have these visions of a Super Bowl rings and whatnot in his dreams. But imagine being a Cowboy fan and being, 35, 40, 45, 50, 60 years old and haven't seen them do anything since 1995. You know what I mean? The younger generation doesn't know any better because they haven't fucking watched them. They weren't alive in 92, 93, 95. They don't even know what it's like to be a championship caliber team for the Cowboys. So, but a lot of these guys that are older that were a part of Roger Staubach and Danny White and a part of Troy Aikman, Michael Irvin, Emmett Smith, Jimmy Johnson, Barry Switzer, Dion. I mean, do I need to keep going? I don't think so. So, they've been struggling for a long time. And I don't like to see people struggle like that. But I mean, obviously, compared to the Cowboys, I would rather have the Lions win. I mean, that's a team that's been just sucking ass forever. And I hope they get Arch Manning in a couple years. So, Scooter Magruder. Bro, you're blowing up my chat too much, bro, with all your nonsense and garbage. Get the fuck out of here. All right. I won't block you, but you're commenting every 30 seconds and you're making my room dumber. Okay. And it's like you're talking to a bunch of people and you're like 5, or, we're sober and you're drunk. It's not going anywhere. Okay. All right. This is a room full of goats, not a bunch of 10 and 15-year-olds that don't know football. Okay. You can always go to a different stream and do your Cowboys propaganda there, but you're not going to be able to convince anybody that the Cowboys are winning 13, 14 games in here. Okay. And that's when you get booted. Davy, where'd you go? Davy, hello? Davy, bang! That's what happened. This is us in the room. We are the Hulkamaniacs. And this bald guy that looks like Kurt Angle, that is Davy. Sorry, bud. Okay. Yeah, you're not going to get points of being an intention whore here in this room. Okay. That's facts. All right, let me change the background. I like this Julio Jones background. Let's go. Let's do some water, because obviously Davi's giving everyone a fucking migraine. And I don't mind, you know what I mean? Like, we don't have to all agree. That's fine. But when you get someone that keeps going and going and going and going, and you don't even have anything to back it, it's, you're making my room stupid, and I don't want that. See this? This is a better view. This is better. You know what I mean? And it's funny, too, because the people that want to argue with me the most are always under 20. I might look like I'm 20. I might look like I'm 30. I'm fucking 40. Okay? You know what I mean? So a lot of people that follow me here, are going to be 30, 40, 50, 60, 70. So, I mean, if you're going to come in the room and you have something to say, make sure you know what you're talking about, or it's not going to go well for you here. You might be able to get away with some Cowboys propaganda and keep going on and on and on in another chat, but after time, this is going to be for football, wrestling, and everything in between. But obviously, we want our mental health to be good. And you're giving me, you're making me fucking stupid, with all the bullshit. And everyone else in the room isn't going to want it. So, and it's those people that are always young. That's like they're always trying to prove that they belong. But then if you are trying to believe and prove that you belong, at least have takes that can be halfway, be like plausible, or like that could be that could be actually something that could come true. But a lot of times people will come up with like the worst takes, and it's like I can only take so much of that, and I want us to be able to have a fun time in here. And I know sometimes you guys like me arguing with people, but sometimes it gets even too much for me, where I don't want to argue with anyone. I don't want to get all worked up. But this is my life, and NFL, and wrestling, and in sports. And I mean, I have a lot of passion for it, and I'm not going to fucking let someone that is 10 years old, try to run the room. It's just not going to happen. So. You can go too. See ya. I have goats in here. Okay. I don't know. I got rid of them. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of people want to be a part of the clique. And guess what? When you're NWO, right? You're NWO for life. We don't just let anybody in. Okay. We don't let anybody in. So there you are. Bang. That's what you get. Okay. I mean, I'll go after it for a little bit, but even for me, I mean, I don't want you to affect my mental health with a bunch of stupidity and horrible takes. So, yeah, out of here. Timeouts, and then if I have to give him the boot, but it is what it is. I don't know, or maybe it was his burner account. Maybe it was a burner account, but I gave him the Hogan boot, dude. Right here. That's what you get. You can argue with me, but you know what I mean? But if you just, like I said, I'm not going to be right all the time, but for someone like me, to have the pulse of the NFL, I mean, you really got to be able to, because I honestly feel, and people have said this too, that, even though I'm a Bucs fan, I probably know, just as much as a hardcore fan of your team, or maybe even more, just based off the pride that I have in the research to be able to connect with different fan bases. I don't want to be a guy that doesn't know about the Saints or the Panthers or the Falcons, because that's my competition. But I want to be able to engage in every fan base, whether it be the Lions, to the Jags, to the Niners. It doesn't matter. And the only way that you're going to be able to be smart and have good opinions and being able to be entertaining is if you read and you watch the film. Otherwise, you're just throwing shit against the wall, and you're just incredibly biased. And I don't got any room for that here. So. He said, I award you with no points. May have God mercy on your soul. Yeah. You know what I mean? And I know sometimes it'll get entertaining for you guys, but with the Cowboys, I mean, I know I try to say things, you know what I mean, that you guys are thinking that you guys might not say. And that's a big thing, is there's a lot of bias in sports, but a lot of times on TV, podcasts, or people, they have these ideas or predictions, but they're kind of afraid to say it. But I'm not biased, so I could care less. If the Bucs win, cool. If they don't, I could care less. Like, of course, the goal is to win Super Bowls. I don't want to go 0-17. I love the league. You know what I mean? And if I didn't love college football and NFL, why would I watch 8 or 9 games a weekend every weekend in football season? You know what I mean? It's like to be able to get that knowledge and research and to actually know what you're talking about. Because like I said, if you don't know what you're talking about on YouTube or Twitch, you're not going to get followers. You know what I mean? You could have the editing and you could have the fire thumbnail, but if you are a fucking dumbass, you are not going to get followers following you. If you have horrible takes, no one's going to donate to you. No one's going to follow you. You know what I mean? That's just bottom line facts. Yeah, you don't argue with me. We just bust balls for sure. Bye-bye. Yeah, and that's the whole thing, just to make you think. Like, if you're so set in your ways about an opinion, just listen to what I have to say, because I'm not gaining anything by it. Like, it's like, oh, I'm right and you're wrong. No, it's just that if you're really strongly opinionated about something, and if I've, been following the team and the GM and the coaches and the backups, I'm not a regular person. I'm a psychopath when it comes to sports knowledge. You know what I mean? I'm putting in a lot of work. So it's more of just trying to educate the people. And even if you still don't agree with me after what I said, that's fine. But most of the time, I get people that message me after, and they'll say, you know what? I was really biased and I thought this, but after what you said, I can see where you're coming from. And that's all I'm trying to do, because a lot of times we get blinded, by the love of our teams, our coaches, our players, and we don't hear the excess noise. We just think everyone's hating. But sometimes people, do have some truth to what they're saying. So it's like, I'm not trying to gain anything by that. It's just to open people's eyes and ears to maybe there's another opinion that could be, something that you're not thinking at the moment. And that's all it is. You know what I mean? And when you watch championship caliber teams year in, year out, NBA, MLB, NFL, NHL, wrestling, you kind of understand what it takes to be a champion, to win in this league that we call the NFL. It's not by luck. You know what I mean? That's facts. Yeah. I know. I loved it. I love it. I love it when I have the connections with the fans. You know what I mean? It's just every once in a while we'll, get somebody that, yeah. I just saw a picture of the guy. He sent me a message on Instagram. Kid's like 15 years old. It's like, dude, it's hard to be able to have a conversation with someone that doesn't know football. And you're 15 years old, bro. And I don't think every young person doesn't know sports. I actually think there are some, really intelligent people, but like I said, there's different levels. Like, I'm trying to be one of the best in the world. Okay. I'm not just trying to be, just like an everyday YouTuber. I'm trying to go from 20,000 to 25 to 30 to 40 to 50 to 100 to 200 to 300. And then hopefully, everyone's main goal is to get to 1 million. I know that sounds like a crazy number, you know what I mean? But there's certain people that have the talent to get there, and there's certain people that don't. You know what I mean? I want to go from 3.5 million views to 5 to 7 to 10 to 15 to 20. And the bottom line is there's certain people that have the talent and that are genuine and that have the passion, but they actually know what they're talking about. And there's a lot of fugazi frauds that, are just in it for, just a quick buck. You know what I mean? And they don't know compared to some of the people that really do. Facts. I did love the Stone Cold for sure. Because like I said, I mean, my reputation is everything. And there's a lot of people out there that would be content, being where I'm at now, but I'm not. I really feel I'm only 1% into my journey. You know what I mean? And like, I'm almost at 20 and I'm at 3.5 million views, but I'm not satisfied. I want to be able to get more people that are like-minded in here that we can support each other. But like I said, this, right? Everyone thinks they know sports. Everyone on planet Earth. It doesn't matter if you're a basketball fan, baseball, football. Everyone claims to be an expert. But until you actually go into a room with experts, then you'll really figure out if you really are an expert in sports, or maybe you're just an expert on your own team, or maybe you're someone that's incredibly biased that doesn't really know sports but thought they did. There's different levels to the fandom, and like I said, it's not like like if the Cowboys, for example, ended up having Sean Payton, I'd be like, okay, you know what I mean? But you lost Amari Cooper, right? But you can't act like that's not going to matter, right? You lost Randy Gregory. Your coach sucks. The OC sucks. Now, if they had Sean Payton, I'd be like, okay, Cowboys can win 10 to 13 games, okay? But they don't have Sean Payton. There's stuff that I like, but I'm not going to just fucking agree with you just because you donated to me or you just think I'm going to agree with everyone in the room. I have to be able to, my legacy and my words mean something here. If I started giving bad information on the channel, I'm going to, lose subs and lose credibility, and I'm not willing to do that. So that's facts. Stone Cold, baby. But it's always the same guys that are like 10 to 15 years old that try to, I don't know, try to like prove a point that they know football. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know. There's me. There's Davi. Nighty night. Yeah, I think so. And I'm not expecting a whole lot. I mean, I got his stats here, and he was injured for the last couple years. So I don't really expect a whole lot, but it's just for depth. You know what I mean? If I was so biased, on everything, I'd be like, oh my God, we're going to the Super Bowl. We're going to beat everybody. We're going 17-0. You know what I mean? I'm not an idiot, but there are people that are like that, like Bucs fans that are like, oh, we're going to go 17-0. Oh, we're going to go 16-1. No, we're not. No, we're not going to go. You know what I mean? Like the best team in the NFL might be, 14 or 15 wins, and it's probably going to be like the Bills. You know what I mean? Just because they're favored in every game. But I don't overreact. I mean, even when stuff happens to my team, I have to keep it real. When I said that Julio has spaghetti strings, for his, hamstrings, I'm not backing down from that comment. You know what I mean? He gets injured. He can't stay healthy. But, for somehow, some way, if he can stay healthy with Tom, he's going to have one of the best seasons of his career this year. You know what I mean? And if, Mike Evans or Godwin gets hurt a little bit, then I still have Julio and Russell Gage, and that makes me feel good rather than having someone worse. You know what I mean? That's what it comes down to. Yeah, it's funny. I saw Davi's picture. Hilarious. It's like 15 years old. I knew it too. I knew that number wasn't hit the year that he was born. Because anytime I ask somebody, how old they are when they're trying to talk shit or argue with me, and if I say, are you, 15 to 20, they never answer because they know that I know that they are 15 to 20, and they are like 9 times out of 10 every time. I don't know what it is about 15-year-olds that want to argue with me, but I'm 40, bro. It's like, you've been watching football since what? You were 10? I've been watching since I was 5, and I'm 40. It's not a competition, bro. Yeah. Give me a hell yeah. 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 I mean, like, I don't mind, arguing and bantering, but at least have a take that, people can like look at the room and you can be like, okay, that's realistic. Like if he would have been like, we probably will, finish, second, maybe third. There's a chance to compete, with the Eagles. Maybe we get to 10 wins, but realistically, we maybe get 8 or 9 because we lost Cooper and Gregory. Then if he said something like that, and that's what pretty much I felt and what I feel, then no one would argue. It's like, yeah, okay, you got a good pulse on the league and you got a good pulse on your team. You just can't be like, oh, we lost Randy Gregory. We lost Amari Cooper. We have a horrible coach in OC, but we're going to win 14 games. Yeah. And you can always tell when people have weak ass takes, they're always under 20. It's like, what have you been watching sports for 5 or 10 years? Come on. You know what I mean? Be better. And I don't expect them to be me. I don't expect anyone to have my work ethic. You know what I mean? But a lot of the people that are in the room now have a little bit more of a pulse than someone that's 15 years old. And like I said, there's going to be 15-year-olds or 18-year-olds that are really intelligent. Like I said, the youngest mod that I have in the channel is 19. So it's not like I'm hating on young people. You know what I mean? But you have to understand we're not average here. Okay. We're not fair weather. We're not bandwagon. I mean, these are for the most hardcore fans on YouTube. So, pick and choose your words wisely, my man. Yes, it is. And that example of Davi is the reason why people hate Cowboy fans. You know what I mean? There's fucking delusional. You know what I mean? It's okay to have a bad take here and there, but when you have like 100, you know what I mean? And you haven't done your research on the other coaches or the other teams or the draft picks or claiming like the Eagles didn't have a great offseason or draft, I can't have a conversation with you. And it makes you guys dumber too. Because if you're one of those people that actually takes to heart when a dumbass talks, then it's going to make you believe those things. And then it's going to make you dumber. So, I mean, like I said, there's going to be good points and there's going to be dumb points. But I want to be able to make the fans in the room smarter, not dumber. So, What did you post in the Discord? Did you get me something? I think Zachary Zabala posted here at 9:45. Sarah did the neglected animals, supporting animal rescue in here, so we got that. And I definitely want to be able to try to help with that. Ooh, it looks like some people. Sarah posted some music. Was this POD Alive? Okay. Boom. Okay. Limp Bizkit. Gosh, I haven't listened. I listened to a Limp Bizkit song just a couple days ago. Kind of got me going. A deep dive. Eagles John. He said, not a tired take, interesting and easy to absorb. Awesome. And you can always tell with the people on social media, that actually know something and the people that don't, for sure. I might have to take a deep dive on that, Eagles John. That was sent. Will the Thrill sent a message. 14 games to go in the regular season. I haven't seen Will the Thrill in the room in a while. Hopefully he's doing good. Did you send it in the Wrestling Fanatics? Ooh, look at these pictures. These are cool. What is this today? Today's the 26th. Oh, look at the costume. I love wrestling and wrestling costumes. Utami. Hayashishita. Goated. Yeah, and if anyone's going to argue with me about the coaches, and you're going to defend it, like the guy's not that, I can't have a conversation with you. Neither can I have anybody in the room. You know what I mean? Like, I honestly, a lot of people that do sports, like they love arguing. They love the drama, right? But it's not going to be a good drama or good YouTube or good TV when one guy's smart and the other guy's an idiot. You know what I mean? Or if you have someone like Skip Bayless who's actually smart but pretends to be stupid and does hot takes for the Cowboys because he knows it's going to get ratings, and that's what the producers want him to say. Even if he doesn't believe the Cowboys are winning the Super Bowl, they want him to act like the Cowboys are going to win. So he looks like the delusional idiot, and then Shannon is the laid-back, cool guy that actually uses his brain that's smart. It's all by design. But a lot of people think, oh, Skip is such an idiot. He really isn't. It's all, Stephen A. Smith's an idiot. You know what I mean? All he does is scream, and all his predictions are wrong. I'd love to be wrong and get paid $8 million a year or more. You know what I mean? But a lot of times it's all about, people fighting, people arguing. But I would rather actually listen to takes that are real with no bias. That's really where sports talk is going now, not people arguing for no reason. You know what I mean? It's like a bunch of little children, He said green right, X shift to Viper right, 382, X stick looky on 2, ready, break. Spider 2, Y banana on 3, ready, break. I played a little backup QB in my day. Played wide receiver and tight end, and I could throw the football pretty good, but we had a guy that, got a scholarship to Arizona, and he ended up winning the 100-meter in Oregon as a freshman. So I already knew when I played with him in 7th and 8th grade for Pop Warner, I was like, we would run like a QB sweep, right, with the quarterback, and he would just get to the sideline and outrun everyone because he was the fastest guy in Oregon. So he would just literally hike the ball, run to the sideline, try to get one block, and he was gone every time. You know what I mean? And he would run for 90-yard touchdowns, 60-yard touchdowns. Yeah, and he was a lefty too. So when you end up having a lefty, and he got a scholarship to Arizona, but didn't really pan out in college football or basketball, and now he's a realtor. But it was in the same draft class as Derek Anderson. Remember him from Scappoose that went to the Panthers? So Derek Anderson was on the Beavers and then went to the Panthers. It was that class, and also Kellen Clemens that went to Burns, which was a 2A school, which now they have like 6A or 7A, very small school in Oregon. And then he went to the Ducks, and then he got drafted and was on a few different teams like the Chargers. So he was supposed to be like the third best behind those two. And he went to Arizona, but he didn't win out the job because he was like 6 foot and he was pretty muscular. And he had a good arm, but there were just quarterbacks that were like 6'5", 6'6", and he didn't end up winning the job. But yeah, back in the day. Yes. Baker is not great, but Baker is better than Sam Darnold, Right. But when someone tells me that they think that it's not that bad, your pulse on the fucking league is not very good. So Yeah. So have you been watching it all? Like I didn't watch Raw. I didn't see that, right? Did you watch any of the shows? I tried to watch like a little bit of a clip on Twitter and I couldn't even do it. You know what I mean? Like is the girl's voice the lead host? Is she any good? You know what I mean? She looks like she could be decent. And there's a reason why they didn't do Jane Slater. She's got kind of a lisp, even though she's pretty. Colleen Wolfe would have been she does the show on the weekends. That should be the person that is the lead. I don't know why the hell that they didn't give Colleen Wolfe the job, because she is the best for NFL coverage. And Joy Taylor is number 2. Those are the 2 best females that look nice, that are intelligent, that are well-spoken, that actually know sports. I feel that there's a lot of others that are out there, but they're not as good as Joy Taylor with Colin Cowherd, and they're not fucking Colleen Wolfe. That's facts. Chief, what to do? I had to boot out, delusional Davi. I think that's what we're going to call him now. And so then he sent me a message on Instagram, L, and I saw his picture. The guy's like 15 years old, just like I knew he was. I was like, all right. How are you doing? Yeah, she's not. And then the chemistry, they're trying to get her here now, right? So that way they can get her now, preseason. So then when the regular season comes, they can build chemistry. But the bottom line is you're not going to be able to recreate Kay Adams, Nate Burleson, Schrager the Weasel, right? Fugazi, fake, and Kyle Brandt. They had something special there, and you're never going to recreate that ever again. And the reason Nate was so good is that even though he was an NFL player, he made you feel like he was just one of the boys. Sometimes he would talk as if he was just a guy, not like an NFL correspondent, not some cocky wide receiver. You know what I mean? And that's why him being humble, but also being funny, and, he can be hood, but he can also be professional, depending on where he's at and who he's around. That's why Nate got promoted to CBS, because he's one of the best in the world. I'm trying to be one of the best in the world. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to just be one of the best on YouTube. I'm trying to build this legacy. And I really think, over time, once we get our big break, I mean, I'll go against anybody. I don't really feel that there's anyone that's out of my league or I'm not in their league. There's a lot of people that got more subs and more views, but that doesn't mean that they're better than me. They don't have a better voice or better knowledge, or better fans. Of course, you got Grossi Posse, all the respect to him, and Clickbait Sports. But besides that, I mean, I think that Grossi and me got the best thing going right now. If you really want to be entertained, he's more really for the comedy side, with the skits, but he does have a lot of knowledge. With me, I'm going to give you knowledge on all things. And like I said, we can still do pop culture and music and food, but I deep dive, I think, even deeper than Grossi and Clickbait Sports and any of the guys that are there. Scooter Magruder, Perna, Grossi, 5 Point Vids, all the Urinating Tree. All those guys are fantastic. But I'm just not sure if they, are willing to go as deep and they want it as bad as I do. So, and a lot of those guys have fire thumbnails, fire editing. They have fire fan bases. You know what I mean? But I just need to be able to do me and not worry about, where they're at and where I'm at. I just need to be able to just understand that we have something special here and we have amazing fans. And I couldn't ask for better people to be a part of the channel. Every once in a while, we're going to have someone that's going to make the room dumber or to argue or to cause problems. That's fine. But in the end of the day, we want to be able to bond, talk sports, share opinions, share pictures and videos of, games or collectibles, and then end up improving mental health. But when you get someone that's fucking commenting every 5 seconds, just to try to get attention, get the fuck out of here, dude. It's like, I'll talk to you for a little bit, and that'll give us a little something to engage in. And you can get me, if you want to get me riled up or you want me to go one-on-one, you know what I mean? But it's always going to end up being your Glass Joe. I'm Mike Tyson. Good night. You know what I mean? Or you're going to end up getting the boot from me or someone else in the room. So see you later, bud. Green writes a strong slot, Spider 2, Y banana, on two, ready, break. Yeah. So we have this Davi guy that came in that's been a part of the channel for a couple years. He's like 15, Cowboys fan, horrible takes. And I let him go for a while, you know what I mean? But after a while, if you're just doing it for attention and you're commenting every 30 seconds and you're spamming the chat, I want to hang out with people that I actually care about. You know what I mean? Like people that actually support me, not someone that thinks that they know football, that they're just trying to make it more drama in the room that needs to be in here. You like Cynthia Freeland? I do too. She's great on analytics. She might not be the prettiest female in the NFL circles, but it's not about being pretty. It's about being relatable and being smart and doing the research. Mina Kimes does analytics and stats. Something with Cynthia Freeland, very good at analytics and stats. And yeah, I do like Cynthia Freeland a lot. She's always smiling. She's always positive. You know what I mean? And her fantasy football stuff is good. Yeah, I do like Cynthia Freeland. But I'm not sure if she would be good enough to host Good Morning Football. There's like, you can be like someone on the panel, but to be a host of a show, you really have to be a monster on the mic. You know what I mean? There's a reason why there's a lot of wrestlers that are wrestling, but there's only a couple that are goats on the mic. And if you're a goat on the mic and you're great in wrestling, that's how you turn into a legend. Hogan, Jericho, Rock, Stone Cold. There's certain people that are much better on the mic. Macho Man. You know what I mean? There's some that are just goats and legends. The Miz, MJF. And then there's others that are good or okay. And then there's guys that have to have people talk for them, like Roman Reigns or Brock Lesnar with Paul Heyman. So, but those guys they're getting better on the mic, but no one's ever going to say, oh my God, Roman is a top 5 microphone guy in the world. No one's ever going to say that, or Brock Lesnar. So. See ya. I don't got time for you. I can block you, you know what I mean? But I don't need people like that in the room. So I was good in the beginning, but if you're going to keep going and going and going, go do that. Go do that cowboy propaganda somewhere else. Of course, dude. I've been fighting the algorithm for 4 years. Bro, it's like I was getting a bunch of views and subs when I wasn't making any money. Then I started switching to live streams, and then they fucked me over. And they don't even at least give the notifications to the fans that already subbed to me. That's not asking too much. You know what I mean? Just give not any of the, like, you don't have to recommend my shit or whatever, but just like give me the people, at the proper time that I'm on. That's why I do a lot of Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter posts. So that way, on top of that, I do one in the morning and I do one right before I hop on. You know what I mean? Instead of giving it to you 4 hours later or 4 days later, but it shows you it's all about quality over quantity. That's what it's about. You know what I mean? You can have less than 20 people in the room, have a great time, have great takes, have a good time with each other. And, we can make as many dollars and donos here than someone that has hundreds or thousands in the room. And that only happens if you're good. If you're not good, people aren't going to watch you. They're not going to sub to you. They're definitely not going to donate to you. So, yeah, I've been fighting it for a long time. You know what I mean? But I'm a fighter. And plus, when you had a Jordan rookie card and it's worth 25 to 30,000 now, do you really think I'm going to quit? I can have my partner quit. I can have YouTube quit on me. I can, have all the distractions and depression and anxiety. But you know what? As long as I got good people in the room and I believe in myself and I know that we have something special here, this is what Davi gets and the rest of the haters. Okay? And because we're just fucking NWO and we're NWO for life, brother. Oh, yeah. People just love to get the attention from me. That's what it really comes down to. They just want the attention. But having horrible takes is not going to get my attention. Not in the way that you want it. So he's back and he's gone. Yeah, I think Cynthia's pretty too. But she doesn't have like a model like look. You know what I mean? All right, Matt. I love you and appreciate you. Go Ducks. Dude, you need to fly out here to Oregon for a game this year. I know that's kind of crazy because you live in Hawaii. You know what I mean? But, that would be really dope. Maybe I can figure something out, during the season or something. That'd be really dope. If I, fly you out to Eugene and go to a Duck game in person, that'd be fucking wild, huh? We could both wear our Oregon chains. I love you and I appreciate you. Matt Payton representing the Ducks all the way from Hawaii. Love you, bro. %25 of subs get notified. Why? Why do they do that? Because the thing is, if more people get notified, there's more chances for donations. And if there's more chances for donations, that's more money for YouTube and Google if they're taking 35%. So what's the logic in that? Shouldn't you be able to, put out, you don't have big enough servers to be able to push out that information? What's the whole point of having subscribers, click on the all notifications, custom notifications, or no notifications, and you just sub to someone? What's the point of having the option if you're not even going to do it? You know what I mean? Doesn't make any sense. Because if anything, it's going to help them make more money. Because imagine, okay, if I'm, having these kind of people in the room and I'm making these kind of donos with 20 people or less, imagine what we would have if we had 100 people in here. Then I'd be able to give away a lot of shit every stream. Like I would probably be able to give a jersey away every stream, with just 100 people in the room. Shit, I could probably do it with 50 in the room. Because if we have 20 or less and we can make 100 to 1,300, can you imagine what we would be able to get if we had 50 or 100 people? We could probably end up getting like 500 to 2,000. Depending on what goats are in the room. That is a good question. We already did quarterback and we did running back. Wide receiver, tight end, offensive line, defensive line, linebacker, safeties, corners, kickers, punters, coaches, OCs, and DCs. And no other channel is going to go that depth. But is that the one that you want to see next? Because I would probably do corners and then safeties. I wouldn't combine them together because obviously it's too important of a position. You just want to see if I put Jair Alexander 1? Is that what it is? You want to see if I have Jair over Jalen Ramsey or Xavier Howard? Is that what you want? Or you want to see if I put him at 2 over Xavier Howard? I know how your brain works, Whitey. You're like, I got to see what this motherfucker's going to put. And obviously people can be biased, but I feel I'm fair, based off, the information. I can read your brain, bro. You want to see where I put Jair? That's exactly why you asked that question. ESP, I have it. Some people wonder, like, how do you know? I just do. I just know people. Like I said, I would probably be a therapist or a psychologist if I wasn't doing this, or I would be doing beats with my boy Brooks, or video games. But I think helping people definitely is something that I can do. So, wow, yeah. And that's even for big channels. I already know that only 10,000, they said, was it 5% of all channels on YouTube, the millions that are out there, only 5% get to 10,000 subs. So obviously we're in that category, but I just want to grow, But then also I don't want to have a lot of little kids in here and like trolls. My peace of mind is worth more than having a few hundred more people in here. Because if I'm going to have a few hundred more people in here and we're at 20,000, right? But they're all toxic. I'd rather go back to the number that I'm at now and need 200 more quality people than 200 Davies. You know what I'm saying? Like Davies like that. Imagine having 10 Davies in the room. I don't want my mods to work and having to ban or time out someone over and over. I want them to be able to enjoy the streams. You know what I mean? And be able to watch the game and, facilitate a little, but not have to constantly, have to work. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah. Well, it's 4 hours and 21 minutes. I'm a grinder. So I'm probably going to be here for 5 hours. So we'll make it another, 39 minutes. So I'll make it 5 hours and then I'm going to end the stream. Davi already took up too much of the time, but sometimes it can be funny. You know what I mean? Sometimes it's, good banter, but normally it comes down to one person that knows football and the other one is clueless. So, and I can only go that, so long before, I don't want it to get toxic and everything, but it's just a passion, for football in me. And, if someone is trying to claim that they are, knowledgeable about football and then they're spreading all this bullshit in the chat and someone believes it, I don't want someone to be stupider or dumber, coming here. And especially if it wasn't from something that I said. 343. What a great day in Donos. That's what happens when you get a Davi in here. 340, 350. Can we get to 4? Maybe. Yeah. And maybe I'll go even longer than 5 hours. Like I said, I went 7 hours last night and I even woke up early and took Paisley for a walk. I stayed up until probably like 4 a.m. I was watching Simpsons and, trying to get some good mental health and whatnot. So it's got a glitch. Wow, that's crazy.
Argue Tyreek's speed, but he wasn't getting faster.
I'll be here tomorrow, obviously.
I think he was third in drops. Yeah.
Comes down to one person that knows football and a Cowboys fan.
Yes.
And, it's like, and I try to give Patriot fans and Cowboys fans some credit, but I mean, it's like either you know football and you don't. And like I said, a lot of people, it's like, dude, if you're 15 years old, okay, and you're trying to come in the room with people that are 40, 50, 60, 70 years old, do you really think you're going to get through? Like, what do you think's going to happen? That we're all going to bow down to you? Like you're fucking Doogie Howser MD? I should be just fucking in awe of you? Like you're just some fucking generational fucking Doogie Howser of the NFL? Fuck out of here. You know what I mean? Fuck. Yeah. All right. No problem. Oh, it's all good. Sometimes having people like that, it makes the streams interesting. You know what I mean? Sometimes it can end up being a little much, but it shows you there's a lot of people out there, but like I said, if you're going to be able to bring the takes, this is not the channel if you don't know football to bring them here. Okay. Because like I said, there's plenty of intelligent people in this room that will roast the hell out of you besides me, especially if the takes are bad. It's like when we had YouTube GM, I can't even have him be my stat guy anymore. It's like he had like 20 takes that one day and he had like 3 good ones. It's like I can't have you be my stat guy if you're that oblivious to the NFL. So yeah, we'll still kick it. All right, so it looks like before Holly left, she ended up doing another dono, $38. Thank you, Holly. Appreciate you. And like I said, I don't want to, fucking argue in the stream, but sometimes it's good entertainment. You know what I mean? It's like Skip and Shannon. You know what I mean? But like I said, if you're consistently trying to come at me and your takes are bad and you're causing drama and you're spamming the chat, it's only going to last so long before I boot you, someone else boots you, or we put you in timeout, but certain people, they just don't understand. You know what I mean? And it's one of those things I try not to get worked up. You know what I mean? But like I said, this is not a hobby for me. This is not just like for fun. Like this is my living. This is my livelihood. You know what I mean? Like my words mean something. You know what I mean? The fan base means everything. This is like, I've worked 10 years to get here to have some fucking, Davi 15-year-old to try to put me in my place that, has been watching football for 5 years. And you're trying to compete with people in the room like Eagles John or A Guy or me that have been watching football for 20, 30, 40 years. Come on. I mean, what are you trying to prove? Holly Hundo with a $38 dono. Plus, I think they get pissed off when they see the donos too. When you get the haters, or people that are talking shit, they get pissed. They get pissed. Well, fucking start working then. Start doing fucking 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 hour streams. Fucking start following all the teams in the NFL and college football and NBA and MLB and hockey and NASCAR. And it's all about work ethic. It's all about the dedication you have to your craft. And a lot of people, the younger generation, the TikTok generation, laziest motherfuckers on planet Earth. And I'm sad to say that too, because, we want our future to be able to make this globe and this earth better. But when everyone thinks they're the next ninja or they're the next Ryan's Toy Review or the next TikTok dancer, fuck out of here. You don't have the work ethic. You're lazy. You don't give a shit about anything. You got a pothead mentality, thinking that greatness is going to fall in your lap. You don't understand how hard it takes to work to be able to be successful on social media. I mean, unless you're famous, or you have a famous dad or, you have connections with someone famous, then, you're going to be like the Island Boys where you'll have your 5 seconds of fame, but that's going to fade. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to have 5 seconds of fame. I'm trying to have a legacy. So that's facts. Yeah. But you know what I'm saying, A Guy? It's like, I don't, like I said, if I have conversations with someone that's over 20, we don't get into conversations like that kid. You know what I mean? Because you actually can, all right, look at the league. Do they follow their team? Okay. Do you follow the Eagles or Washington or the Giants? and apparently he doesn't. And obviously trying to tell me that all these other teams, like the Eagles and Vikings and Packers and all these other teams, like dude, you obviously only follow the Cowboys and you're incredibly biased, so all your opinions are garbage. So. Doogie Howser until the Cowboys get thrown out of the playoffs and then they make excuses. Yeah. But there are certain things about the Cowboys I do like, but that's a great example why people don't like the Cowboys. You know what I mean? Yeah, I hope everything works out. Like I said, and trolls come and go. There's a lot of jealousy and envy. You know what I mean? But like I said, unless you're willing to put in the time and the effort, when you're not streaming, to be able to know, instead of just being incredibly, I mean, those are the worst people on planet Earth, the ones that are just so fucking biased and they're not willing to see another point of view. Like, you don't have to acknowledge that I'm right, but you know what I mean? Like, if you're just so into what you think is right and you don't watch games, you know what I mean? Like, what are you trying to do? Like, get respect from the room? What do you want? You want a fucking medal? You want a kudos bar? You want to squeeze it? What the fuck do you want? Acknowledgement that you're not an idiot? I don't know. Ooh, I can't wait. I can't wait. Jameson's in the building. Did Sarah leave? Are you going to handle it? Okay, she says she's going to go to bed. Okay. Let's shout out to Sarah for holding it down. 3:43, and then we got that dono from Holly. Always supporting the cause. Maybe we'll get Cyberpunk. I know he's been really, really busy. 381.50. What a day. What a day. Right. And also, too, you're new to the channel, but I don't think you really understood how much reading and film I do. You know what I mean? Like, people that have been a part of this channel for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 years, or that have watched me for 10, I'm not like everybody else on YouTube. You can ask the other people in the room. There's going to be other people that have, great thumbnails, great editing. But one thing I pride myself on is the football knowledge. And I feel that bar none, I am one of the best in the world just because of the amount of time that I put in. Just because I'm not on ESPN doesn't mean that I don't have credibility. So, yeah, I know. See ya, bro. See ya. They never give up. They never give up. Oh, man. All right, I'm going to refresh the stream real quick. I'll be right back. One sec. All right, I'm here. They never can stay away. You know what I mean? Like you said, sometimes they know they fucked up too, and then they're trying to beg for forgiveness and shit. You know what I mean? It's like if you cross the line with the people in the room, the mods, the regulars, or me, you can go do that propaganda bullshit somewhere else. So. Oh, of course. It's all about vibe. You know what I mean? But like I said, for a lot of newbies, I don't think they really know what they're getting involved in with this particular channel. But like I said, it's like, anyone could be an expert on their own team, but to really have the passion and dedication to try to be an expert on every team. I mean, you name another YouTuber that really has that dedication, to be an expert on not only their team, but all other 31. I don't know anyone else on YouTube that's got that type of passion or dedication. It's a lot of fucking work. It's a lot of fucking work. That's facts. Welcome back, Dolby. Bye-bye, Dolby. They just sent me a copyright claim for the All-Star game based off the NFL. Was it the GIF of Bo Jackson? Like, didn't we already get like a bunch of those already? Like, why are they sending that to me now? And so you can't even give my notifications to my fans, but then you're going to send me a fucking copyright claim for the NFL because I used a GIF that should be completely legal from, a 3-second clip of Bo Jackson or 5. Okay. And fantasy, and that's another reason why I feel I'm so good at it, is because you have to follow a good chunk of the league. You can be lucky, but the guys that are very good at fantasy can, know about the 4th receiver on the Cardinals. Who the fuck knows who that is, or third stringer on the Jets or the Lions. I'm on St. Brown, like certain guys that, a lot of people don't know about, but you have to know about those guys to, be able to win in your league. I guess so. It's the first time that I've ever gotten a claim. It's not a strike, but a claim. Like they're going to try to eat off my video because I didn't even show video, and it was, audio. It was just literally a GIF because it was an All-Star game. So they want to be picky because it was the All-Star game or whatever. It's like I've done plenty of those. So will I be subscribing to NFL Plus? I don't know. I mean, obviously we have, other areas where we can watch. I can get my games obviously on Fox and CBS primarily, but for out of market games, there still are going to be other options. So I'm going to try not to pay if I don't have to, but at some point, if it's Apple or Google, because I think if it ends up being Google, we might have some of the games on YouTube. Like you can actually, watch YouTube and they'll have some of the games on there. But at this point, no. But if it's going to be like Sunday Ticket and you have to pay that money, I mean, depending on how much it costs, if it's affordable, maybe, you know what I mean? If it's just going to be for a couple months, paying $5-10 a month or 20 or whatever. But, but if it has to be the Sunday Ticket, like the out of market games, I don't give a shit about preseason and that other stuff. I want to be able to watch the out of market stuff. So obviously I have a couple places where I can do that, but I mean, if I'm forced to do that, then maybe. I mean, I have to have content, right? If I want to be able to watch all my Bucs games. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I might, you know what I mean? So what does the plus entail? Is that like Sunday Ticket, or is that actually just stuff that's now like preseason stuff? It's not Sunday Ticket stuff because they haven't decided who's going to buy them yet, right? It's between Apple, Google, and there's like three of them. Like they're competing for the rights. It's not going to be through DirecTV anymore. So it's probably going to be like a streaming service that's going to win it for like 200, 300, 400 billion. So I mean, could you imagine if there ends up being problems, with the site, like it just being like, crashing and shit? People are gonna be pissed. So they better figure it out, on whoever's going to be doing it. There's going to be a lot of pissed off people or a lot of people that cancel and then just try to go and watch it somewhere else, Full and condensed replays. Issue there, and then they've got, on the defensive side of the ball, Jesse Bates, the franchise player, didn't get the long-term deal. Where does that situation stand for Bates? So it's full game replays, but this isn't actually like this is like preseason stuff. This isn't like local. If I'm going to watch local games, I can just watch it on CBS and Fox and like, ESPN and stuff. So I don't even need this thing unless I wanted to watch it. I mean, I have a TV here in the studio. I pay for cable. So why would I pay for that? I mean, the only thing that I would be willing to pay for is if something I can get out of market regular season games like Sunday Ticket. That would be the only thing that I'd be willing to pay for. I could give two shits about preseason. I see that. I just took a peek at that. Yeah, the top 10. Yeah. Well, we got plenty of time too. I mean, I can do one a day. So it's like we already got quarterback, running back, wide receiver, tight end, O-line, D-line, linebackers, corners, safeties, defense, offense, OCs, DCs, kickers, punters. You know what I mean? So yeah, I mean, it just depends on what news comes up. Obviously, the Julio news came up, and I'm trying to be able to, get my baseball, people in here, my NASCAR people. So I'm trying to, maximize all the opportunities I have. But you're right. I definitely need to start pushing those out. It's local and out of market every game. In the regular season? But who is it through? So what are we waiting for Google and Apple? Is that for, when is that? Is that for next year or the year after? Is that for 2023 or 2024? Yeah, so I guess if I have to pay, I will. I see out of market preseason games, regular season and postseason games, but I can always watch those already anyways. I don't need to watch it on my phone or a tablet. I don't need to necessarily see a condensed replay. Live, local, regular season and postseason, but I already get those. And then what's the NFL Premium Plus? You want to send me that again? Because the bottom is cut off and I can't see it. You want to be able to show me the bottom part for the NFL Plus Premium? What does it say? Everything NFL Plus, along with full game replays across devices, condensed game replays, coaches film. I mean, some of that stuff sounds cool, but I'm not sure if it's its own app. Yeah, it sounds like it's not regular season out of market though, unless I'm reading it wrong. But it doesn't look like it has that. But it's local and out of market. Are you sure? It doesn't say that though, does it? It says local, regular season, and postseason games, which is everything that's on CBS and Fox and like ESPN and NBC. I already get those because I have cable. But I guess, I don't know. Well, I guess we'll see where it goes. But so what happens about DirecTV losing their direct Sunday ticket? So if it goes to Apple or Google, all right, then what's that about then? That's going to be in like 2023, 2024. I need to be able to get some more information. So, yeah, the A guy, you're right. All right, we got 20 minutes to go. Well, at least it was an entertaining stream. You can see me arguing with someone. I had a huge dono day. I don't know if we can get to 4, but we're not that far behind. What are we, 1950 away? I know if Cyberpunk was in the building or saw this, he would get us there. Shout out to Eagles, John, Holly Hundo, and a lot of Holly Hundo. 2023, that's what I figured. That's what the last time I read it, that was. So does the Sunday ticket actually exist for one more year this season? And then the buyout to the other company is next year, moving forward for like 5 or 10 years, whatever the contract is, correct? Yeah, once the season starts, you get the 7-day, let me know. Yeah, and then if I have to buy it, fucking Johnny Thumbnails is trying to charge me $30 a thumbnail. So it used to be like 10 or 15, but then Grossi and all the big boys have all that rich money. And so, he's like, oh, I'm just going to charge everybody 30. Well, fucking hey, man, I don't make as much money as them. I can't afford to pay $30 for a thumbnail. And then I'm already $30 in the hole. I got to make up that 30 that I just paid you for the thumbnail. But if I can get more people, to come through. But the only problem is there's so many big YouTubers like Grossi, that for me to be able to, even with an awesome thumbnail, I might not be able to break through to make that $30 thumbnail worth it. I might be able to make a thumbnail myself and it's not going to be as good, but I'm going to try to be able to support him. But goddamn, $30 a thumbnail is a fucking lot. It's like, I probably should just get Photoshop and do some YouTube tutorials and try to figure out myself. You know what I mean? Spend a couple $100 on the highest end Photoshop and then get some tutorial videos in, and so I can make my own. If I'm trying to fucking pay $30 a thumbnail, I want to support him, but goddamn, that's a lot. Especially if I don't know how much money I'm going to make. Especially if, let's say I make $50. Like, I think I'm going to make more than that. I usually make like 200 or more. But let's say, for example, it's a bad day and I make 50. 30 of it already went to fucking, oh boy. So what, I made $20. And if that $20 is on YouTube, after they take their portion, what, I made $15 in 3 hours? Fuck that. I need to be able to make it worth it for me. So, but he is great at what he does. I will give him that. But $30 is kind of steep. You should be able to take care of me, and not charge me that much. I mean, if you want to charge Grossi that, he's rich. I'm not. I don't have 100,000, 200,000, 300 subs, 300,000 subs. I don't have 10,000 people in the room or 1,000 in the room. You know what I mean? So we'll get there, but kind of steep for a thumbnail. Oh, they got Raiders on the TV. Hey, guy. I'm watching a training camp live. So it's a replay from this morning. Trying to see if there's anything else on. LSU and Bama from 2019. Ooh. Washington, Arizona. Oregon at Stanford from 2015. Ooh, yes, please. Anytime I can watch Oregon football, I'm yes. Please, please, please. Ooh, they got Gus Johnson fucking announcing it too. And then the Mariners replay. Is this with Christian McCaffrey? This might have Christian McCaffrey or Andrew Luck on Stanford. Let me look to see what's going on here. I see McCaffrey on the Stanford's ranked number 7. They don't have Andrew Luck. Let's see. So McCaffrey is there, and Stanford is ranked 7th. Oregon is not ranked, and we're up 14-10 on the road. God, I love college football. Love it. This is the last year on satellite. Next year, be streaming, and they're bidding. Right. And it's Google, Apple, and who's the other one? Yeah, I will. I'm not going to bed until like 4 a.m., so. Who 2K viewers during, who are you talking about? Grossi? I mean, I've seen like 10,000 people in the room before. I saw one fucking game where I popped in and like when I was streaming or whatever, and he had 10 $100 donations in a row, all from different people. I want that to be me. You know what I mean? But like I said, I don't have the subs yet, but we definitely have the right type of people that I want. But yeah, I mean, that's why he's able to do a lot of like charity stuff too. So that's my dream. I just want to get to fucking 30, 50, 100 in the room, let alone 1,000 or a couple thousand, We'll get there. Oh, it's cool. Amazon, yeah. Who do you think is going to win it? Amazon, Google, and Apple. If it's Google, it'll be on YouTube. And then Apple, it'll be on like their Apple platform or whatever. But good old Julio. I don't have any expectations. I know some Buccaneer fans were just losing their goddamn minds. I was like, this is not Julio from 2019. Pump the brakes. But you know how it goes. It's like you got a bunch of people out there that, some know football and some get a little bit too worked up. Ooh, nice play. And it's been a fucking 100 degrees like here, like fucking all week. So we're having you think Amazon with Bezos and his money? Oh, nice catch. Yeah, I don't know who's going to win it. I mean, it's going to be like an insane amount. That's for sure. There's a lot of money in the NFL for sure. All right, well, we got 13 minutes before I end the stream. So anything that you guys want me to put up? Hey, guy, you want me to throw up some Raiders? Let me throw up some Raider photo, give you some Raider representation on the channel. throw up some like Devontae Adams or Carr or Hunter Renfro. You don't even have to donate. I can just throw them up. All right, so let's up some Raiders for our boy, A guy. It's my favorite wide receiver in the league. That's not really appreciated by far. You know, it used to be Cooper Kupp, Robert Woods, DJ Moore. Now it's Hunter Renfro.
Mental health is arguably the most important thing in athletics.
Mental health, very important.
Really okay to not be okay.
A lot of times we are seen as people who only play our sport and nothing more, and we don't dive into the mental tolls or stressors that can put on an athlete.
We need to take our time, maybe slow things down, and be aware of everything going on.
No one is immune to it. Everyone from the top to the bottom can go through tough times, and we need, as a community and a country, to stand together.
In order for you to be your best on the court, you have to have a clear mind.
Student athletes face it every single day, and sometimes people really need help and they're really afraid to say it, and we need to step up and make sure they're okay.
Mental health is a very important topic to discuss because you never know what people are going through.
Mental health is important on our team because we are all supportive of each other and there for each other when we are injured.
It's important for us to have a space where we can feel free and open to talk to each other.
I think we're all supporting each other. We have sports psychologists that we can go to see if we feel we need help.
You need help shooting, you go to your coach. You need help with academics, you go to your tutor. So we need help with mental health, we go to psychologists. We shouldn't feel embarrassed. We should all feel normal and a part of life because mental health is important.
Being isolated and lonely can be harmful to your health, resulting in high blood pressure, a greater risk of heart disease, and early onset dementia. So it's important to build and maintain social connections. Try a new hobby, volunteer, exercise, or use your phone or other device to stay in touch. Visit connecttoeffect.org to find resources and ways to stay connected. This message is brought to you by United Healthcare and AARP Foundation.
They all head coach for Oregon men's basketball. You're watching Pac-12 Oregon. Go Ducks.
Go Ducks.
the season has battled injuries, finally healthy, and the senior from Palo Alto gets a huge play in the rivalry game against Oregon. Here's McCaffrey on the dish. What a collision. 2-yard gain, second and goal to 7. McCaffrey, 7-8 through. McCaffrey gets back to the line of scrimmage. They're bringing right into the game now. He's their power back. 10 rushing touchdown on the season. Open the throw. Looking. Broken squares. So Conrad Ucopita comes in. He made 33-yarder. Early, but this one will be from 24 yards away. And it's good. Charles goes in deep. First down, taking 25 to order. 3 times remaining. Adams is the man that broke his index finger on his throw hand in the season opener against Eastern Washington. Struggled with his accuracy and velocity. At Michigan State, missed 3 of the next 4 games, but been 3-0 since his return.
Give me a little bit of love. Yeah, I think so. Depth. Third and Renfro. I got you, dude. Oh, yeah. A bushel. Participate, yeah. Touchdown, Ducks. Oh, he just fucking hit the dab. Was that Vernon Adams? Oh, nice throw. Touchdown, Ducks. Right. Yes. And like I said, that's the reason why I probably get so pissed off and animated, because when I get these people that fucking don't know football and they try to fucking like teach the room or try to like show off in the room or try to go one-on-one with me, it's like, I don't want my fan base to get dumber from somebody, you know what I mean? And it's like, I feel that, you have to be very well-rounded in the NFL, especially when the NFL, there's so much bias, you know what I mean? There's just so much bias in the NFL. So if I can actually, sprinkle my knowledge of not being biased, but sometimes I think people take me for granted, you know what I mean? Like if I say certain things and I know fan bases from like, for example, when I talk about Carr being top 10, Raiders fans believe he's top 10, but other people outside of the Raiders fan base don't believe it. You know what I mean? But I'm not a hater. I just see the truth. You know what I mean? And that's the difference. I already know Hunter Renfrow is one of the best, but other people don't want to give him credit. And now you're going to hear Good Morning Football copy, and they'll talk about Renfrow because I talk about Renfrow. Waller, obviously great, and you got McDaniels going to do things. Jacobs might be the worst player on the offense, just because he gets injured. You know what I mean? But he has got potential to be decent. But as you know, watching him through his career, you could probably get somebody better. He was a pretty decent player early on, but as the years have gone on, it's like he can't stay healthy. And then you got Devontae. I mean, enough said there. And we already know Max Crosby and Chandler Jones. But, I try to give, people the knowledge where you can be the biggest fucking hater. But if I give you the reasons why, you can't really argue it. You know what I mean? Like, it's like you want to talk to me about all these other quarterbacks that are so much better just because you think Kyler or Lamar is popular. But bottom line, when you look at Carr and he's got this and then this, and you're going to tell me that, you don't think he's going to be successful. I mean, I can't take your opinion seriously. You know what I mean? I'm just a fan of greatness. So if you just want to be a hater because that's an opponent in your division or someone else, it's fucking annoying, dude. Like, you know what I mean? I fucking hate having to argue with someone that doesn't know sports. It's just fucking annoying as shit, dude. But, it is what it is, JT in the building, what to do? Raiders and Jags, nice. But I know as a Raider fan, I know you agree with some of the stuff that I say. You already know that this guy's special, but the league doesn't. I already know he's top 10. I had him at 11 for years. Now with all these additions and this, he's top 10, but still people want to complain. You know what I mean? This isn't fucking his brother David. Okay. It's just, you know, just because he's on the Raiders, so you just want to hate. You know, that's how it goes. You know, people just love to hate based off the team, maybe not just the player itself. You know, I know greatness when I see it, you know. And now you just got to build the O-line and the defense. But, you know, people love to be biased, right? Mr. Williams, what to do? Thank you so much for your humongous donations. Right. But at one point he was a top 10 back, but now he's kind of more like, you know, somewhere between 12 and 20. Is that a fair analysis? Like he used to be top 10, but now, you know, I think most people don't see him as a top 10 anymore. Probably somewhere through 12 through 20. 20 is probably way too low. 12 might be too high. Maybe like 14 or 15. Is that accurate to you? Somewhere in there. Sometimes plays like a top 10 back, but a lot of times with the injuries, you got to slide him a few spots to like maybe 15 or something, you know? Yeah. Like, what do they think? I'm an idiot? Like, you know what I mean? I devote my life to this shit. You know what I mean? Especially if it's like, I'm not just doing Buccaneers. It's like, I'm doing all the teams. I mean, maybe they get pissed off because I know more than them. I was like, well, fucking read a book then, you know, watch film, you know, it's not that hard to come up with an opinion that's normal. Nice. I love that. You see that? But like if I say that to somebody else, you know what I mean? And then the only way you can get a number like that is if you actually watch the league and compare to other players. And, you know, and a lot of times maybe people think, oh, he's top 10 because of his name recognition. But if you actually look at the stats the last couple of years, they're not as good as you thought they were. And then he does get hurt a little bit more, you know, so. Where you been? I assume that's what the WB is. I understand YouTube lingo. Where you been? He said, WB? Warner Brothers? Well, you're welcome, brother. Oh, shit. You thought your parents worked for government because we lived in government housing. Oh, shit. Yeah, I mean, sometimes low income. I mean, you know, I've lived in low income apartment, you know, and stuff. You know, sometimes you got to do what you got to do. How are you doing, dude? Thank you so much for your generosity. Yeah, we fucking had Davi, this fucking Cowboys fan that I had to rip to fucking shreds, dude. He just kept going and going and going with horrible takes. And I mean, I know some people probably get uncomfortable hearing people argue or whatever. And I don't have to have everyone, you know, agree with me or whatever. But when the takes are so bad and you're making people in the room dumber, you know what I mean? I can only take so much. And then some people get uncomfortable. But I mean, shit, if you can sit there and watch Stephen A. scream and yell and be wrong, or Skip and Shannon argue all day, me arguing with someone in the room, you know. And like I said, if I didn't care about this job as much as I do, you know, I would just fucking, you know, time the person out or block them or just tell them to go somewhere else or whatever and stuff. But, you know, when you get those people that are set in their ways and they're 10 to 15-year-old, you know, they don't want to give up. You know, they think they're right. It's like, bro, you've been watching sports for 5 years. You got 30 to catch up. You're not smart. Nice try. But that's the key question is, can he stay healthy? And I know you want to move on from him, I would assume. Always, right? Air Whitey. Motherfucker. Yeah, and that might, yeah. You're still not done. You still got to keep working. God, you're working late, bro. What are you work in the afternoon until like 1 or 2 in the morning? Because last time you hopped in, it was like 1 or 2 in the morning or whatever. So. No contact. Yeah. And I think as far as like, you know, wrestling people are really horrible on Twitter. You know what I mean? Like the wrestling community, you got these guys that live in the basement that think that they know everything and they don't. You know what I mean? They're like 60 years old, living in mom's basement still, like, oh my gosh, 40 years old. You know what I mean? No job, just sitting there, just fucking with horrible wrestling takes. Like the wrestling community is pretty fucking bad on like Twitter and just in general. But There's always some good people that, know wrestling, but I don't know. I think NFL, I mean, you get college football people are pretty decent. NBA people are pretty biased, and baseball is a little bit more laid back, NASCAR, hockey. But I think NFL brings out, sometimes the best and the worst in people. That's facts. Two a.m. Pacific time. So you still got an hour and a half. Oh yeah. I feel I'm a wrestling extraordinaire as well, just because you're above me because you watch more on the other federations, but based off me being 40 and watching since like 84, 85 and, WWF and then, WCW and ECW. I mean, that knowledge is good, but you definitely got me on like ROH and Impact and Stardom and, all the other NJPW, you got me there. But I feel with, your knowledge and my knowledge, my boy Preston and Justin Graves and even people like Sarah and Odin's son. I mean, we have a pretty good gauge on what good wrestling is. And yeah, you definitely have a lot more variety. But I've watched a lot, you know what I mean? From obviously the 80s and 90s, those were my favorite eras for sure. And so it's just all about, the time that you put in. So yeah, I bet, you know what I mean? And like, yeah, because anytime you hear Raiders and you hear Raiders, Chiefs, Broncos, and Chargers, they all don't want to admit, you know what I mean? Yeah. Like when you have something that is true, right? But they're just delusional and they don't want to admit that, hey, there's a possibility that the Raiders might finish fourth. No. We're gonna win. We went to fucking wild card. We're gonna win 12 games. Fuck Russell Wilson. Fuck the Chiefs. They don't got Tyreek and Honey Badger and fucking Herbert. He's overrated. I mean, you can all have these different opinions, and history repeats itself. But sometimes history is meant to be made to be broken. You know what I mean? So I imagine it's toxic. I don't like being in Tampa Bay rooms or Oregon Duck rooms. I'm in one Tampa Bay room for Twitter. It's not as toxic as some of the other NFL ones. You know what I mean? But there's definitely some bias there that they can't give Saints, Panthers, and Falcons love. And for me, that gets annoying. You know what I mean? It's like, you can just be like all gung-ho and almighty. But when you just don't give respect to like another great player, then what happens? It's like the Donovan McNabb thing or the Carson Wentz. They're like, you get people like Washington people. They're like, fuck Donovan McNabb, fuck Carson Wentz. Those guys are fucking dog shit. And then 5 years later, that's their quarterback and they're buying the jersey. You know what I mean? You got to be really careful on the words. It's like sports karma is listening. Like the sports gods are like, oh, really? That's how you feel? All right, motherfucker. I'll make sure that he's your starting quarterback in 5-6 years. So, I bet. A lot of them are probably very, very delusional. Like every fan base has delusional fans. You know what I mean? And it makes it not fun. You know what I mean? Like I said, I like being around like-minded people where we can be loving our team. And if you want to have a little bias, that's fine. Love your teams and players. But for me, what I try to teach is just greatness, because you never know when that player might end up being on your team. If you're just like, fuck this guy, fuck that guy, fuck this guy, fuck that guy. And then 4 years later, that's your starting corner. What are you going to do then? Not support him? Of course you are. Because it's about the jersey name in the front, not about the name in the back. So.
The Parkinson's Foundation. Better lives together. When we move, it's when we stand still.
Yeah. But since both of your teams, made the playoffs last year, you also have to, have an understanding where it's possible where you finish maybe third or fourth, and maybe the Chargers and the Broncos kind of take your guys' spots from last year. You know what I mean? Any combination of four teams could go. You know what I mean? You could have as many as three go. You know what I mean? But definitely the Raiders are the ones that get shit on the most. Even with the Devontae addition and Josh McDaniels, most people in the media are still saying that they're going to be the worst team, or some people think that they might be second or third. But you know what I mean? I totally get you, dude. It's like you also have to understand that the O-line isn't very good and the D-line, not really D-line, but like defense in general, besides Max Crosby and Chandler Jones, they need a little bit more depth on the O-line and defense. I think any Raider fan that knows football would agree. It's like you got the coach, you got the running back temporarily, right? You got the quarterback, you got the wide receivers, you got the tight end. The O-line needs work, right? And then the defense needs work besides Crosby and Chandler Jones. And then if you can firm those things up, then that'll be the difference between getting to the playoffs and actually winning a playoff game. Yeah, but most streams for fan bases are not healthy. You know what I mean? It's just like, you get these people like even like for example, like Saints fans would rather have Brady tear his ACL and me lose every game instead of the Saints actually winning and making the playoffs. Like they get some kind of joy because I'm living rent free in their head with the Buccaneers that, they're just so mad that they couldn't do it that they would rather have my team suffer rather than their team make the playoffs. So it's not healthy to be negative like that. Yeah, well, like I said, I've had Carr as my number 11 quarterback for like the last 3 years. So now, obviously with these additions, you got to slide Kyler and Lamar out, and I got Carr in. But people want to argue, or like when I say Dak is better than those two, right? Because they're more popular. I could give 2 fucks if they're popular, but that's the media for you. Oh my gosh, these guys are so cool. They fucking can dress well. They got the Versace bag, and oh, look at these Jordans, and oh, look at this motherfucker. He plays video games with FaZe Clan. I could give 2 shits about that. How are you doing on the field? Are you improving? Are you getting better? Are you a leader? You know what I mean? It's like a lot of these guys, a lot of them think that they're better than they are. You know what I mean? And hopefully they can improve. But with Lamar just needs a true wide receiver 1. And then all the talk of him not being top 10, it goes away. He just needs to get someone like a DK Metcalf, and then you can have Andrews, DK, and then keep building the O-line and the defense. But until that happens, they're never going to win a playoff game. Neither are the Cardinals. They're not going to win one either. So, yeah, I hope he does good too. And I think he will because he went to college with Carr. And a lot of people, I even called that years ago. I told you guys, I was like, they played in college at Fresno State. I was like, they're going to play with each other before it's over. And now here it is. So. Right. Trayvon Moehrig. A lot of guys get injured, though. That's the problem with the Raiders. It's just injuries, especially on defense. Have you noticed that? The last few years, it's like anytime anyone gets a little Abram, you get a lot of these guys, Jonathan Abram, like you get a lot of these guys that have so much talent coming out of college, and then they get to the Raiders, and then they just can't stay fucking healthy. And for them to be successful, the defense has to be good. It doesn't have to be like top 5, but like top 15. If you have a top 15 D with that offense, you know what I mean? And you can build that O-line. The O-line needs to get better. I don't know about the Colt Miller and some of the picks, over the years, some of the offense, Leatherwood, gosh, some of your picks were not good. Some of the picks were very questionable. They picked it based off fit for your team. But sometimes if there's question marks with that player and there's more talented players, it's like you got to go for the talented players sometime more than like you think team fit. Because sometimes that team fit, it doesn't actually fit. And then you're fucked with a player that you could have gotten someone better, but now you're stuck. So. Right. Well, because he's not a true passer. He's a gimmick player. He's like a Kaepernick, Mariota, RG3. Some of these guys are more runners than throwers. That's just how it is. But people get all offended, when people point out like, hey, he doesn't go through his progressions. It's like motherfucker went 16 and 13, and I'm supposed to label him as a top 5 or top 10. That's when I talk to like Ravens fans and stuff. They get all delusional and they get all pissed off at me. I was like, okay, you tell me. You use this good numbers, and then when you read the numbers back to them because they don't know the actual stats, they're like, oh, and then they just leave the room or make up an excuse. It's like when they had his MVP year. Like if you're like 36-6, right? 36 touchdowns, 6 picks, that's MVP. But 16 and 13 doesn't make you a top 10 quarterback. I'm sorry, you're just doing it based off of name recognition, like the Pro Bowl. That's the thing about fans that they don't understand, you know what I mean? It's like, it can't be about name recognition. It has to be based off progression and stats and talent and, getting better. Just because you're a name doesn't mean that you're going to be good every year. It's what have you done for me lately type of league. So. Yeah. Yep, exactly. And a guy that can play like more than one position, guard, tackle, instead of a guy that can only play one. Yes, this is so true. Motherfucker wins MVP once. They're like, this motherfucker is goated. He's like they think in their brain every year is 36 touchdowns, 6 picks. Like, okay, it's not. You know what I mean? But I will go to the defense of Lamar. His wide receiving opportunities have been garbage. He hasn't really had, good pieces to work with besides Mark Andrews. That's the only one, who's like a top 3 tight end. You know what I mean? But besides that, who has he really had? Marshall Yanda, Hall of Fame offensive lineman. He's no longer there. You had Mark Ingram and some of these other guys, but he hasn't really had a true number one. Hollywood Brown is a wide receiver 2 or a wide receiver 3 on a good team. And he averaged about 7 touchdowns a year. You know what I mean? So to Lamar's defense, his passing would be better if he actually had like a DK Metcalf to throw to and a Mark Andrews, but he's never had that. So that's why he's been running so much. So if he actually gets a true number one and stops running, then maybe we can give him the respect that he deserves. So, but this is so true. Yeah. But then you get the people that are fans of that team and they don't want to hear, like, we can say these things, but then if you get someone that's a Ravens fan, they're going to be like, fuck you, you're stupid. All right. You know what I mean? Yeah, he had a linebacker body. Yep, exactly. He makes one look at Mark Andrews and he's gone. Like, you can't expect a player to be good. He's more of a me player than a team player. You know what I mean? He wants to be able to look good on Sports Center. He wants to be able to be the man. You know what I mean? But the problem is that the reason when the Ravens didn't give him the money is because they don't believe in him, that he can win a playoff game. You got the look, you got the name, you got, the fashion sense, the popularity. But the bottom line is can you win a playoff game and can you put the team on your back? And the answer is no. You know what I mean? But they have to pay him because Kyler got paid. And you know what I mean? Because if you don't pay Kyler and you don't pay Lamar, you're going to get someone worse. And then they're forced to do that based off other teams being stupid with the salary cap and overpaying for people. And then other people have to pay. Yep. Yep, exactly. The guys that can't throw always only do one progression, maybe 2 if you're lucky, never 3 or 4. They never stay in the pocket, and the ones that are runners never last in this league. They can last a little bit, you know what I mean? Lamar, RG3, Kaepernick, Marcus Mariota, but where are they now? Like, you're no Hall of Fame players. You know what I mean? Like Cam, you could say, I guess, could be Hall of Fame, based off his career. For me, I mean, he's got a lot of accolades, and running and whatnot, but I'm not sure for me. The stats might say he's Hall of Fame, but when I compare him to other players, I don't think he's in. You know what I mean? I think there's a lot of other guys that are better than him, but based on what he's done on the ground and in the air and when he was in his prime, the MVP year and everything. So I guess you could say, but when you look at his whole career, it started off really strong, but then he went down to like dog shit. Like, you were like a top 10 quarterback for a few years, and now you're like a bottom 5. Now, I'm not sure if that's Hall of Fame. You know what I mean? You got to be a little bit more consistent for me to be able to be like, I mean, I know your stats are good and the stats might be borderline Hall of Fame, but for me, Cam's not a Hall of Famer, but he might get in. I don't know. You're a goat. I didn't even take any fucking gummies yet. Ooh, Cyberpunk just dropped 1850. I think that's going to get what are we at on our numbers here? Did that just get us to 4? 1850 he just sent me, so I assume that, and I didn't even know if he was in the room. He must be extremely busy at his job because normally he'll say hi, but he came in at 12:15, so obviously he came in like 30 minutes ago. What was our number, Jameson? Did that put us at 4? I'm going to scroll up to see where we're at. $381.50. So 50 cents would be 82. So yeah, we're at 4. Thank you so much, Cyberpunk. So we just got to 400. What a day. Argue with a 15-year-old and make 400 in donos. Oh, appreciate you. We get to 4. I didn't know if we were going to get there because I didn't expect anyone in here to donate necessarily when it's late like this. But it's always nice when you get someone that get us over the top. And plus, some of the people in here already have donated, or people that popped in and whatnot. So thank you so much. Appreciate you. I don't know if he's watching while he's working or whatnot, but Cyber, you're the fucking GOAT. I appreciate the fuck out of you. You and Holly and a lot of others like Mr. Williams, you guys step up for me all the time. Appreciate you very, very much. You are the GOAT. You are the champ. I love you, and I appreciate you. Straight GOAT status for my boy, Cyberpunk. Appreciate you. Stunners to Davi and all the other people that want to fucking argue with me. Okay. High five. Cheers.
Victory over setbacks. Victory over the unknown. B is for victory over giving up. Don't give up. Don't ever give up.
Appreciate you, Cyber.
Team to help save lives. Cancer can take away all my physical abilities. It cannot touch my mind. It cannot touch my heart. And it cannot touch my soul. 100% of donations.
Passing lanes are very important. So, you got to look at the guys, Rodgers, Brady, Mahomes, Russ. And then even if you're looking at, I think Herbert has really great vision too. Burrow is good with the intermediate. Josh Allen is kind of erratic at times, but he's a great athlete. So he kind of hides some of his mistakes. He's got the power, but I don't think his accuracy is as good as Burrow or Herbert. I think Herbert's better at the long ball for accuracy. Burrow is better at the intermediate. And there's certain people that, have that touch with the football for sure. Yeah. Harbaugh loves going for fucking 2. Right. But also, too, all the critical stuff that we have on Lamar, right? He's never had a true number 1 receiver. So if he did, would we really be talking about him right now? Even with him just going only through 1 progression or 2, his stats would be much better with a true number 1. He's never had a number 1 receiver, only a number 1 tight end. So if you end up putting like a Tyreek type of talent, or Devontae, or a DK Metcalf even with, a Mark Andrews, we're not talking about Lamar not being top 10 anymore, because he will be. Because he'll have that extra, stat line there. You know what I mean? Even if he's running and whatnot, but you're going to have to throw to that wide receiver. And as long as you can have a bond with that guy, and he's not a wide receiver 2 like Hollywood. Like imagine if they had Andrews, Hollywood Brown was a 2, and they had DK Metcalf. Then they would be like much, much better. They would be more in the hunt, and then we would stop talking shit about Lamar as much. We'd still be critical of him, but the stats would be better. And I think that's one thing that people overlook. So. Yeah, I think with Josh McDaniels there, so he'll be able to do like zone, he'll be able to read the zones and man to man, and McDaniels is a great play caller, top 5 on offense. So yeah, that's definitely going to help tremendously. You just need to keep building up the defense, hope you don't get hurt, and build some continuity on the line. You know what I mean? And then if you can get a couple people to come to the offensive line to replace like Colton or maybe Leatherwood. I mean, maybe those guys will eventually pan out with new direction and coaching, but. Colt Miller and Leatherwood, they haven't been as good as they should have been, right? But they can improve, obviously, with good coaching. So, yeah, Cyberpunk always doing cyber things. Sword fight, sword fight, sword fight. Did we just become best friends? Yeah. And I don't know what it is about these kids and stuff. Like, do you think like I'm every other fucking YouTuber out there? Like, you know what I mean? Just because all these other people have YouTube channels, that doesn't make all of us the same. You know what I mean? Just because someone else has got more subs, or they got better thumbnails, or, you know what I mean? Like, it's kind of annoying when you get certain people that come in rooms where they try to like act like everyone is on the same playing field. It's not that way. There are people that are much better than others on YouTube and Twitch. It's just facts. But it's like sometimes they try to group everyone together. It's like some people are a lot more talented than others, especially based off knowledge, but they just try to act like everyone is like the same playing field. Like just because you come in the room, you're going to come in here with some horrible take at 15 years old, and I'm just going to bow down to you and say, yeah, you're right. Like, is that what they expect? Is that what these fucking kids expect? Did we just become best friends? There's me yelling at fucking Davy. Silly Davy. Silly Davy. My name's Davy. I'm 15. I know nothing about football. Davy. 400. So I guess it does pay to argue, huh? I mean, like I said, I don't want to make Megan from Australia or Holly Hundo uncomfortable. And it's like, I don't have to, argue to be right. But when they keep coming at me, what do you want me to do? Just like block them right there? I'll give them a chance to be able to redeem themselves with some horrible takes to decent takes or good takes. But when you start spamming the room, then this is what fucking happens, dude. And then he came in with 2 other profiles and even messaged me on fucking Instagram. And I saw his photo, 15 years old. Yes. Yes. He just makes a lot of mistakes, Leatherwood. You know what I mean? Based on what I've seen, false starts and holding, grabbing, you know what I mean? Hopefully he can improve on that. But it's like when Tristan Wirfs was the 4th, tackle taken. I told people he was going to be the best one, and he ended up being the best one. You have a lot of other guys that they thought were going to be better, but I mean, it all depends on how much college football you watch too. I mean, like I said, I feel like if you watch and you're a master of college football, you're going to be so much more intelligent than the NFL side. You can be super smart with NFL when you only watch NFL, but if you're able to analyze and break down players in high school and college before they get there, that's a huge advantage being, smart for the NFL. Because I feel that most of the people that are really intelligent, they follow high school, college, NFL, not just NFL. You will get intelligent, really smart people that only watch NFL and they don't watch college at all. But I definitely think watching college doesn't hurt. It definitely helps a lot. I like analyzing film and breaking players down. So. Right. Right. But also too, that's, we criticize Lamar, but no one ever brings up the fact that he doesn't have a number 1. It's like, we know he's got a tight end, but we just kind of criticize him. You know what I mean? It's like, he doesn't go through his progressions. He runs too much. You know what I mean? But then a lot of us, if you actually try to, put yourself in that organization, like what's missing? Marshall Yanda, Hall of Fame offensive lineman, keeping your running game healthy, better defense, Harbaugh going for too much, but not having, a good wide receiving core. So I'm not going to stand up for him, but I will admit that if DK Metcalf was there, do you think we'd be having this conversation about Lamar as much? No, we would a little bit, because he still would be an idiot and start like running, he'd be like, Andrews is covered, boom, and he runs. You know what I mean? But I think he would do it less if he had someone that was his homie, that like, someone that you could get 10 touchdowns, 10 to 15 every year. Then things might be a little bit different, the perception of him, Seriously, I don't know how many times. And like I said, I think like, with Holly and other, the ladies, and I don't want to be right all the time. I don't want to be an asshole or a dickhead. But when someone's going to be coming after me and, and then they're spitting all these horrible takes and shit, I'll let them talk for a while. You know what I mean? But I mean, the bottom line is that if you're not on my level, or close to it based off your own teams and research, you're going to get roasted either by me or the people in the room. So. And it seems like it's never older people that want to fucking go to battle because they're too smart to do it. And like I said, a lot of the people, even if we have different opinions, we can agree to disagree because we have a common ground. We know greatness. We have our favorite teams and players, but we can still come to an understanding because we're not fucking idiots. You know what I mean? We you can see the league and not be fucking biased. But when you get these people that are like Davi that just, cannot see any opinion, and this is the Cowboys. Mike McCarthy's good. Yeah. Kellen Moore's good. They ran that draw with 15 seconds left, and that was awesome. No, motherfucker, that was stupid. McCarthy's a good coach. He's not good. He's not bad, said no one ever. It's fucking horrible. But that's what happens when you're fucking, you're biased and you can't see it. I mean, like I said, if you had Sean Payton, as your coach, as a Cowboy, do you think that you would really be like, oh, McCarthy's pretty good? You'd be fucking roasting his ass. You'd be like, this guy fucking sucks. Some people, they have it. Some people don't. These young kids, they need to know. They don't know. Yep. Hollywood dropped a bunch. And he still got 7 touchdowns a year average for 3 years, which isn't too bad, but that's not wide receiver 1 numbers. That's wide receiver 2 numbers. I saw that. Yeah. But like I said, most people have not realized the fact that they haven't been good since his MVP years because Marshall Yanda's not fucking protecting him and opening up big holes for the running back. When you have a Hall of Fame offensive lineman, things are different. There is no Jonathan Ogden. There is no Marshall Yanda. And then once you have those type of players, Ed Reeds and the Ray Lewises and the Jonathan Ogdens and the Marshall Yandas, that's when you can have success. If you don't have Marshall Yanda, you're fucked. You know what I mean? And a lot of people haven't brought that point up either. I get Ravens fans trying to talk shit and argue with me. And then they're like, oh, yeah, Marshall Yanda. Well, if you're a fan, you should have already known that. Yeah, I like watching him play, but he's not a top QB either. I agree. But if Ravens fans in the room, they're going to argue to the death, They don't want to listen to it. But you know what I mean? But a lot of times they don't want to admit about Marshall Yanda because they don't even understand how football works, and they don't, wide receiver, they just, oh, he won an MVP. And that's how, they just, okay, he went 36-6, won an MVP. And then all of a sudden every season after that is blurred together and he's as good as he was a couple years ago. No, like, are you high? I mean, maybe, some of these people, but here, let's get a Clyde Edwards-Helaire photo. Hopefully I can give him a little luck and he can get off the injury schneid. I think I just get worked up with dumb people. I think that's really what it comes down to. Dumb people that fugazi, that think that they have something to offer to the channel and that you're going to make the room smarter and we're going to applaud you and like how awesome you are. But I mean, a lot of those people are delusional because they're like 15 and they've been watching sports for 5 years. What the fuck are you going to teach me? What the fuck are you going to teach me, honestly, or other people in the room that are 30, 40, 50, 60 years old? Nothing. You're not going to teach me shit. You're just going to have some fucking dumbass opinion and dumbass bias bullshit. You're going to make my room fucking stupid. Yeah, because I don't mind arguing and bantering, but I think it's just the people that don't know shit. That's the ones that get frustrating. It's like you never can win that battle. It's like talking to a child or someone that's drunk. Goes in one ear, out the other, and they will never back down. At that point, it's just, timeout or tell them to go somewhere else. I don't need your sub. I don't need your money. I don't need your headache. Oh, yeah. Orlando Brown, obviously, too. Yeah. Yeah. But no one has been as good as Yanda. Yanda was a Hall of Famer and he was a leader in the locker room. And obviously I know this is because I follow, all the teams so closely. And I saw the way that based off the beat writers and the people and Yanda and, how they looked at him. And it wasn't the same without him. As soon as he left, everything changed. Dobby will teach you about how great the Cowboys are. Yeah. Yeah, I hope he plays. But it could be entertaining, to a certain degree. I mean, some people can handle it, some people can't. But I mean, if you're used to listening to banter, if you're used to listening to banter on, sports talk, I mean, that's people going back and forth.
his life. Now throws on the run. It's gone. For a first down to the 39, the tight end, Kate Otten, who's come on in recent weeks. Miles Gaskin to the 42, a gain of 4. Miles Gaskin runs for a first down just across midfield. Play fake. See a lot of play action today. Burton checks it down. He's going to incomplete pass. Getting it in along the far sideline and bring it up. They crowd the line of scrimmage, and it's a quick slant.
All right, what do we got here? Ducks versus the Huskies. What year is this from?
They have the right response to the pressure from Oregon. The Ducks leading 3-0, less than 5.
2018. Is this the one where you get like murdered by like 50? God, I can watch college football all day. Especially if it's Ducks. We got Mariner game. All right, we got Ducks, Oregon State, Washington, Oregon, Washington, Stanford, LSU, Bama from 2019. Big Ten football, Nebraska and Minnesota from last year. Is Jameson Meza still in the room? I'm not sure if he's in the room, but Nebraska's on. But he's probably gone. Only the most hardcore stay with your boy at the very end. I know you like Lamar and Kyler, but like I said, when you come up with facts to support why, it's not name recognition that gets you in the top 10, it's production, Yeah, but the average person will not remember that. You know what I mean? Like they don't deep dive and remember, offensive linemen. And that's the kind of difference with me and like the research and the analysis. It's not just the main stars. It's a lot of guys on defense, backups, O-linemen. And then especially if you have someone that's Hall of Fame, I don't forget about that stuff. And then I look at the team on, how they have been reacted since he went into retirement, and it hasn't been good. You can't replace a Hall of Fame lineman very easily. That's facts. Yeah, I don't think he'll ever will be a top 5 either. Neither will Kyler. There's too much talent right now. You got Rodgers and Wilson, and then Mahomes, and then once Roger, Wilson, Brady, and Stafford are gone, it's going to be Mahomes, Justin Herbert, Burrow, and obviously Josh Allen, and then there'll be room for one other guy. So. Fucking Dobby. I know, exactly. Okay. Like the Randy Gregory thing, he was a fuck up. You know what I mean? He was one of those guys that would always hold and go off sides and do dumb shit. So we'll see if the Broncos can calm him down, but he was fucking kind of an idiot, right? So that loss isn't too bad. He's a hothead, Randy Gregory, right? But Amari Cooper is the most boring wide receiver in the NFL, but he produces. He's a great route runner, great hands, and he's somewhere between 10, 11, and 12. To act like you can lose your most consistent weapon, and then you have Michael Gallup, who gallops his ass to injuries, right? And then he's good when he's healthy for a third option, but now he's got to be the number 2. And then CeeDee Lamb's got a lot of athleticism, but is he ready to take that next step with Dak? You know what I mean? I think he is, but it's not going to be the same of having 3. Now you have 2, and if Gallup gets hurt, then you have 1, and then you got Dalton Schultz. So Kyle Rudolph is not going to be tight end 1. It'll be Cameron Brate. Cameron Brate, we have a rookie that is a little injured, though. And then Rudolph will be probably tight end 2. And then when Gronk comes in, Rudolph will be tight end 3. So, absolutely. But people want to act like Cooper wasn't a big deal. Yes, it's a fucking huge deal. Just like when they lost, and you have Travis Frederick. And, it's like when you look at the offensive linemen for the Cowboys, you know what I mean? Like when you lose one of 3 Pro Bowlers and you only have 2 now, it's not the same team anymore. Zeke is not the same running back anymore. Shit. Even Tony Pollard, I feel, is better, but like Zeke and fucking Dak are like, BFFs and shit. And, whatever Dak wants, Dak gets with fucking Jerry. So, and it's hurting the team because I think Tony Pollard's not as popular, but I think he's a better running back. So there we go. There you go. That's a good one. People can't stay away from O-Dog. You know, once you come in here, like, and the cool thing about this channel compared to other channels, there's a lot of channels out there that think they know sports and NFL, but we actually do the research and the hard work that we definitely know it. And there's a lot of pretenders that think they know, you know, what we know here. But the people that are in this room, typically, besides the young kids and the trolls, that we have some of the most intelligent people in the room at all times. You know, we're talking about people that really, you know, take the team serious and dig deeper. You know, like I said, I got my boy Jake that does the Mariner stuff. He's telling me about fucking players that are in single A. I mean, how many people really go deep diving like that? Jake does. Single A, double A, triple A, you know, prospects, guys that got drafted. You know what I mean? Like, to be able to be an expert about your team, you got to be able to dig deep like that. You know what I mean? Instead of just looking at what's on TV and watching what's going, like, you know, you really have to dig deep. And if you want to go that route, not everyone, you know, wants to be an expert. Some people are just, you know, going with the flow. But a lot of us, it's like the more that we know about our favorite teams and players, it's enjoyable. It's something that, you know, if you're going to read something, why not read something about your favorite players and team to make you smarter and to be more knowledgeable? So, yeah. And I know you love them, right? I know you love them, but you obviously understand what, you know, when we say what we say, because I don't have bias. I just, you know, I want to root for them. You know, and it doesn't have anything to do with white quarterback, black quarterback, nothing like that. Scrambling quarterback. It's bottom line. Kyler is an MVP candidate in September and October, dual threat with his legs. And then for whatever reason, schedule gets tougher, harder games against the Niners, Rams, and Seahawks, whatever it is. But, you know, he just definitely shrinks up and he's not as confident in November and December, and it shows. You know what I mean? And then with Lamar, he just needs a true number one and a better line. And I think Lamar has a better chance to be developing quicker than Kyler. I think Kyler, it's going to be a lot harder for him because also he's focused about baseball, video games. I don't think he's fully focused on football. You know what I mean? He seems like the type of guy that likes to video games. Like they say, hey, Kyler, you got to study 4 hours. Do you really think he's going to study 4 hours if he can kind of wing it? You know, he's going to play video games on Xbox and PlayStation. That's what he likes to do. You know what I mean? It's like, Kyler, I want you to fucking research for 4 hours. He doesn't have it in him. He doesn't have like the Brady, Mamba mentality in him. You know what I mean? Some guys do and some guys don't. Oh, you're still here? Nebraska's on, bro. I know the team wasn't very good. It's not like from the 90s. But let me see. I saw it just a second ago. Let me see. It might have been a game that Nebraska got killed in, maybe. I don't know, but let's look. It's on the Big Ten Network, and it's Nebraska and Minnesota. I would assume Minnesota won the game. Yeah. Minnesota won the game. You probably remember that game. Minnesota won. You were on the road, but at least you put up a decent amount of points. It was from October 16th last year. It's on Big Ten Network. Yeah. But you know what? Even though we have depth, right? Even though we have depth, it's like, you know, not having Gronk, not having JPP, and not having Sue makes me not 100% confident. But what makes me confident is knowing that the teams that went to the Super Bowl last year, chances are they're not going. So Rams and Bengals might be out of the question. So if that's true, obviously everyone says, you know, obviously the Bills, you know, look like the team. I can't argue that. You know, they are on the cusp. They will be getting to a Super Bowl within the next 3 years, and it might even be this year. But if they fuck up, right, it might be the Broncos, the Chiefs, the Chargers, the Raiders, you know, the Bengals. It might be another team that, you know, derails them. But after the Rams, I mean, it's the Buccaneers, and the Bucs might even have a better record. We might go 13-4, and maybe the Rams go 12-5. I mean, but you know, the Bucs need home field, and we'll see what happens. But as long as Brady's there, we have a chance. And after Brady leaves, I'm not going to be like, oh, we're Super Bowl contenders. It's like, obviously, I know my team. You have to understand, I had Jameis Winston. I've had Chris Sims. I had fucking Gradkowski. I've had some fucking horrible quarterbacks and horrible teams where we've won 2, 3, 4 games a year. I know misery. Okay. You know what I mean? It's not like I just hopped on the fucking bandwagon 3 years ago and I'm a Buck fan. I've been a Buck fan since 95. So I've seen the good, the bad, and the ugly. I know what it takes to win. So I think you lost that game. Did you win that game? I think you lost that game. Let me see. I think it said in the preview. Hold on. says Bryce Williams rushes for 127 and the Gophers 30-23 win against the Cornhuskers. So I think you lost that one by 7 points, but you were very competitive. Maybe you're thinking the year before. This is from last year. Yeah, and like I said, people can think that, whatever opinion they want of me, but the bottom line is I'm a hard worker, and I'm definitely going to go deeper than anyone else on YouTube or Twitch or TV or podcasts. I mean, if you want to know information about your team, I'm going to be the source that's going to give it to you real, and I'm going to give you the facts. I'm not going to sugarcoat shit, and I follow every team. It's not like I say it and I don't do it. I mean, I take a lot of pride in that, and that's probably why I get so worked up with people that are idiots, or you know what I mean? Like, everyone's going to have their own opinions, but I mean, at least have a take that's somewhat correct, instead of something that's so off the wall, horrible, and not even close. So I take a lot of pride in this. Like I said, I'm not doing this shit for fun. This is my legacy. So you think Kyler's the best until week 7? Yeah. I mean, for the first 2 months, he's nice. You'll learn a lot here. See, a lot of times, people don't realize how smart the room is. People don't get it when they first come in. Sometimes they just think this is like every other football channel or whatever. Some hardcore fans, some dummies, some fair weather, some bandwagon. But I think that we have more intelligent fans on this channel than any other channel, like person for person, like actual people that are very hardcore. But just because you're hardcore doesn't mean you can't learn something new. Even I'm learning something new every day. I bet it is. He's like, oh, I got sacked. I'm watching film. It's like, Kyler, you're online. I'm playing against you. It's like Kingsbury. Playing him online is a different name. Like, Davi and his 3 accounts. Yeah, that was bad for Kyler. And that makes even the Cardinals look worse. It's like you gave the guy all the money and the motherfucker is not even studying. It's like the Jamarcus Russell thing, giving him a blank tape. Said, did you watch the tape? Yeah, I did. And you're just drinking codeine and lean and smoking weed and drinking beers. And then the tape was blank. Yeah, I watched it. Bro, the tape was blank. Oh. Dude, if you're in the NFL and you don't study film, why are you even playing? Go fucking play video games if you're that lazy. Go be a fucking FaZe Clan member. They already have you on there. If you don't have the dedication, no wonder you're not improving. No, I don't think it'll be breach of contract, but I mean, I think that they're just gonna hope, that, if they've invested these millions of dollars that you can at least comply. But I mean, what are they going to do? Oh, Kyler, you didn't do 4 hours. You did 2. We're going to fucking bench you for the first half. Because if you do that, then that fucking ruins the chances of you winning. And it's all about money, politics, and winning in football. So it's like, they can say whatever they want. And I don't think they're going to monitor it. They can say that for the media because they want him to put the pressure to get better. But there's certain quarterbacks that are naturally talented, like an Aaron Rodgers. And then you got guys like Tom Brady that maybe naturally weren't as gifted, but worked very, very hard and works harder than anyone else in the league to get where they are. Just like Jordan, Kobe, Brady. I put those 3 in the same category. Their work ethic is really what made them great. They absolutely put more work and more studying than anyone else. And then you can see the results. And that's what you get. And that's why I am so passionate, because I work so hard. You know what I mean? I'm not going to have some fucking 15-year-old try to make everyone stupid in here. You know what I mean? Like, I've worked so hard. I mean, I've probably put 100,000 hours in this fucking channel already. I'm already 3.5 million views and stuff, almost at 20, but it's about the time and the effort that's put in. Because like I said, there's a lot of fans out there that are delusional. And if I can just get some of those delusional fans to have an opposite opinion, just to think about what they're saying about their favorite teams and players, and then to look at from an outside perspective from other fans in the room and realize that maybe your specific opinion isn't correct, that maybe this other opinion could be, but a lot of times people are so stuck in their ways. But we do get people that, once they actually listen to the people in the room or me, and we give you facts on why, we think this way, then people are like, oh shit, it's not this guy is just hating on this team or this team. There's reasoning behind it. And if you don't have reasoning, people aren't going to believe you. But if you have stats or analytics to back it up, I mean, what are they going to say? No, it's not true. I mean, numbers don't lie. It's right here. So Yeah. Jamarcus Russell, 0. I agree. He's not taking it serious. Play video games or play baseball because football ain't it for you. You know what I mean? It's not. You're just going to get fucking beat up, criticized. And, but if you got all that money, so, if you're a millionaire, 50 million, 100 million, 200 million, you know what I mean? I can't even imagine being lazy and just being like, oh, I made it. I'm not going to do shit. Like, I'll do whatever I want, whenever I want. And that's why the Cardinals probably will never win a Super Bowl. So. Well, I hope so. But a lot of guys are naturally talented, but there's also people like on YouTube and Twitch or people in general. There's a lot of people that are super uber talented, but they just don't have the passion or the work ethic to work hard to make your dreams come true. If it was easy, every motherfucker would do it. Like I got my boy Brooks, who's a beat maker. He's the best in the Northwest, literally. Like Busta Rhymes has reached out to him. It didn't really lead to anything, but this guy is so talented with R&B, reggae, rap, rock, alternative, whatever. He can come up with amazing stuff that's radio worthy within a couple hours, and he can get something bought like a $10,000 beat, $5,000 beat. He's that good. And there's not very many people that can get a beat purchased from someone famous for 5 or 10 grand or more, but he's one of them. And I try to encourage him. And I was like, dude, look at me. I was like, you and me are the most talented people in our friend group by far, but you just got to be able to have the work ethic. You got the talent, but you got to be able to put in the work. And if you're not willing to put in the work, it's never going to happen. I can't make your dream happen for you. You know what I mean? But he's just so fucking uber talented, and I want him to succeed so he can, buy a house for himself, pay off his parents' house, make his parents proud, because he's always been kind of the fuck up, the party guy, drinking, drugs and stuff. And then he turned his life around. Now he's exercising. He's not doing that shit anymore. He's really focused. He's lost like 50, 60, 70 pounds. He's running like half marathons. He does the dirt bike thing. But I even told him today, I was like, have you been working on anything new? And I know sometimes I have to put the pressure on him. You know what I mean? Like, don't give up, keep going. You know what I mean? I don't expect you to, make beats all day, all night. You know what I mean? But it seems like he wants approval, from people. Is this beat good? Is this beat bad? Who gives a fuck? It's you. It's your personality. Who gives a fuck what anyone thinks? It's you and your personality. If I tell you that I love it, you should just love it and not give a shit about what anyone else thinks, and keep fucking moving it, keep grinding. And, I want him to win badly, but I can't, make his dream happen for him. That's facts. And I've even told him, if you end up starting a YouTube channel and you show people how you make your beats, that's how you're going to grow. But has he listened to me? No. Does he watch my channel? No. Does he support? No. But maybe if he did, then maybe things would be different right now. I'm a very good asset to have in your corner. But if you're not going to take my advice or listen, then, how many other people have built a channel from the ground up and are, where they're at now, like me? You know what I mean? It's very rare. I'm saying I've had a lot of bullshit that have happened over the last couple years of my life. So me too. And from people that actually know something. But if it's someone that's like 15 and you're just fucking spreading cowboy propaganda, you know what I mean? You're not helping the room. You're making everyone else fucking stupid. Yeah, but some people are built different. I've always been different when I was younger. I had my first job at 12 years old. So I've always had work ethic. I've always worked hard. I'm a grinder. I'm the type of guy that wakes up at 7 and I'll take the fucking dog for a walk. I'll do dishes. I'll do laundry. I am always moving. I'm always working. Lazy people fucking piss the shit out of me. Like, I hate fucking lazy. You know what I mean? It's cool to be lazy sometimes, but I hate when, like, if you're going to take me for granted, like, cause I'm always doing stuff, like, it has to be like, okay, you need to do something too. It can't be always relying on me to fucking pay for everything, do everything, because a lot of people haven't believed in me. And maybe that's why I'm so passionate with the shit that I do, because I've got a lot of haters. I got a lot of supposed friends that want me to fail, people that are jealous, people that have envy. But a lot of those people, they just aren't happy with their own lives, and they just hope that I lose because they're not happy with their own life. But I'm not going to lose. I'm not going to quit. I got too many cool people, obviously, supporting me. So, and I always believe in myself. So that's the main thing. Yeah, but he's my boy though. You know what I mean? Like if you have someone that you know that could be a millionaire, what would you do? You know, are you really gonna just give up and just be like, okay, fuck this guy, he's not listening? No, he's my friend. He's got talent. He knows it. You know what I mean? But sometimes you need to be able to give that nudge, and then he'll thank me later once he ends up being a multi-millionaire and selling beats to people like E40 and Drake and stuff. Like he's that good, and I'm not even bullshitting. Like his stuff is like magnificent. There would be times where we would just drink or smoke, and we could just feed off each other and make a radio-worthy beat. And I'm not even joking. Like I said, if I wasn't doing this, that's probably what I would be doing. I'd be making beats and stuff and going that particular route. But you have to know how to market yourself, and you have to be smart. You know what I mean? He looks like DJ Khaled. You know, like if you actually look at him, he's not as chubby as maybe he used to look like DJ Khaled, but now he's a skinnier DJ Khaled. He's got the whole like beard thing and stuff, and he looks like DJ Khaled. But you know, I just don't want to have someone that I know that's got potential to be making a difference in their life. You know what I mean? All they have to do is work. You know what I mean? And believe in themselves. You know what I mean? If I have to give that little nudge, I know he'll. You know, especially if he can end up paying off his parents' house and proving to his family that his sister's not the smart, intelligent one. You know, like he actually has the most talent in the family. You know what I mean? But I don't think the family realizes it. I don't even think he realizes it. Or if he does, he's just not putting in the work. So. All right, we got 6 minutes to go, and we're going to be at 6 hours. So I was going to go 5, but I guess, that's what happens. We start talking about stuff, and there we go. Yeah, and it seems like I have to give somebody this every night, but it's all right. Like I said, I'd rather, grow slowly and have the right people instead of growing drastically and having just a bunch of fucking negative people. It's not worth it because it's like, yeah, look at me. I'm at 20,000 subs, 25. But then if it's like you have hundreds of people in the room and they're all fucking assholes or negative, like then all the mods are going to be busy and they're not even going to have fun. They're just going to have to be monitoring and timing out and booting people. I don't want that.
Every Sunday after the game on Bucs Sports. When I was growing up, my mom was extremely tidy. We were trained to put things back where we got them from. One day, when I walked up to my mom's house, I felt like I walked to someone else's house. There was stuff everywhere, and just growing up the way I grew up, and to see this transition was very alarming. When Sean talked to me, it was a wake-up call, and that's when I went to the doctor.
Yeah, there was a guy in here that was earlier that was spying on the channel. He was actually a guy that I used to work with, and he got me fired. You know what I mean? From one of the jobs that I was at, this like shady fucking Verizon thing that I was working at or whatever. Cause like, he was always trying to fucking, throw me under the bus and stuff. And then he tries to come in here and act like we're friends or everything is good. I never acknowledge him when he comes in the room. You know what I mean? But obviously with my former partner that I used to record with, he works with the guy right now. So he came in here to kind of see like how I'm doing, if I'm, making money or how the stream is going, you know what I mean? So that's how it goes. Lots of people, they try to act like, they're your friend, but in reality, it's, they could give two shits about you. They just want to, see how you're doing and spying for other people and whatnot. So I'm very aware of who's in the room and what's said. So. Yeah, you don't want noodle arm. That's what they were talking about. Drew Brees and the Saints fans got all pissed off. Well, I mean, sometimes shit happens. You get old and the arm turns into a noodle, Yeah, the Gruden shit was kind of bullshit though, because there might have been some comments that were made, you know what I mean? But there's a lot of people that are in the NFL that use fucked up language and that aren't racist, and there's also people that use fucked up language that are racist, but they just don't want to come out. They're kind of a closet racist, but depending on how often you're saying these things or you're treating people a certain way, it can get out. But they definitely made him an example out of him. But honestly, it's a better move for the Raiders to have McDaniels because he's a better coach than Gruden at this point. So. Yeah, but the difference between this channel and other channels, you'll actually learn something here as far as like sports. I mean, you can have a lot of people that, do a football channel, but there's levels. There's certain people that, just do it for fun. There's people that are making money. There's people that aren't making money. There's people that are really smart. There's people that are fucking stupid that are just really good at editing and thumbnails. I mean, it's very clear. There's people that like to scream at the screen and do reaction videos. And I mean, that doesn't show any type of intelligence. What, you can scream and yell at someone fucking scoring a touchdown? I mean, no thanks, Yeah, I think McDaniels is going to be solid. Yeah. What do you think? Do you like, I mean, if you had your choice right now with no racist stuff that came out, if you could choose Gruden right now or McDaniels, you would choose McDaniels, right? Because I would assume that that's going to be a better play caller that's more in tune with the players right now. I think that's going to be, if you have Gruden, you could still make a playoffs or a wild card. He still has that aura about him. But, I mean, Gruden's better off in the booth or just retired, you know what I mean? And he's probably not going to be in the booth now based off what happened or, coaching ever again. So at this point, I mean, you could still have Gruden for 5 or 10 years. But I think it's sometimes things happen for a reason. It's a blessing that happened. So that way you could actually get a Josh McDaniels moving forward. So he's got to prove it. But I think that one thing that you can, hang your hat on is that he is one of the top 5 play callers in the NFL. So in knowing that you have the weapons that you have, and now you have him, now it's just about being able to build the roster with the right assistant coaches, line, defense, all the different positions, and then being able to build that chemistry and then building up the defense and hopefully that they don't get hurt, as well as building up that O-line and that continuity and that chemistry. And if you can do that, then you're money. And then you guys are going to be finishing in, 1 or 2 almost every year, or 3, and still making the playoffs at 10-7. So, but AFC West is competitive. So, yeah, I mean, I don't want my mods to fucking, I don't want them to have to fucking just time out. I mean, because for a mod, it's like if you're like, what are you getting for what you're doing? It's like you're getting the status of being a mod, but I mean, is it really something where you just want to click on people's names all day and boot them out and time them out? That would get kind of old. You know what I mean? Like, even if you love the host, I want to make sure that I can handle most of it, and I want you to be able to enjoy the other conversations in the room, watch the game on TV while we're calling it, rather than having to worry about fucking idiots all day, Oh my gosh. Jesus. Yeah. Gruden was good. You know what I mean? But I think, obviously Gruden won the Super Bowl with me, and he was with the Raiders previously. So obviously there's a lot of connection there. You know what I mean? But I think this Josh McDaniels experiment is going to work out very good. It's not going to be anything like the Tebow thing. Not at all. He was trying to be Belichick then. Now he's going to be the best version of Josh. And I think it's going to work out beautifully for you. Yeah, there's always, crazies out there. So, but I do appreciate you guys. Shout out to you guys. I, didn't think that we would have an argument with a 15-year-old today, but sometimes arguments can be fun, and maybe as long as it's with me and not with you guys. You guys are the best fans on planet Earth. You guys will always learn something new, and like I said, we can always have a little laugh with certain people. And like I said, I always enjoy spending time with you guys. Like I said, every once in a while, you'll get 1 or 2 people that try to ruin it, but we just do this, right? And then we do this, and you just have to realize that some people are going to be a part of the clique and some aren't. And you guys are the best fans on planet Earth. I love you and I appreciate you. All you guys are a bunch of goats. Okay. And I'll be back. I will be back tomorrow around the same time, around probably 7:30 p.m. So get some rest. I'm going to go eat a couple gummies, probably watch some Simpsons, and, probably do some research and reading, and I'll probably go to bed in like 3 hours from now, and then we'll be right back at it. So I appreciate you guys very, very much. Like I said, every stream is so different. You never know what you're going to deal with here. Some things are, very smooth and everything is just easy going. And other times, you have people that try to, ruin things or, be a center of attention and whatnot. But I'm always going to bring the fire and bring the heat. Julio is back. We got a win today, so that's great. And like I said, make sure you guys stay safe and, be positive. Make sure you're taking care of your mental health. And like I said, I love you guys and I appreciate you guys very, very much. And I'll be back a little bit later on. And I got one question for you. Who you know talk sports like us? Your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics. You guys are the best fans on planet Earth. Let me take a quick look at the comments here, right where at the end. And Michaela, Chief will Chief, Megan, A Guy, later, all top 10 wide receiver stream, Orion. Is that what we want? I know that obviously with some of the streams, Air Whitey wants, corners because he wants to see if I put Jair Alexander number 1 or number 2. He's a Packers fan, or if I put Xavier Howard ahead of him. But yeah, let's. I could even do a wide receiver stream tomorrow. Like I said, we'll see what's going on with sports. And if not, then I'll end up doing a wide receiver stream either probably today's already Wednesday, so Tuesday. So I'll either do the wide receiver stream either later today, or maybe Thursday or Friday, and we'll keep it moving. So you guys have a great night. Shout out to you guys. We hit 400 today. You guys are the best fans on planet Earth. I love you. Appreciate you. And I'll see you guys obviously in a few hours. We don't talk sports like us. Your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics, and I'm out. Gang.